Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, 'cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. 'Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Baby, I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Said, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone I could dance with you beneath the stars. 'Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Baby, I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. It's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine. baby, we're invincible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. I've been flying to make you believe. With my heart like the ground, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on
Hyperdrive.
Fuck's sake. I actually had a really good one planned as well. Like,
Hello Matto, I'm just here to break the intro. Actually I'm here to test whether this will delay the TTS so that future TTS can mess with you.
Well, isn't that just great? Brilliant. Coming up today, that nonsense. Fuck's sake. Hello, chat. How's it going? You're frozen for me? Am I? No. I couldn't be. And we're itching our nose, chat. As a group. Thing is, I wasn't even... I'd honestly prefer to have been picking my nose. I was just itching
Absolute stunner there. Most beautiful man on the internet.
I'd say so. Thank you very much, Christian. Thank you for the 16 months, and Icarus, thank you very much for the 18 months. Double sub high piece. And we're dancing. We'll take that. Ah, dear. Morning, Suka. That's a shame. I actually thought out exactly what I was going to say. I had, following the disappointment in the Champions League, we're back this year. Debrecen will be looking to recreate that disappointment by once again failing to qualify for Europe. We've got the perfect setup of teams in Europe this year, with us in the Champions League, 2 in the Europa and 2 in the Conference League. It's a perfect day, but sadly, no, it's not a perfect day anymore, and it's been ruined. Percy plays, though. That makes me feel better. Thank you for the 22 months. How are you, my friend? Yeah, it was 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 if you keep your eyes closed and don't listen. Oh, welcome in, account user. Account user 12. I like that as a name. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome from the VODs. Intro failure's new success. Yes, it's actually a direct inverse correlate. It's an inverse correlation. Generally speaking, from what I've noticed, the worse the intro is, the better the stream goes, generally speaking, as far as results on the pitch. So honestly, maybe my intro for the Champions League final stream was just too good, too average. And that's why we got a pretty crap time of it. I can't even remember what the intro was last stream. But when I fuck it up, we seem to do relatively well. So I'm expecting 6 wins out of 6 for us today, clapping cheeks all around Europe with the rest of the Hungarian sides, and all the big business going down, I would say. It's actually not bad. It's 24.7 degrees in here, which obviously is like t-shirt and shorts weather, but it's not, you know, worryingly warm in here. I've got the fan pointed near me, so it kind of clips me, but it doesn't hit the microphone. I found a way around it, because it's going to make the same sound no matter what. The only problem is when the wind was hitting the microphone. Guess we lost? Yeah, we did. Both us and Debrecen lost. Foot camp, not again. I already gave you that for free on the last stream. I'm not mad enough to do it twice in a row. Although, honestly, foot camp wouldn't really work. It's pretty dark down there. I'll be honest with you. Oh, hang on. Wait. See if I can do it properly. Lou boy. Thank you very much for the 23 months. It wasn't as good as the original, but I think it was better than the last time I attempted it. Thank you very much, though. I really do appreciate that. It's just become a thing now where I must always try and burp your name whenever you resub. You've got your own little thing now. Fulham's fixtures aren't great. I say aren't great. We play City and Arsenal in the first 5 matches. We start off against... Christ, who is it? We've got Brentford second. No, we start off away at Everton at Goodison. Then we've got Brentford at home in the West London Derby. Then City and Arsenal. And then Luton at home in match day 5. I'm really glad that we don't have Luton match day 1. That would have been... as much as they're probably going to be the weakest side in the Premier League next year, I don't want them match day 1. Nobody would.
Look
Who
at
actually
those
has
thighs. They could keep my ears warm for days. Sick heart. Hope you and Em are well.
thigh shot. You'll love to see it. Thank you very much, Crispo, for the 22 months, my friend. How are you? So who actually got Luton day one? Oh, is it Liverpool? Or is it Brighton? Oh. I feel like that's probably okay. I'd be worried for anyone that's like one of the big six versus, or anyone that's like a Fulham and downwards, I would reckon. I reckon Brighton will actually be just above it, where they won't be seen as a massive scalp, but they'll also not be, yeah, I don't know.
What's better than eating a mandarin? Eating a mandarin out.
Oh, God. Elano, thank you very much for the 6 months. And you bring us jokes, which is always good. Oh, Chelsea Liverpool opening day. That's going to be... Actually, to be fair, I don't know. Would you rather play Liverpool? Depends on which Chelsea turn up this season, really, doesn't it? We have no... I'm going to get off of this because we got shit to do. However, I was looking through this screen, a screen that we always forget exists, which is the season summary page on each nation, which does in fact show you which teams qualify for Europe this season. I think it only shows the previous season, sadly, which is really annoying that it doesn't do that. But what it can do also, which I think is kind of cool, it actually shows you like relegated clubs and winners and promoted sides from the various divisions within those nations, which I don't think you can get from any other screen. Yeah, so if you want to access this screen, by the way, you go to a nation and you go to season summary. It won't appear for every nation. It'll only appear for nations that are in the game. And what I mean by that is if you can't turn that nation on as a playable league, you won't be able to see it. So, for example, Kazakhstan doesn't have one, but Kosovo won't have one. But if you carry on like Latvia, for example, will have one because obviously they are technically playable in the game. There's just some nice information. And remember, you can go back through multiple seasons on it too. So it's quite nice for little bits of extra context, I suppose, right? Day after my birthday. Oh, morning, Daz. I don't know when that game is. It's obviously August, right? Liverpool AI beat your Spurs team 8-0 in a semi-final. Does anyone remember during the Treaty United save that Liverpool versus Besiktas tie where Liverpool lost like 7-0 in Turkey but then won the second leg like 10-3 or something and went through on aggregate, no, like after extra time like 11-10. I can't remember the exact scoreline, but it was something like that. It was utterly mad. So, to catch you up, and there are a few things to catch you up, obviously, because we barely got any transfer stuff done during the last stream, if I'm honest. I also drew a game against Kishvarsta, but it was rotated side, so had to be done. Big, huge fucking changes have happened to our squad over this window. As you're going to see from the fact that we have £315 million in the bank, which can only mean one thing, and that is that someone has left. In fact, not just someone. Montiel did have a testimonial. Yes, it had to be done. And Brandon Silva had one as well. That's a lot of money, and it's come from sales. It wasn't just one sale, it was multiple sales. And one that might be controversial, but no, it wasn't Castillo, and that's annoying. So basically, we didn't get a single bid for Castillo in the entire goddamn window, and he still won't sign a new contract because of interest elsewhere. Bobby's still here. Bobby is still here. It was, in fact, Tex-Mex. Tex-Mex has gone. It was a tough one for me because I was like, and Terra Nova as well. Texie and Terra Nova are the two big ones that have left because Texie fell out the team last year. He's older than the guy we had to replace him. And he, yeah, just wasn't really doing it so much for us anymore. And I felt that now would be the perfect time to cash in. Let's actually get into the transfers because there's more as well, actually. I'm also in the process of signing a player from PSG, though, for £20 million. Well, I'll show you in a minute. I loved Texie. I did. But I felt this was the right time for him to move on. But not just Tex-Mess. I sold Isael Giddy to PSG for £60 million. The guy that came back from his loan at Újpest. 60 million PSG wanted to pay us for him. And I know he's worth 200 million now because he's at PSG, but to get 60 million for a random loan returnee, I was pretty pleased with that. PSG guy Belgium, no, sadly not, he's French, but we're now at the level where we can actually start to buy players off of PSG's youth team. And when you see him, don't let me not show him. Let me show you these first, but don't let me not show him because he's fucking outrageous. Who went to Dortmund? Oh, God, who was it? It was... Hang on, let me go off the left. Tex did his job. Yeah, it was about the timing with Tex. So you'll notice that the two players that we were actually looking at selling, Silva and Castillo, are still here. Hilariously. So yes, Tex has gone to United for 70 million. But fantastic servant for us. He was just about to turn 31. It felt like the right time for him to leave. I think he's done a great job for us, but we've made a huge profit on him, as we did with Giddy as well. Terra Nova was a strange one. £35 million for Terra Nova. We are so stacked out the wazoo with left and right backs now that I actually figured we could afford to lose someone like Terra Nova. Paid £1.3 million for him, sold him to Milan for £35 million. Yeah, Zoltan was already going though. That was already pre-planned. The thing with Terra Nova was interesting. He had a lot of clubs interested in him. City came in. I bid them up to 25 million. And then I offered him out again, and eventually managed to get the bid finally to go up to 35 million, and that's where he ended up at Milan for 35 million. So I was pretty pleased with that as well. Yeah. He's has he started quite poorly for Milan or really well? Holy shit. 5 assists already. Bro has started well for Milan. That is undeniable. Where has he been playing for them? Oh, we can't see because the club's not switched on, but that's a really good start. Hey, maybe he just needed to be at Milan, you know? Right, so I hate that this keeps reorganizing itself. There was more, though. I also sold Giannis Celios, which was a surprise one, I suspect, for you lot. But I figured that he was one of our flippers. We brought him in for free. A year later, moving him to Newcastle for £10 million. Just a really simple kind of flippity-floppity, get the wages off of our bill. Wasn't really going to play for us particularly, so just take a free 10 million quid for him. Seemed like an absolute no-brainer for me on that one. I offered him out and no one was interested, and then Newcastle said, hey, you know what, we'll give him some money. Now, most of these transfers were already pre-arranged as well, so like Fabrizio, Zoltan, Anthony Mohamed, all of those were already set up. One more, which is Marius Mihaila for Benfica for 8 million quid. We paid £2 million for this guy. He never went on loan anywhere, never got anything, and we just randomly bagged 8 million quid for him. So I was pretty pleased with that, just more building the money, basically. Now, I think I brought in a couple of guys, which you'll have seen, and a couple of guys you haven't seen. We'll talk about Arta Etienne in a second, though. CS Scott, thank you very much for the follow. I don't know if you've got... yes, you must have seen... I don't know how many of these guys you've actually seen. Let's have a look. I'm trying to remember what date we left off on during the last stream. Did you see me sign the likes of Skobadal and Raul Lacue? Because I don't think you did, you know. I think these might all be new signings to you. You'll have seen most of these guys down here, because these are all the ones that we picked up, like Earl Grey, Pena, all these chaps. But I don't think you've seen any of the ones on the next page. So yeah, firstly, Erman Skobadal. £3.5 million. Absolutely gutted by this. I had Gonzalo do several reports, and he was 5-star potential. Just... crazy, but that's just scouting these days. Obviously, you know about the guys that were joining us, but Raul Lacue, £80,000 from Espanyol. For a 4-star player for 80 grand, couldn't argue with that. He's not amazing, but 4 stars for 80 grand was a bit of a no-brainer. You'll, of course, seen people like Wilson Enriquez, who's the freebie we got from Red Salzburg. We've obviously got Gary White, who's already gone out on loan to Giamot, which is exactly what I wanted from him. And we obviously got Joe Ogley as well, which will just give us a bit more backup in there. Also, look at the value he's worth. If he can hold that value for even like 1 year, then bam, he's another flippable player. Wilson! Exactly. Now, Bakary Diop. He is the former PSG dude that they got from Generational Foot. And we picked him up on a free transfer. He's good on both feet, can play on both wing positions. I figured on a free, he would be an absolute steal for us. Still only 28. Only on £23,000 a week, was released by PSG. I don't know, it just felt like an absolutely wonderful free transfer for us to pick him up, give him a year or two at the club, move him on for £20 million. I like what we're doing with that kind of business. We just need to keep doing it. And I really think in the league, he's been doing fantastic. Look at that determination as well. Good on both feet. He's a bit injury prone, but he's highly consistent as well. I liked him a lot. Oh, the against is because I wouldn't let Andreas Sogost go to Manchester United for obvious reasons. Mainly because they only bid 40 million. That being said, you know Romero, the really good left back we've got that's really underrated by the game? Bayern bid 60 million for him at one point, and I turned him down because I genuinely think he's going to be an absolute star for us in the future, despite the star ratings. We also have Yashin Okello from a Dr. Congolese club. Again, he's an attribute merchant. He's gone on loan to Pecci. Good shit. Simon Ajayi, who I think you guys have seen, but you didn't see me sign him. He was a guy that actually had much better potential than we thought he did. Goes the other way around. Footballers on loan so far. Yes, lots of those. It's the same as before, basically. Just added a few extra ones. Yeah, I didn't want to sell Romero because him and Sogos had done so good. And the last player I picked up here was Jan Elshik. 4.5 million quid. But I think Elshik is very good. I like this guy a lot. I think he's got really nice, well-rounded attributes. Not the tallest, but he's got okay jumping reach for someone who's 5'8". He's still only 17. Not quite 5-star potential, but he's got that value. And I think Jan Elshik is a really good pickup for us. There's a few more that I'm still scouting further, so we'll have a look at those today. Right, now to show you the guy I'm really looking for. I decided to really push the boat out because our transfer budget is 120 million. And look at the wage budget as well. You know? OS RPJ, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Edam. That's really, really nice of you, man. Welcome aboard. Yes, of course, FM Streamer. It is Saz23. We will see which Stewie has just put the link in chat for you there. That's the skin that I'm currently using. I'm making an updated version of the skin video. It should be out on Sunday, recording it tomorrow. Because there's actually a remarkable amount of things that have been added since the last one. I couldn't believe how much Saz has put into this skin, even since November. It's fucking awesome. Morning, Stewie. Right, okay. So now we're at a stage where we can sign players from PSG's youth team. 20 million, albeit, but it's 10 up front and then the rest over 7 years. This is Arta Etienne. Oh, he's a little bit tasty. Look at the mentals on him at the age of 18. He's, like, ridiculously good. Great determination. I just like everything about this guy, really. And I thought that for 18 years old, yes, it's going to cost us £10 million, but these are the type of players that I think that we can start picking up now. Weird technicals, I grant you, but I feel like he's got the right equipment to make himself good. And Arta Etienne is just a really cool name. Your face too lately? Not yet, no. Physicals. Yeah, that's the thing as well. His physicals are pretty good too. Other than his jumping reach, which is remarkably low actually for someone who's 5'11". Like 7 jumping reach is very low. He's got great work rate and teamwork, which is great for our midfield. Stamina's out the wazoo. He's very agile as well. I like him a lot. And hopefully he will now join us. Obviously it's only in the bidding stage right now, but it's 10 million up front, 10 million over 7 years. And I think honestly for 10 million, this guy will be worth 30 when he joins us. PSG, I think they have won one Champions League maybe. Jay Tierney, thank you for the 2 months. Hope you're having a lovely Thursday. Let's have a look actually. I suspect they have. Oh yeah, of course they have. They beat us in the damn final. Yeah, they have won one. In fact, I think the only one they've won. Yeah, they've won one Champions League, which was this one where they beat us in the final. So you're welcome, PSG. As for our fixtures as well, before we get into that, this is a weird one. So we have Porto. Oh no, we've got Man United and Porto there. Crvena Zvezda. Atletico away, Liverpool away again. We just love playing Liverpool. Braga away. That's right, Braga in the Champions League. And there's a thing that makes that even better. And then Shakhtar and Valencia after Christmas in the standard 2 home games that we get, which we always clap cheeks in. Now, here's the fun part. Braga were the pot 2 side. That was one of our pot 2 teams was Braga. It was them and Liverpool. Them and Arsenal were the 2 pot 2 sides. But Braga were a pot 2 team because of all the coefficient they've gained from being in the lower competitions. They've got massively high coefficient, and as a result, we got to play them as a pot 2 team, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. And also, fair play to Braga. That's amazing to see them in the Champions League. Although I think Portugal might have got more spaces lately, which might be... yeah, loads of them, Pierluigi. Like I said, I'm not going to go through all of them, but we're down to 122, but there's still lots of players on loan to other Hungarian sides. Yes, we've extended all the loans. That's all good. Oh, dear. Is it in Ukraine this year? Good question. I wonder why we lost the... I'll show you the coefficients too. We're at 3.5 points nearly, which is, I think, the best of any team other than France. Yeah, Braga always do great. But they never normally end up in the Champions League, is what I've noticed. They're always brilliant in the Conference League. Well, actually, they weren't a couple of years ago. Right, what was I doing? Oh, yeah, where the final is this year. Final this year is Wembley. Right. Where was the final that we lost against PSG? I'm curious now. I'm genuinely curious where the final that we lost was. Stadio Olimpico in Rome. Okay, there you go. Wembley, more like, innit? Well, to be fair, Luigi, that's a low amount for us, in fairness. No, the one where we lost him against PSG was here. When did they finish in Portugal? I don't know, because we can't find out. Well, I suppose we might be able to find out, but only if it will actually... they didn't come in the top 3, which makes me think that Portugal have... Hang on, Portugal? Are they top 4 this year? I think they might have been top... Hang on. How did they end up with... How did they end up in the Champions League? I don't think they didn't know. It was Valencia or Monaco that won the Europa League, wasn't it? I swear. Monaco won the Europa League. But the domestic cup doesn't qualify for the Champions League. How did they end up in the Champions League? I'm a little bit confused now. But if they won the ECL, they'd be in the Europa League. Like what West Ham's done in real life. So even if they had won the ECL, which they didn't, because obviously that was fucking whoever Debrecen lost to. I've literally forgotten their name already. Hertha Berlin. FFP breaking? Maybe. Domestic Cup is Europa League, exactly. But this isn't the Europa League we're talking about. It's the Champions League. My voice has multiple ranges. Resilient. It has many octaves, Rob. Like Freddie Mercury, but with speaking. Simal, thank you for the follow. Yeah, let's check the Portuguese Champions League qualifications or something. like the teams, so we can see. Oh! I know what it was. Coefficient for last season or something, maybe. Maybe Portugal came second on the coefficients. And no, they didn't, though, did they? Because that was Italy. Last season. Wait. Last season? No, Portugal came 6th. How have they got an extra team in the Champions League? Hey, Drew. I'm genuinely confused here. How have... I'm so... Has anyone got any clue here? In the season report. No, weirdly you can't. Isn't it 3 plus qualifying place? No, look. Specifically here. 2 plus 1. Unless you're saying that... Hang on, were Portugal 5th maybe last season, technically? Hang on, it could be that they were 5th last season, and technically this is... Because it's a year removed, isn't it? Hang on a minute. We'll see what they were last season. Maybe they were 5th. They must have been 5th and then dropped down 1, and that's as a result of that. That must be what it is. I forgot that there's that weird one. It's because this never used to exist. Yeah, I know they're in the League Pass playoff, but it must be because they were 5th last year, and then, yeah, that's what it is. I assume... I always forget that we're a year removed from where they actually are, because this is technically not for this season. Ironically, this is for next season. Because reasons. Which is kind of silly, but it'd be nice if you could see that information. I'm almost certain that's what it is, because... Yeah, I think that has to be it. Anyway, that's fine. Ooh, problem solved. Also, probably could help us in a way. Although, I don't know. Regardless, we'll play Man United. We've got shit to do, right? Yeah, I think they were higher than Italy. I mean, we've slipped all the way down to 7th now, but this is a big season for us. I think... Oh, I'll show you the... I've already set that up. I'll show you the coefficients for us. So, currently, on the year, we've got 3.3. Only France have somehow ended up with more points than us. I don't really know how they've managed that, honestly. Yeah, so other Hungarian sides are all in Conference League and Europa League. Haladash were obviously our representative in the Champions League, but they got knocked out by PSV. Thankfully. They got to the playoff round, but got knocked down. So, we've got Haladash and... yeah, we've actually got what we wanted this year, thank God. Because last year the problem was Haladash ended up in the Champions League. They got smacked about a bit. You know how it goes. So Haladash are in here, along with Ferencváros, or is it Kisvárda? Kisvárda. And then in the second one, we've got Ferencváros and Újpest. Like, this is a really stacked lineup of Hungarian teams. Like, I'm pretty impressed with this. I think this is our big year to make something happen, really. They had relatively no trouble getting through. I think all of the sides won every single game in the qualifiers. So they've good draws. I don't know exactly... we've lost 2 finals. That's right. I wanted to make sure that we get on to things a little bit because we've got a lot to cover. Aberdeen, Dino Tbilisi, Sparta Trnava, Mostar, Brøndby, and Lillestrøm. Honestly, Újpest should be winning all of those, generally speaking. Based on what we know about them, they should be winning all of those games. They won't, but they should be. Statistically, they should be good enough. And Ferencváros have got... Utrecht away will be tough. Baku at home should be easy. Norrköping away won't be too easy. Aberdeen and Dynamo Tbilisi. Yeah, honestly, the only game that I feel like should trip them up is Utrecht. I reckon they should both be getting top 8 at this rate, which would be super duper awesome. As for the Conference League, sorry, for the Europa League, I haven't actually looked at this stuff, so this is news to me as well. They've got Fenerbahce away, Stade Rennais at home, Cluj away, Maccabi Haifa away, Leeds at home at least, Konyaspor away, PAOK at home, and Sturm Graz at home. Not easy, but I feel like it's definitely qualifiable without a shadow of a doubt. They should be easily getting through that. Maybe not top 8, though. Haladash, Leeds away, Dino Zagreb at home, Lazio at home, Apoel away, Shamrock Rovers away, Sevilla away, HJK at home, and then Young Boys at home. That's not that easy, but again, I think they should both be getting through, really. I would say so. It's tough, but I'd much rather them... They've got a better chance of getting points here than they would do in the Champions League. And let's bear in mind, they actually got to the playoff round of the Champions League and lost 2... They drew in the Netherlands and then lost 3-2 at home after extra time. No one's in the Champions League with us. We are down to 5 teams this year, and we got the perfect draws for them as well. So yeah, this is Sparta Prague. With Brian Brisky as the manager. I don't know if that's the manager in real life as well. Given the number of games he's played for them, I'm guessing so. Yeah, so we're down to 5 teams. Haladash did go into the Champions League qualifying rounds, but they got knocked out. Yeah, they're either really easy or really tough. Which, I don't know. I feel like we've got a chance. And remember, though, this is the key thing. Our points mean way more. So a win for a Hungarian side in Europe now is worth 0.4 coefficient points. there's potential that a single match day could claim us 2 full coefficient points. Oh, is he Pomp? I knew that I recognised that name. I distinctly remember that one season at Portsmouth. I thought that I recognised it from somewhere. So this is the line that we're going to go with for today. We did have some quite big bids for Gacic, but I wasn't super interested in selling him, honestly. Had some weirdly low bids for Mihail. I was getting bids on this guy of £2 million, and I don't know why. He's got 2 years left on his contract. His value's higher now, but it's very strange that they weren't bidding any kind of real money on him. I think it's because they still consider him like an Budapest player or something. Right, let's go. We should be ready to go for this. I think I've just put Yamin on the wrong side of the midfield. One sec. I'd be happy to, Basil. Whereabouts in Denmark, out of interest? Because I would like to go to Denmark. Certainly to Copenhagen, anyway. I want to see more of Scandinavia in general. I want to go back to Norway. I want to see some of the main parts of Norway as well as go back up to the Tromsø, just because it's really cool. Literally. Right. Sick. I think I'll swap the midfielders over because I think I put Velasquez on the wrong side. Yeah, I have. So, I love how Tex-Mex isn't even starting. Also, Dominic Thompson is the new Manchester United manager. Oh, you never seen him. Nice. Still real players in there too. Okay. Remaining pad on loan. Mihai Alaku. Yeah, he's still on loan. Oh, hang on. We're on a full match, aren't we? There we go. I knew that was going to happen. I remember this time, though. My brain was not working this time. Oh, yeah, we'll swap these 2 over. Yamin's a better anchor. Cool. And that bench is looking pretty solid now. Like, I think having Mihail here is going to hurt Budapest because they've lost 2 good players in Giddy and Mihail, but I think they've replaced them. And if you're wondering about other Hungarian side signing players, honestly, there was really not a lot. Kishvarda or Budapest, I think, bought 1 guy for 6 million, but other than that, it was really, really light business for Hungarian sides. And I think possibly what that is because we've not had so many in the Champions League in recent years, it's meant that they've not got the money flowing around like they had before, and it's going to take us to get back up to like 4 teams in Europe again. Sorry, the Champions League, that's specific. Oh. Okay, so we trail at home to Manchester United. Right. Took all of 10 minutes. Starters you mean to go on? I live on. To be fair, isn't Zealand an island? Well, I suppose there's a lot of Denmark is split up into islands, isn't it? Hey, Etienne. Need to get the knockouts in the new format. So the way I look at it, the way we generally look at it is, this is kind of the rule of thumb. It's the number of games plus 1 to get through top 30 or top 16 or whatever, top 24 or whatever. So in the Champions League, that means 9 points roughly. In the Conference League, that means 7. And then to qualify for top 8, it's double the number of games plus 1. So 17 points versus 13 points. That's roughly what you need. That's a bit of an annoying start for us there. It's a very defensive system United are playing as well, which is quite frustrating. Hopefully the lads can do a bit of business here, but this is concerning. It's not kind of what we wanted early days. New and better. Zeala's a Twitch streamer. Never heard of him. Is he good? Is that house area? Yes, sadly it is. As Ingram's through, goes around the goalkeeper, and he scores, and I think that's just a goal. Yep. For some reason, I thought he might have been offside there. That was really nice football, actually. Look at that little reverse pass. I don't know who that was. Was it Bobby Tree? Look at that. Little ball around the side from Bobby. The patience from Ingram to go around the goalkeeper as well. This is what I mean. Singram is just an absolute hero for us. What a free signing. He's definitely the best free signing of the save. And Bobby, yet again, proving why he leads the line in this team. That is such a... I was expecting the defender to get this, because they almost always do. So that was very strange. Oh. Ajax lead early. Oh, Bruno Alves. That's one of our former players as well. The former Ferencváros guy. Please don't let them score straight off the kickoff. Yes, Darla. Nice. Oh. They're pushing up a lot. United's front 2 are pushing up very, very high onto our centre-backs. And I feel like that's going to leave some space. And Ingram's into the space. Can he find Bobby with a pass? Oh, I like the idea. I like that. I like that a lot. That's a good pass, though. Aliert. We need a big save here from Gacic, and we get it. True. Darla was also a free as well. That's a good point, yeah. Oh. United are a massive threat still. I think it will be a good indicator of where we sit if we manage to get a win in this game. And so far, I'm pretty impressed with our creativity. Someone commented on the video. Oh, actually, have you guys seen this? Total side note. You know that we built for potential plagiarism. What's this? I've not heard anything about this, so I have no idea what's going on at all. Hey, Owen. So you might have seen in the video, of course, we beat Rosenborg 15-0 last year. So, this is hilarious if you haven't seen this. Rosenborg's official YouTube account commented on the video. Which is just good times. We've rattled the Norwegians sufficiently. I don't know how they saw that. I guess it's because technically there's a Rosenborg badge in the thumbnail, but like, I love that they actually... That's brilliant. So big up Rosenborg and big up their social media people is what I would say. Oh, I don't know. Like I said, you know me, I stay out of everything because I'm just a oh, what a save! I just kind of like making... There is obviously going to be some kind of crossover at some point just because that's how it works, isn't it? You know? Oh, dear. X-Razor, thank you very much for the follow. Skill issue on your side? Yeah. Okay. You know what? If we end up having a draw against United at home, it's like, it is what it is, right? Sometimes it's just not going to go for you. Appear to lack self-belief. Brother, you're playing superbly. Calm down. Sometimes people get the same ideas. It's just one of those things, isn't it? You know, parallel thinking is a thing. I don't know. One thing I will say is whenever I come up with a video idea, I literally will scour the channels of all of my peers just to make sure that there is not something that's even like slightly related, because I don't want to be, you know, like that. Same when I came up with the agent video. I was worried that people might think it was too close to one of Luke's rebuilding videos. So in the end, I decided that actually it was like sufficiently different enough that it wasn't really an issue. But I always do like to take some stock in looking at that kind of stuff because, you know, it's just sensible business, isn't it? Bobby Tree in the air is an underrated monster. 2-1 MTK. What a cross from Andreas Sogos again. I think part of what we've done is just continue to use the same tactic throughout all of the matches. I think it just creates this fluidity. But Sogos, what a ball. And what a header from Bobby. That is gorgeous. 2-1 to us. Sogos got both the assists as well, by the way. Oh, no, hang on. He's just playing really well. As Donovan De La Cruz has just scored for Barca against Arsenal. And this is why he's a treat. Exactly. Now United might have to change their strategy slightly. Now, the question is, do we potentially move to the fortress? Or do we just kind of say, you know what, we're doing well here? And I think if we were to score a third goal, I'd be tempted. But I'm concerned that we've just had this kickoff, and I'm worried that we're going to concede straight from it. That's a lovely pick out, actually. If Silva could find the right pass, and he has. Bobby's in again. He's got to go across the keeper here, and he does. Just wide. Oh. I mean, I suppose so, Cadigan. I guess it depends on, like, what you consider. It does make you wonder, then. I feel like it's important to understand that, like, if you not invent something, but do sort of embark on something that's somewhat unique, it would kind of suck if everyone else just did the same thing as you, because then it's kind of like, oh, right, you know? So, I don't know. But to be fair, like, Tom did an agent video. Obviously, he did it in collaboration with me, and I feel like that was a really fun way to do it, basically, so it allowed other people to do the same content, right? The Hungarian sides play on Thursday. Yeah, I saw that Tom and Luke had published quite similar videos as well. I mean, it's just... Like you say, there is a finite number of things you can do with FM, isn't there? We're going to bring on Milovanovic, because that's our standard now, isn't it? No, it's not a pattern. No, it's not. I mean, who cares, right? You know, what I'm just saying is I personally wouldn't do it myself, if that makes sense, right? Angola video will be out next week. Most likely Thursday, because I'll have to record it Monday, edit it Wednesday, out on Thursday. I love how he moved across there. Sogos is looking a bit tired, and he's played fantastically, but I think actually Romero might be a good replacement. Cool. I have got some... Just to give you a little rundown of some of the stuff that's coming up later in the month. I've got... I'm working on a video. I've got 2 videos coming up that aren't, like, standard stuff that you guys know about. So we've got the skin video, I've got the Angola video, and also a new Asian video next month as well. But also, I'm doing a video where... Oh, hang on. Montiel's hit the bar. I don't know how the ball has gone out like that. Where every country has 1 year to gain citizenship, which is going to be interesting. And another one where... This is a very strange video. I'm just telling you this now, so to put it out there, I suppose. It's a Premier League season, but every time a player scores, they are released from every single club. I've done some tests with it. It's a bit manic. Right, if we can just see this over the line and get ourselves a 2-1 victory against United, that is a really good result. We will absolutely take that. Bobby Tree, Sam Ingram with the results. Good stuff. Oh. How can you do it? What do you mean? How can I do what? Boom. Hello, Mike. How's it going, man? I need to talk to you. I feel like we need to have a catch-up, a proper catch-up. Player scores released. Oh, it's really easy. You just use the editor and just release them. It's just literally like a... Yeah. No, it actually doesn't, Thomas, because think about it. Firstly, if a player is released, it doesn't mean he can't sign for other clubs. First thing. And secondly, if you think about where the goals are distributed, I've done some tests with it. It's fascinating. I also did some tests yesterday where I made every single team in the Premier League and the whole of the English Football League play in the same stadium. I made a new stadium called Big Boy Bowl. It was a 200,000 seat stadium and I assigned every single team in England to the same stadium. That was chaotic. Fixture... FM just kind of went... Oh, exactly. That's the thing, Pixelman. And bear in mind, it would be every club because I just had the editor on. So I just go through the fixtures after each one and just go right-click, release, right-click, release. The ethical enough. I'm very subtle about it, Usual Suspect. That one we made Everest was just super subtle. Not at Wembley Stadium. Well, that's a better idea, but I hadn't thought that yesterday, right? I literally spent most of yesterday afternoon just trying out random ideas for videos. Some of the stuff I came up with was things like, I found a way that you could set... Like, you know how clubs can have like a maximum age for like youth teams? I tried to set every team in England to have a maximum age of 21. The game crashed. It would not do it. Atlas, thank you for the follow. My own hotel. More than 3 teams in the season. Probably, yeah. But yeah. 3 teams is fine. Because remember, they start with 1 team. So they can still move to 2 other different sides in the same season. Right then, we've got Kishvarda away at Fenerbahce. We've got Haladash away at Leeds. That's really tough matches. I'm not expecting much out of that. Arta Etienne coming in. You'll love to see it. Become an amateur team. I've actually tested that as well. You'd be surprised how little difference it makes. It's very, very odd. It's very, very strange. Right. And bear in mind, if I did that test with the catch and release thing, I wouldn't be managing any of the teams. It would be kind of like, what the hell would happen over a full season? Player can maximum score 3 goals. Well, you could score a lot of goals in one game, potentially. Against a team, it moves to the opposition team. Because that's not the same video, is it? That's why. I mean, that's fine too, but that's not the same video. It's kind of like when on the Angola one, I was getting people saying, hey, you should make every player play for the second nationality. I'm like, yeah, that's cool too, but that's not the same video. Which I could definitely want to do something like that as well. Might have a random... No need to panic. Oh, God, what is it? Kishvarda win. Haladash... Oh, my God, chat. Fenerbahce 0, Kishvarda 2, Leeds 0, Haladash 2. Revenge is best served in Yorkshire. Because Haladash, who lost to Leeds in the final a couple of years ago, have just beaten them in the Europa League now. That's big. The Romanian footballer? Sure, yeah. But like I said, we have lookups for that sort of stuff. Ah, dear. Whew. That is very good. Yes, Budapest and Ferencváros are both in the ECL. Neither of them will obviously play first week. What about rules for Wales? I wish I could, my friend. Speaking of lookups, I'll get ahead on that one. I know what Mike's about to look up, so I'll just get Mike sorted first. By the way, Mikey boy. Mikey. Also, what was this I've heard about a garden pie? Right, here we go. You did a loan spell at Cadiz last season. We're still very much on the interest loop for Mikey here. Now, went on loan to Cadiz, only played 4 times in the entire season, which is a bit of a waste, honestly. I thought, but honestly, 7.07. When he did play, man put up good numbers. He's still only 19. Our hope is that we could maybe get him on loan at some point, potentially. We'll check the coefficients in a minute. More like couldn't. More like couldn't. Sorry. I'm a child. Right. Alaku is the boy. There we go. He's our absolute... I mean, he's just fantastic, isn't he? 35 caps for Romania. 6 goals. Still only 22 years old. A little injury prone, which is maybe the one negative thing for him, but he's fantastic. I kind of wish he was playing for a side that was in Europe at the moment, but, you know, maybe he were the one to transport Kek Schmidt back into Europe, potentially. To be fair, Mike used to live in Spain. How close did you used to live to Cadiz, Mike? I'm curious now. Cadiz nuts. Multiple nationality switched the lowest ranked nation. That was cool. Oh, okay, interesting. That's fascinating. No, Carpenu is basically we've kind of got like a setup now where we have Bobby Tree, Castillo, Silva, and then the rotations of those three are Sem Van Dam, Milovanovic, and Carpenu. Oh yeah, he's got great value. Did I get to ask? Why do you think Mike maybe isn't streaming these days? Only 6 hours now. Oh, it's fine. It's just a pop around the corner, bud. Tis butter. Ooh. Go on, Hoffenheim. Oh, Florent. Love a double R at the front of a name. Raramani. Love that. Also, not a bad player either. We take that. But yeah, you can see that we're actually like looking at the bigger sides a lot more now because like the fact that we're taking players from PSG. Obviously, he won't join us until the summer. Until the winter. But you know, this guy for me, I just think he's going to be tasty. And obviously, I did get Gonzalo reports on him, so we don't have to worry about that. Is there a Napoli guy? Okay, interesting. I do like seeing names that are like. It's just because let's be honest, chat. I'm a Luddite. I don't know that much. Oh, Schalke. Tomislav, driven person. Oh wow, he lacks the. Oh no, that's passing. His heading's a little low, but he's 6'4", injured, standard. Not awful. Okay, coefficients as well. Yes, right. So with that, we go to fucking hell, second on the year. So you see, but even by virtue of starting the year, we've moved above Portugal because they're losing an 18-point season. So we gain 5 points on them straight off the bat. We'll also continue to gain on them over the next few seasons. So they kind of get muddy. But look how close we are to literally everyone else. We're only 3 points behind Italy, Spain, and Germany. And only 5 points behind France now. This is what I mean. And next season, we're going to gain more points on Germany, more points on Italy. Points on France, not on Spain, unfortunately. But you can see how quickly we've got right back into this battle and potentially could go all the way to second place in the next couple of years if things go to plan. That's how good we've got it at the moment. We need to make the most of these, but with having the teams where they are, then I think we're in a great shape of doing so. Basically. I mean, France have been... Yeah. The fact is, we're second on the year. 4.5 at this stage is great. Yeah, France have moved into second this year as a result of the 20 and the 22 here that they've had. You notice that it's obviously cost them, but that's some good business. England is going to be insanely hard to catch, but I would still consider it a pretty successful save if we manage to get them to second, because that's the highest we've ever been. And I think it's possible within the next 2 or 3 seasons. If we really play our cards right and the Hungarian sides get their shit together, it's set up for us to do it, because we've got the teams that we wanted in Europe, the strongest teams arguably. Admittedly, with Debrecen not being in Europe, it's weird considering they got to the final, but I would still say they're not as strong as the teams above them. It's just circumstances. We've got the right teams and we've got them in the right competitions, which is spectacular. The 12th man! Thank you very much for the 6 months, my friend.
Yeah,
Hope you're well. Yeah, indeed. Ruben Cole, I think he's... Actually, he might not be retired. Maybe. I was literally just showing it, Ventum. That's what I was just showing, but I'll put it back on the screen. Sadly, no. Ruben Cole has been eliminated. Easy rules. Poland, Hungary, Ireland, Austria, or just change the rules of any nation you want, really. Oh, no worries, Ventum. Sorry, the reason I was confused is because within maybe 10 seconds of you asking it, I'd literally been on this page, so hey, it happens. But yeah, that's where we're currently sat. But we're obviously on for a good year, currently. Also, totally off topic. You know, I mentioned on Tuesday's stream about a charity match that I was playing in. Turns out I actually can talk about it. So, on the 29th of... I think it's the 29th. Now, I've got to check that. I wouldn't want to spread misinformation about dates, chat. Let's see. 29th of July, yes. Arbor Park in Slough. It's Slough Town's ground. Slough Town's ground. Oh, that's quite hard to say. Slough Town's ground. How now, Slough Town's ground? 29th of July, yeah. Slough Town's ground. It's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be very, very hot and sweaty. But I've not played football since the last time I was in a charity game. That went well, although I was in much worse shape then, so that'll probably be a factor, I suspect. The heat will probably be a factor as well. But yeah, 11:30 kickoff. It's going to be fun. I am looking forward to it. Debrecen have started the league extremely well. Got to go to Slough, though. Hey, it's fine. Slough's the best place in the world. I will not have a bad word. I don't know. I've never been. Or have I? No, it was Swindon. I got confused. I think it might potentially be... There is... I don't know for sure. Which charity? It's Mind. The mental health charity, which I'm really, really pleased because it's like... I'm happy to... Force to starting another save. Yeah, there definitely will be another save in the future on FM24, most likely. Unless we magically go and win the... manage to get like 25 really quickly and complete this save, then yeah, there will be during FM24. But yeah, no, it'll be open to the public, obviously. Now, I think that Callum, because it's Kakam is the one that's sorting this out. I think he is in discussions to find a way to potentially stream it. So it might be watchable, potentially. Next week, or maybe. So I think it is definitely being filmed, but I don't know if it'll be streamed or not. I think it'd be awesome if it was. So then you could, yeah. But obviously there'll be a price for entry and stuff because it's to raise money for charity. But yeah, the charity is Mind, which I'm super happy with. I suppose my position would be right back, fullback, could maybe playing DM, I don't know. But I can run, so, you know, everyone do a bit of running. I'm your man. When is Champions League Porto? So we want whatever we want for this game. They can play whoever they want in this. Milivanovic start. Why not, eh? Start Bobber for this one as well. Sandor Helishve. His name sounds slightly Hungarian. Oh, this is a cup match. I thought we were playing against... Hey, chat. Imagine that, right? A Hungarian player playing in Hungary. What are the odds? What are the bloody odds? Oh, yeah, I'm definitely an inverted winger, me. If I was anything, I suppose I'd have to be a Trek, wouldn't I? Just for the brand more than anything. But no, when I did play, I was right back. Has anyone noticed how has Steam updated for anyone else? And like they've changed the entire aesthetic of everything. Like all the pop-ups look different. It's like even the way that you shut windows down is really weird. It's like it looks very like Mac OS. Like it's very odd. Bobby with a hat trick there. Velasquez with a brace. Ingram with 2 more. Well, just the 7 XG in that game. Bobby's hit the ground running. Yeah, it's odd. Ingram with a perfect start for us again, though. Is he actually our top scorer so far? So Ingram is just so good. Every year, man just puts up the numbers, and Bobby's already nearly into double digits. Yeah, it was an update I got this morning. I'd seen some little hints of it with certain. Oh, by the way, I have a recruitment focus going. I can't believe I'm actually saying this. I have a recruitment focus going. I have 1 league loaded, and that's Hungary. But we have 110,000 players loaded so that you kind of get the best of both worlds. So what I've done is I've set up a recruitment focus specifically to look at South American Wonder Kids just on as an ongoing basis. That way, we will hopefully maybe not miss a random one that might come through in our long cycles, just in case, basically. Now, as you can see, the fact that they've only found 2 players is a little concerning. Oh, wait, no, I already knew about this guy. I scouted this guy. And this guy's on my fucking shortlist. Cheers, lads. Well done. Cheers for bringing me a player that I have literally got on my shortlist. Wow. However did you find him? And this right there, by the way, is the reason that I don't use recruitment focuses. What interest would I have in a player that I already fucking know about? It's on my shortlist. But there we go. See you in 2 years. And bear in mind, I set the requirements really low. Like, really low. Mad. Check in the mentoring group. Oh, just do all the memes. Oh, hello. These guys are doing all right here. Bellingham. There is, Luke. Is it Job by any chance? Bit of that. Boom. Oh, Flu, I transferred you the money for the Angola thumbnails. Zivkovic has just banged a double, no, not a double hattie, but a really strong start. God damn. Set the focus. Oh, this is how I set it up. I just used a really basic one. So it's, maybe turn that down a little bit. Basically, actually, I'll put it down to nothing on here just in case, because that's what RDF does and it kind of works. That's all it's set up to. Wait, Miguel Vargas? No. What? Yeah, we'll send one dude, since he's really good. And the analyst I couldn't give a shit about. They're just, yeah. I'm probably going to have some more thumbnail design work for you soon, Luke, because I've got a lot of videos coming up. No, Jude signed a new contract extension, sadly. But we're still hoping that it might be possible when his contract, a new one, expires. I think we have 25 scouts. Yes, 25, although... Oh, that's recruitment analysts. Maybe something for next stream. We could try and get a lot of recruitment analysts to do that thing we were doing before. Bohatch has done some good shit. How are the loanies doing? Who's the top scorer on loan? Is it still Cockringling? No. Wow, hello. What's going on here? Magotchi's got 11 goals for Szeged. Cockringling actually having an off-season, in fact. Does this mean Szeged are finally going... Oh, they're 11th. How in the hell has he managed that many goals when they're 11th? Ironically, now that Cockringling has stopped scoring as much, Zalaga are actually finally top of the league for once. I'm still hoping we can potentially get Jude. Adding players. So I have a whole video about it, Ventum, but basically it's to do with the advanced database setup. What am I doing? So basically what you do is when you're setting up a save, you load the league, and then you go to, when it says like small, medium, large, you go to advanced, and you can add players in, but not the leagues. I'm still going to be experimenting with the thing I want to try out for next year. But if it works, I think it could be a game changer, potentially. Go on, Panathinaikos. Ah. Matty Lendfers. I don't know why I said Matty Lendfers. I've already given him a nickname. He's 33, though. Damn it.
Oh, this is
He says the 33-year-old. Bojack, thank you very much for the follow. Yes, Ventum, if you do ! database in chat, you'll get a link to the video. Question the Plinny really scores bullshit. Oh, it was so good. It's funny that it was Tony Khan doing a SmackDown of all things. Oh, yeah, so these are the other players that PSG had on offer. You can see that the prices were a little bit more exaggerated on these guys, though, and I wasn't overly convinced by it. Then again, Maurice Manier is also quite good, isn't he? Fuck. Should we take 2 players from PSG in the same window? We've got a £120 million transfer budget. We have 300 mil in the bank. I'm tempted by both of them to get, and that could really like stack us out in future, because why not? Any other than fringe players? I mean, I've made a video about the entire thing, but which is ! loans, but it's just a case of getting them out as early as possible and just slowly building the rapport with the club to get more and more loans. It just seems to work. There's a whole system we go through. I think you're right. He does have good like mentals. I think we've got to. He'll want big wages, which is fair. We're at 122 loans. Fuck it. You know what? I'm feeling fruity. Have we moved on from expensive Belgians to overpriced Frenchmen? But then would he even be overpriced? Oh, fuck. All right. You know what? Fine. I'm going to hit him with the 7 years. Actually, do they really want 41 million, or would they be set? Let's just try 30. It's hard to work out because what they want. Because we don't want to overpay. Let me just try 5 and 5 and go for 30 million. Just see what they want to go from there. Okay, I wasn't expecting them to actually go for that. That's actually fine. 20 up front and then 1.6 million over a couple of years a year. He's way worth 20 million. If you look at what we paid for Patrice, it was 20 million. For me, he's going to be as good as Patrice. Good on both feet. That's barganery. Cheers, PSG, for your entire youth intake. Let's have a look at Edu Fuba as well. Why not, right? It's another PSG player. He's American as well. Already has 4 caps for the US. Oh, my God. Edu Fuba. Fuck, he's good as well. Look at the passing on him. I'll show you how to do the installments. So, oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Fuck. Regardless, what you do is you go into here and go installments, and then 12 monthly, 3 installments, and then you can do it again on 2 installments, and then again on 1 installment, and that basically spreads it out over 7 years. He isn't good enough for an RPM, but he's like, he's 18 years old. Physicals will come with time, right? Can you add 6 monthly to it? I don't think so, no. You can only add the game. Imagine if you could. To be fair, I didn't even think about it. I thought you could only put 1 in, so I'd never looked for more. But I think it was Vaughan that pointed out to me a couple of FMs ago that you can do that. Do 6 monthly. Oh, interesting shout, Danny. That is fast. Can you do that? I'd never even thought about that. No fucking way. Surely. Oh, no, but you can still extend. Oh my god. That's hang on a minute. That's 3 years. That's 8 years. You could do 8 I didn't realize you could do that. Okay, we learned something new today. Fuck me. Cheers, Danny. That's a great one. Okay, let's just see how much they want then. I'm just going to offer 10 up front because that's where their value is, and I want to see where they kind of go from there. Oh, you're right, James. You're right. The optimum would actually be 3x12, 6x6, and then 5x6, wouldn't it? Yes. Right, let's just see how much they want then. So I offered them 10, and they want 37. So they probably want about 25. Which makes sense. I'll leave that in. Oh, wait, that's international appearances. I probably could leave that in, but I'd rather just not. Let's try this. Let's see if I can absolutely bargain him out the wazoo here. Right, so we want... I can't believe we're doing this. Installments of 6 monthly. So we do a 6 and then a 5, basically. Like that. Yeah. And then we'll sort of front load it a little bit. No, you can't add more. Let's try and... I'll put 5 in all of them. Let's try that. We can always move this around. It's 10 million for Edu Fuba. We're going to be paying for it for 8 years. But think about it like this, right? It's the equivalent of 1 loan farm signing per year for the next 8 years. That's mad. Log this. No, Mike. No, Mike. Look, hang on. You don't see anything. We were just having a nice time on the Never Never, and I agree with him. You've seen nothing. Ignore the man behind the curtain. Just the 8.5 year pay. You're right. I don't think you can ever buy those clauses out. I think you can only buy out clauses with a percentage based on them. I mean, honestly, right? We're looking for the next gen of absolute wonder kids. Why not just take them from PSG instead? Why not just take them from PSG? We're going to sell them before we pay it off, yeah. You're right. Okay. Next one. Wanted to show you this guy. This is Jose Francisco Sosa. 18-year-old Colombian. Plays for Independiente Medellin. What we say in chat, 1.6 million. That's just... I mean... that's a good point, Thomas. Yeah, I hadn't considered that. Hey, Porto, you just missed us pay for a player over 8.5 years. Did he say no to us before? Nope. Well, he's coming in. He's absolutely coming in. That is just a no-brainer. Oh, £1 a week for 8 years. It's your next TikTok. Maybe so, yeah. Right, this guy's kind of a weird one, right? I've been scouting him for bloody ages, and he's still minimal. I want to know more about you, Leandro, but you just have no one knows anything. Arta, Etienne we already know about. Joaquin Soto we already know about. Let me just check this bit first. What I did was I sent a load of them around repeatedly so that you guys can have a look at them. Fuck me. Scout fully. That doesn't make any difference. Oh, next year it's in Wembley. Best guy ever. Just sign everyone. Yeah, you can't go wrong. One of them will be good, right? Those two can go. Mikolic was a bit meh in the end. Okay. What about PSG? They're going to need him because they'll have no players left. Hicham Tazi. just ignoring this for a second. Bro is packing Atara boots. I like him. He is a proper attribute baller. Presumably he's developed really fast because he's been playing a lot of football for Raja Casablanca. What are we saying, Hicham? We could have a Moroccan. Hey, he's a proper attribute merchant. Now, he would be a slightly more expensive attribute merchant, but... he's a lone farm star that could actually do a jobby for us. And let's be honest. You know, we'd have to pay for him now. They want 8 points. We might as well pay for him now, honestly. Keep the FFP going. We'll get rid of that. That's a bit much, lads. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm feeling generous today since we saved all that money on the American chappie. Could do a job. Yeah, it doesn't sound the best, does it? But we move. Oh, shit. I meant to check what team he played for. Champagne was £1. Good lord. How many players is it? That's still £48 million worth of players. But you know what? We've got 107 million in the bank. Sorry, no, not in the bank. We have 107 million in transfer budget. It was these guys here. Chabab Mohamedia, who actually have lots of players. Oh, look at your boy. Look at your boy. He's so prepared, chat. NC Jake, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, they poached him. He must be. What about you? Misigian?
Oh, this isn't where I park
good.
my car.
Model citizen. Don't mind a bit of that, but a bit expensive for someone who's, he says, having just dropped a similar amount of money on another guy. Benford, thank you for the follow. Not sure I'm asked about him. Lenny Dillon is a cool name. Poach. If only I could. I don't know if... Honestly, I don't know if he's worth it yet. I feel like we can get him cheaper than that at some point. Tommy Hill, thank you for the follow. Lenny Dillon. Bit mid. Good mentals, actually. Henri Gay. Well, there's a few Son Etienne players in here who when I first scouted them, they looked a bit better than that. He's not bad, but not compared to what we've just been looking at. Simon Fischer, who looks okay as well. To do club scouting, I would never suggest like specific sites because it depends on who's producing players in your save. Because if I said to you, hey, ASIC Mimosas is a good club, you might go there and they might not have any players in their squad because of database things, right? So that's why I always suggest look at the national team squads, look who are producing players in the under-19 squads, then you'll know that they've got youth players, and then just go from there. That's how I set up this in the first place. This guy's... he's actually quite decent. I just don't like the fickle. Not sure how much... I don't know. Does the fickle matter? I'm not sure. This was another PSG guy, actually. But he's like the worst player in the... average worst player in PSG's youth intake. Still ridiculous. Then there's Yuri. He's a perfectionist. Is this Gonzalo report? No. Okay, I kind of want Gonzalo to give me the once over on this dude. I don't want to overspend, of course, but we also need to make sure that we spend some of this money during this season as well. But... Dutch tax can be really tough. There's that guy at Herenveen who's like £60 million. It's ridiculous. Or just the bigger sides. Like I said, I scout the... So what we do, how I set this up was I went into, say, Denmark. I go to their under-19 squad because that's usually one of the squads that's filled. I look at which teams have players in these squads. And especially because you can actually scout their youth teams from these screens. Just go through. Do it like that. Ranas. You'll see almost all of these will have them sorted. Weiler. Oh, Violet actually don't. Interesting. All right, we can add Violet to the list while we're here then. That's how I find the teams. Because that way you're guaranteeing that they have players in them. And it will work no matter what database you're doing, basically. Alex Lowry, Rangers. I suspect that 18 seasons in, unless he's like 2, he might be a manager. Or he might... Could I just assume in Alesh Lovrich? It's nearly the same. All squads for each team. No. Generally speaking, I would avoid B teams. Because sometimes they do have players in. Most of the time they don't. So it's a balancing act. Especially South African clubs. There's 4 teams at most. Most South African teams have 4 different squads. Do the first team and the lower team, but not the 2 middle ones. They're almost always empty. Unless you've got South Africa switched on. Hey, Scott. Yeah, B teams never really give much. I learned my lesson, basically. But yeah, I have a whole video about the team report scouting. It's been my favourite type of scouting this year. Right, so he wants that. He wants that. Low move. Don't know how much I like that idea. Particularly he's going to want, like, moon money. Fuck. I think with someone like Manier, or Manier, we're going to have to just try to get rid of these, but not... We won't be able to get any, like, extension clauses into him because... Fuck. Because I know he's going to get caps. I think what I might do is bump up his base wage a bit to try and get rid of them. Fuck, he's not having it at all, is it? Luckily, his agent is extremely patient. Yeah, bro, I'm not giving you 90 grand a week. I'll give you £40,000 a week here, but I'm not giving you those extension clauses. Right, there we go. For us, that's a much better deal because I feel like he will get games. So Tex-Mex, Terra Nova, and Giddy are pretty much funding this right now. The sale of all three of them. 2-1. Oh, of course, yeah, but like I want the 3-year boat if I can get it. Now Fuba's going to be very tough because he's already got 4 caps for the US. Although he has less he probably won't require such a huge wage bump too. Although he does want massive yearly wage rises. And if you're about to say, hey, just remove and exclude, if I do that at this point, it will just go red. We'll do Sosa as well. I still try to get affiliates, but the ball actually got rid of 2 of our affiliates during the last stream, which was great fun. So him, we can get that. Get rid of these. So it's 6.5, which means we can offer him like 7. That. Whack one of those in there. Whack one of these in here. 7-year deal. Boom. And then the last one. No, you're not having him back on loan. Oh, no, it was Tazzy as well. Shit. Fuba is a pretty good name. I'm liking Fuba. And then we want Tazzy. He shouldn't want as much, right? Yeah, 9 grand. 4-year contract. He's going to be a Moroccan international. In fact, I'm surprised he's not already. In fact, he might already be. Oh, he's got 7 caps. Shit. Oh my god, he went for that. Bro, what? Alright. I'll give you 12 grand a week for 7 years. I can't believe bro actually went for that deal. Surprising. Yeah, cheers, Hitcham. Great job. Okay, that is some mad signings we've just made. I can't believe we've actually just signed or are about to sign 3 guys from Paris Saint-Germain out of their youth intakes. All of whom are 18. Please tell me they'll be homegrown. Yep, homegrown. Manier will be homegrown. Fuba will be homegrown. Etienne will be homegrown. All 3 of those guys are going to count as homegrown Hungarian because they're all going to join us before they turn 19. Ho, ho! The French Revolution, Chateau! Get your guillotines out! Sorry for the American Javi here. Oh, this is good news. That's just a really nice piece of business in general. It's... Yeah. Agents with no patience are just kind of like... You have to always... They basically walk into the room with a loaded gun and point it at you and say, here's my demands. Put all the money in a bag, basically. That's what seems to happen. They are going to be first teamers, I suspect. Yes. Maybe a loan for like 1 season to start with, but they're all future first team guys. It's exciting times. I think that's what we need to sort of maintain our dominance and go to the next level is players like that. Oh, we've got 3 recommendations now. Wow. Oh, Ashley Phillips. Like I said, it's... Again, with us being 18 seasons into the save, the chances of... Oh, wow, no, fair enough. You're right. He is actually playing. 34 years old, but he is actually still playing. No England cap, sadly. But he did play 551 games for Blackburn in the league as well, which means it might not even be as much. He could be in there. Hang on, I want to see their best 11 if we can. Ah, shit. I was trying to see if we could see how many games he's played in all comps. 500 games for John Dale Thomason's Blackburn, who's still managing. Wait, still managing them. Wait. Yeah. That's a lot of games man has racked up for Blackburn. And then just randomly decided, you know what, I want to be at Wolves. Right at the very end of his career. For £2 million. Although he did play in the Premier League for Blackburn on multiple occasions. Just stayed with them when they got relegated. Had a nice little... Well, they played 3 seasons of Premier League football. It does appear that each time they came up, they were immediately sent packing back down the leagues. Well, I feel like we had the money to... Normally, I wouldn't even think about taking on PSG as far as like signing their players, but we had so much cash. I felt that this was the one chance we might have to leverage some of that to get some genuine worldies. And I think we've managed to achieve that. I think all 3 of those guys. And think about it like this as well. It's going to weaken PSG because they're not going to be able to bring those players through now. Because we've got them. Oh, That's really nice. It reminds me of when we went a bit mad and signed those players off, guy off City, Trubovic on the last save. Admittedly, he cost like 40 million, but I mean, in a way, our revenge to PSG is selling them back to them one day for like 100 million. It just felt like we needed some more youngsters that were coming through that were like 18, 19 that felt first team ready to really give this team that. Because obviously a lot of our squad is aging out a little bit now, and I felt like we needed to have, you know, some guys that could really step in and do the business for us. We're not doing that. I might start Sem for this one, actually. Give him a chance. Yeah, this is the season after the loss, so we're right into the Champions League business now. Trubovic did end up fucking us an FFP, but the reason that happened is because we'd waited too long to spend the money, which is why I was keen to spend the money. Yeah, we'll sell him back to them while we're still paying for him. So the reason we got in trouble with FFP is because we got the money one season and then it was all in the bank and then we spent it the next season, which means that because FFP is done over a 3-year period, the money coming in was off the balance sheet, but the money going out was still on the balance sheet, which is why when you get that kind of money, you have to spend it fast. Otherwise, you'll get fucked on FFP. It's stupid, but that's how it works. Or it's certainly how it works in FM. So that's why I felt that if we were going to make these big signings, we had to do it this year while that money is still fresh in the bank account, right? Plus, think of the recap. Think of the recap video, chat. We signed the whole of PSG's youth team. Because we basically have, like, I think there was 5 guys I identified in their youth team, and we're signing 3 of them. And the other 2 were pretty solid as well, but one of them was overpriced. Bloody hell. We've hit the ground running this year. My God, and Pushkas are genuinely awful. Oh, that was the big sale. There was one big sale in Hungary, and it was a Pushkas player. They sold a guy to no, not Udinese. This guy here, to Benfica. Walid Medjahed for 20 million. So Pushkas have got money again, but they also are now missing their best player. So, you know, it's give and take. But that's probably not going to help them this season, considering they lost Fabrizio as well. They still only have 6 million in the bank. They sold a player for 20 million, and they still only have 6 million in the bank. What are these tycoons up to? Oh, yeah, we made 70 million on Tex-Mex, 60 million on Giddy, 35 on Terra Nova. Hence why we're able to spend this money right now. Technically, PSG, in a way, they are. Basically, we're buying these players from PSG with the money that PSG are going to pay us to bring them back in 5 years' time. We're playing with house money, chat. Makwango has gone to Man United for 36 million. That saddens me because Debrecen... God, if only he'd just gone straight to Man United from Debrecen. To Shakuri. I mean, that's surprising. It's been going well. Well, I say going well. Actually, we lost both finals last year, JCM, but it's going well, sort of, with all the signings we're making. How are you, friend? How's the new job? Game is preventing us from recruit. That's another thing, yes. I felt like with Treaty, we almost had to kind of keep the squad together because it was so hard to recruit people, whereas now it feels like we can actually recruit pretty much at will. And I feel like we're actually getting more and more money in the bank each year, which is nice. That and the sponsorship income has helped because we've actually... There we go. We're getting Maurice Manier. Or Manier? Manier. I like them both. So that's... And they've got great names too. All 3 of them. Arta Etienne, Maurice Manier, and Mr. Fuba. Whose name I forgot. And can't forget Jose Francisco Sousa. A bargain in there as well. Edu Fuba. That's the chap. The American international. I mean, he's probably the great... Where was he born? Chicago. He's from Chicago. Love to see it. Eduardo Souza... His name is Eduardo Souza Drummond. Drummond! Eduardo Souza Drummond. And he's sort of shortened it to Edu Fuba. Like that. Chicago representative, apparently, yeah. Yeah, he came from PSG. Oh, the Chicago Magic. You're right, they poached him off of... How the fuck did PSG poach him off Chicago Magic? Are they an affiliate side? They are? He came through that. This bloke came through this team. Oh, it's Magic PSG, you're right, yeah. Fair one. Cool badge as well. He is just a full-on Brazilian in disguise, agreed. Oh, by the way, Dick has a hip injury. Chat. He's out for 3 months for the hip injury. I had no idea they're associated with PSG. Ooh, Pushkas, anyone in the... Even their account... I mean, actually, to be fair, they're about the same as ours, really, if you think about it. The best we get most years is that, too. Right, a bit of those. How's Cock? Cock's doing well. He's still banging in goals. He may well have been using it a little bit too much, yes. No, I didn't know they were associated with him either. Yeah, I always like to look at the other Hungarian youth intakes as well while we're here, just because you never know. Cock is still banging. He do be banging. How did you manage to pay over 8 years? We just used installments, but we used... it's actually 8.5 years, I think. Or is it 9.5? It's a long year. So it's 3 years in 12 months installments. Then it's 5 6-month installments, followed by 6 6-month installments. Over the time. No. It'd be cool if there was like a past positions thing, like a graph that you could see that placed the coefficients, but sadly not. Believe me, if that existed, I would have been able to show them the thing about Braga earlier much easier. Any tasty signings? Yes. But most of them haven't joined us yet, honestly. There was just a few sort of freebies and stuff here, like Bakary Diop and whatnot. But what's really more exciting is the guys we're bringing in from PSG currently, with Maurice Manier joining us. He's ridiculous. We've got Edu Fuba. He's ridiculous. We've got Arta Etienne. He is also ridiculous. So that's where the main stonks have been spent. Spanish teams produced 100 5-star regions in the last intakes. Holy shit. That's mad. What club are you managing currently? Yeah, so it's 3x12, 6x6, and then 5x6. That seems to be the efficient... That gives you the highest amount of time, essentially. That's kind of cool. This guy here, Israel... He's called Israel, and he's Israeli. Yeah, Heska, I know it's really common name in Israel, but still. He's half Israel, half Hong Konger, which is kind of cool. Fluent in Cantonese. Well, not fluent, but good Cantonese as well. Yeah, no, we can take players from PSG now. That's how we are big dogs. We're the biggest doggo right now. Okay, so this is rotation, isn't it? Because we've got Porto in 4 days. So, pick use prospects. Carpenter Milovanovic, perfecto. Not Velasquez. Ooh, fuck, we're a little bit light in the central midfielders these days, aren't we? Again. You know what, with someone like Porto, it's probably not so bad. I don't really want Patrice starting this one. Damn. Oh, hang on, wait, that's what it is, I think. It's because I've got these teams turned on. Try that again. There we go, Elshik can come in. That's more like it. Diakite, Lekue, Romero. Probably can start, actually. It will be useful, exactly. Yeah, I find that you often see like Lebanese players, or at least half Lebanese players in the Brazilian leagues. Right, that team will have to do for this one. Although I'd rather have Sarsenadis play there, because Elshik's more of a creative player. Hi to JCM in the VOD. Let's go. The last time we rested players, we did actually draw the game against Kizvada, and I think we could lose this one, potentially. Oh, you're doing Czechia. How's that going? Which team did you pick? Had intakes like that. That's bizarre. Which season is it? I think we might lose. Oh, wow. Blazjurin does score twice against us, which is nice to see him scoring goals. Sem does get a goal. Elshik gets a goal as well, and so does Limoero. As Girmot get a win over Kekschmidt. Wow, they've started quite well. Unlike Zuri, who are usually the whipping boys, and nothing has really changed there. Another hat-trick for Zivkovic. Bro is actually popping off. What? Haris Zivkovic has 14 league goals in his first 6 matches for Halalash this season. Bear in mind, the top scorer in the top flight last season had 20, and it was him, with a few other guys. He's only 6 away from the record of last year already. My God. Zivkovic is just becoming more and more unplayable. He's nearly 5-star now. He has had 15 goals in 11 matches this season already. Fuck. That's outrageous. Philip Hazy, thank you for the follow. Season record. I think the season record is 40. How many hat-tricks? I don't know. Can you see other players' form start? I don't think you can see it, can you? Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, so let me just highlight purely the OTB Bank League. So, didn't score against Pushkas. Got 2 against Vashash. 2 against Molfehevar. 4 goals against Uipest. 3 against Yuri. 3 against Debrecen. He scored hat-tricks in 3 straight games. No one's in the Champions League with us. They're all in the lower competitions this year, which is amazing. Loan this man out. Yeah, we had to. He wouldn't be doing this for us. There'd be no point. This is what, like, people always get, like, not uppity, but, like, surprised about the fact that these players are out on loan. It's like, yeah, because if he was with us, he wouldn't be doing that, because he'd be behind other players. Whereas, out on loan at Halalash, he gets to do this and help them in Europe. Like, that's the beauty of the loan farm. They would not have access to players like this without us doing it like that. That's outrageous. Okay, pretty good. Okay, cool. 12 from 90. That's pretty solid, actually. It's nice when the club sort of does it by itself, too. Yeah. Uppity for surprise. Well, it's... No, I actually have had people act a little bit sort of like, not incredulous, but like genuinely a bit like, well, why would you want to loan a player like that out? It's like, yeah, you don't understand the concept then, do you? But so that's why I had to distinguish it between the two. I mean, they probably won't just because we are better than them, but you never know. For all we know, the games we have against Haladash this season could end up coinciding with games where we have to rest players. You know? Just making sure none of these guys... Let's also not forget, we actually have the Golden Boy winner as well, still knocking about. Just all these players. Tazi's in as well. Oh, this is going well. I think Zivkovic is about to pop off this year. I mean, not that he hasn't already, but he could be popping off on a different level. That's the hope, anyway. I suspect we could see maybe like a 40-goal season out of him, which would be surprising. Someone asked what the record was for top goal scorers in this league. I actually don't remember. I think it's one of our guys, though. It was actually still Josef Ehring. There you go. In 2028. It's nice that he's still remembered as a bit of a legacy there. 37 goals. I think he can take them deep. They already won away at Leeds United. I mean, that's a big statement for them. Yeah, 37 for Ehring there. Look at that, Adam Armstrong. Look at 18 goals. 17 goals was top scorer 2 seasons ago. He's already 3 goals away from that after 6 matches. That is insane. Haladash, yes, they're in the Europa League. In their first match, they beat Leeds United at Ellen Road 2-0. Yeah, Adam Armstrong went to Vasas on a free. Oh, that's not even the weird thing. Let's not forget, Hakim Ziyech played for Budapest Honvéd in the 2nd division of this save when he was like 30. Ehring is at Lille still, I think. Yep. Who's won in Europe so far? Everyone. We won against Man United, and both Haladash and Kisvada won away from home in the Europa League against Fenerbahce and Leeds, respectively. So, yeah. Obviously, there was no Conference League games in the first week, so all is looking good. He's exploring his options? No, surely not. Yes, these are massive coefficient stat pad seasons. We got 2 of them back-to-back as well, because we're going to be 5th next year no matter what we do as well, which means we're now in a position to really make inroads into them, considering how close we are to them already. We have a massive opportunity this year to go and clap out a 20-point season, potentially, if everything goes to plan. Because all the clubs are in the leagues that we want them to be in. It's perfect. We're set up for the perfect season. And we also turned around a deficit against Manchester United. Like, we're starting to get results now against those teams a little bit more. Obviously, we lost the final, which obviously sucks, but we're looking a lot more reasonable. Navonis still minimal, lol. If any, we sold loads. We sold, how many was the actual number of, the transfer outs was 188 million, to give you an idea, including Tex-Mex, Giddy, Terranova, and Celios, and Mihala. Those are the big ones, accounting for the majority of that 190 million pounds, which we're at the moment desperately trying to spend a lot of our cash to get it right off on FFP as well, while we're at it. Oh, it's good. Right. These guys, there's a lot more PSG dudes in here, isn't there? Oh, there's another dude here? I'm not going to sign another one. There's so many more. There's Florent Dumont. Capable goalkeeper. Driven. I mean, honestly, if we hadn't spent the other ones, I'd have been tempted. But I've got to draw the line somewhere. These guys are crap. You're PSG and overpriced. You're a D. Bordeaux dude. Okay. 48 million for that dude. That's a lot. How much were those guys going to cost us now? Is that like set in? So it's 48 million rising to 84 million. Yeah, capable is like the least I would expect. Oh, I was very busy. We just knew that we needed to get some players off the bill to sort the finances out and just keep us looking good, basically. Well, that and the fact they're at PSG as well, right? Nigerian national team. Okay. with Tex-Mex, he simply wasn't playing as much. And we felt that this was the right time to let him go because he was older than the guy that was keeping him out of the team. And I felt that it was probably the best chance we'd ever have to get like 70 million for him, which is what we did. So this is the Nigeria squad currently. Why is my thingy gone so... I can't see the bloody... Any fun names? So we got... just... Christian Ambrose. Wow, what an incredibly normal sounding name. Plays for Cisco Moscow as well. Amos Ocon. Clement Ofor. Felix Yakubu. You love a Yakubu, surely. Ali Stephen. Bright Godwin. Okay, we've got to dip down a bit deeper, surely, to find the amazing names in here. Stanley Obi. Obina Ali. Okay. Kelvin Sampson. Baba Yahya. Yahya is a cool name. I'll be honest, Nigeria's let me down on the names today. Aziz Prince is a cool name. Kingsley Agu, I don't mind. Bit of that. Innocent Arimu. Was there a Justice in there too? Did I miss Justice? Most goals wins. I mean, that's just any game, isn't it, really? that's most football matches. Just, you know, if you score more goals, you win. Oh, was he at the top? Okay. Right, Porto. We've got another goal for Zivkovic in the cup there. Austin David does sound like a NASCAR driver. You're right, he does. But it'd be Austin David Jr., obviously. Standard. Ooh. Hello. Look at the ability on Barak Biton. Oh, yes, please. Barak Biton. That's really high current ability to have at 18. Don't mind me a bit of that. Very strange. God, imagine if he was 5-star potential as well. Recruitment focused update. Wow. Can't wait to see what they bring me. No longer concerned about being loaned out. Oh, it's because I played him in a few matches. Justice Fingers. Oh. Wait, what am I doing? No, I don't want to do that right now. Yay, go on, Joao. You'll be actually good at your job in a few years. Things you'll love to see. Oh, Nicholas Bentner failed his coaching course again, of course. Not that I really needed to tell you that, right? You already knew. So I absolutely demolished a 12-inch stuffed crust pizza last night. I didn't regret it for a fucking second. Oh. Oh, Fiorentina, maybe. There's a couple of guys. Stefano Sergio. No, yeah, Sergio and Giorgio Venturi. That is such an Italian name. I love it. Broke him out the womb like this. Love it. Perfect. Right, what we got? Oh, no, that's not us, is it? Okay, full strength team back in. Home to Porto. Should be a win. Yamin and Velasquez. Ah, they got it right this time. Right. No, we want Monty instead of LMS for now. Darla to right back. Sogos to left back. Perfect. Dutty. No. It was a Goodfellas one from Tesco's. Yeah, Nicholas Bentner he's been on the coaching staff for 14 years and he's never once managed to get his coaching badges. He fails it every single time. Oh, I think it's not so much hard-coded. It's just that he has the personality and attributes that are hidden that make it almost impossible for him to progress, essentially. His coaching attributes are pretty solid, yeah. I say that as I actually can't remember. It's been such a long time since we looked at him. Yeah, that'll do. Right. Sick. Let's go take them on. Anyone surprising in there? Ian Robinson's in there. So expect that to come back and bite us. That is what you expect from me. It's just one of those days. What it was basically is I was doing that podcast last night at 7, and normally Pog and I eat a bit later than that, or around that sort of time. So we decided to eat a little bit earlier. I was like, oh, we just need something that could just bung in the oven and do quick. So I did that, and Pog had this Chinese thing. Good. Crack that out. Watch Person of Interest. All good. Gonna make some chef pasta later. Speaking of chef, I was looking at movie posters for chef because I want to get one, and I noticed that the Spanish version of the movie poster is the most unbelievably ridiculous Photoshop job you've ever seen. It is outrageous levels of, like, graphic design is my passion. I'm not sure which market it was for. I know it was in Spanish, so I'm potentially thinking South American market, but my God, it was gopping. Every single person had clearly been Photoshopped. It was hilarious. Let me see. All right, let's quickly check Bentner now. Hang on, I'll have to find it. There he is. Nicholas Bentner. See what I mean? He's actually okay. Just has no discipline levels, right? Douchebag stream. Hey, that's me. Thank you very much for the follow. Let me find it. Because I was looking for a place to buy one, but then I noticed there's a website that has, like, you know, databases of movie posters and whatnot, right? Yeah, except the problem is now I can't seem to find it. Oh, where is it? Ah, yep, this one. Like, what in the graphic design is my passion is going on here? Like, what? Do you see what I mean? Like, what's with the faces? Look at Robert. That's Robert Downey Jr., chat. That there is Robert Downey Jr. Like, what have they done to it? Their heads, great movie. Literally my favourite film, unironically. But what is going on here? It's outright. Like, the actual original poster as well is ridiculously nice as well, which just makes it worse. No, it's legitimately the poster for it. Well, not obviously in the like, that's a really good poster too. Yeah, also, I love that Scarlett Johansson's there. She's barely in the film. It's not great, is it? But it is a great film, and I would highly recommend it to anyone because it's just the best fucking film. Unironically love that film so much. Watch it at least twice a year, probably. Also, John Favreau's head, massive there. It's just so feel good. Every time you think something's like, oh, and then it's like, it's just, the best. And the food porn in it is outrageous. It's so good. Oh, a full team of regens finally with Christian Ruiz in there too. Didn't notice him. What a sandwich. Yeah, no, you want a Cubanos. That's what you want. Can't go wrong with that. Exactly. Also, the scene where he makes Scarlett Johansson that pasta. Also, the pasta that he makes is amazing. Pog and I are literally making it tonight. Film about. So basically, the plot of the film is it's about Jon Favreau, who is a chef at a restaurant in LA, who is unhappy with his boss because he doesn't feel like he's able to, like, be creatively free to do what he wants. And so basically, eventually, he has this massive meltdown with a food critic, and he buys a food truck with help from his ex-wife's ex-husband, hilariously. And then basically the main point of the story is him traveling across the US with his son. We're getting a red card in 7 minutes. Basically experiencing all these things. And it's just fantastically good. And yeah, we're getting a red card after 7 minutes because Brandon Silva has two-footed someone. So reasoning, not a clue. I have zero idea why that's just happened. Cool. It wasn't Velasquez, no. Right. Plan being, basically, we'll persist as is because we're a strong side. If we get in front, I'd potentially switch to a version of the Fortress just with 1 AM instead of 2. But with a red card that early, I would expect us to lose this, sadly. It's such a long time for us to try to hold on and actually still play well, and I just don't know if we've got it in us. Maybe. Biggest thing, Peter, is we've signed 3 players from PSG's youth academy. One of which we're going to be paying for 9 years. Castillo. Oh, Castillo on the side. Bobby Tree. Oh, hang on. Milovanovic. He's got a chance to prove himself now in the Champions League. The biggest stage. How has that ended up? Oh, it hit Janishevic. Oh. Okay, strong start from us, surprisingly, after all of that. And Robinson's injured. An early change for Porto. I think we might have just settled for a draw here, potentially. But we're playing okay still. Just without that extra... That AM is so important in the way that we play. Although we're still creating chances, it seems. Even without him. We're just not actually seeing them. Honestly, I think we just keep doing what we're doing. We're clearly doing okay. Playing well. Now, I think they might change something to go more aggressive in the second half. Given that we've got 10 men, it would be weird if they didn't, right? I just hope we don't, like, lose their first proper chance of the game. That would suck. Right, Darla should be the favourite for this, and he is. And he fires it back to Gacic.
Cooper, do not hate me.
Nacho Alonso, thank you for the follow. That's a... plays like that's going to cost us. And... hey, look, it's their first chance of the game. Good to see we've played this game before then. Good. Good. First shot on target of the match. It's actually not a bad idea, that pass. It's just a bit ill thought out. It's a great pass through from Ruiz. And what a finish from Fernando. Bang. Yes. Very nice when that happens. We are down to 10, but it's like, Christ, really? We're actually playing well even with 10, and we still went and conceded a goal like that. Yeah, I think it was 4 games last season in the Champions League where the only goals we conceded were our opponent's only shots on target. Darla's through. Right. We've got a lot to dig this out here. Oh, okay, getting cheeky. Milovanovic. Oh, as if, man. How have we not scored there? What a chance that was for both Milovanovic, who should have shot, and then Bobby on the second one as well. We're going to end up with, like, I don't know, 2.8 XG in this match and, like, lose 1-0. That's my prediction. To their only shot on target or something. We're going to have to keep going for it, though. We've got no choice. Bobby's sort of almost sitting into the midfield as it is because he likes to come deep and get that ball anyway. But we just got that one less player around and it just makes a huge difference. Particularly on the counter-attack here. There's no one to link the play up as easily. I actually have an idea. As good as Sogos is doing, Romero just seems to make these runs. And I think he could actually be very useful in this game to push them back a little bit. I think we need his energy down that left-hand side to carry us through this game and actually create an overload down there. And I think he might be able to be what we need here, potentially. It's just a theory, but I've seen him do it a few times now, and I like what I've seen. Okay, this is looking good from us, though. Darla. Got a lot of bodies forward. There's actually a bit of space for Yamin, finally. Here we go. Sogos is about to provide an assist now, isn't he? Wait, is that going to count? No, it's offside. Oh. God damn. I think Milovanovic was definitely off there. That's a shame. I think he gets too deep. It's a shame. He almost didn't have to be either. Yeah, he's miles offside. He almost, yeah. I think maybe he wasn't expecting Sogos to hit the ball in early there, potentially. Right, we'll give Romero a run out now, see what he can come up with. Bobby Tree's actually had a really poor day, apparently. I'm not sure why. Why does it keep doing that? I'm going to go Van Dam. And Castillo's been poor as well, which means I think probably Carpenter, honestly. Montiel struggled too. I think he was possibly at fault with it. Yeah, the XG with 10 men, but it doesn't matter if you don't score, does it? Yeah, it's just how it is. We've actually played, considering we got a red card after 7 minutes, we've been vastly the better side and probably should be like 3-1 up in this game as well, but that's FM, isn't it? Still plenty of time. I think if we could just pull out a draw here, I would even take that. Losing to Porto at home in this kind of game would be really sucky, but, you know, if you're going to get a bit of bad luck, let it be in a random match against Porto and not one that really matters later in the tournament, right? Because I feel like we're still going to be good enough for top 8 no matter what, probably, unless we have some real bad luck. Van Dam, bit of space for him, actually. Got no support in the middle, though, being the biggest problem. Darla, into the box he comes, slips it through. Van Dam, oh, pull it back. Oh, he's going to go for it, isn't he? Oh my god, what a save. Good lord, this goalkeeper's having a lovely time of it. This is very disappointing. What was it I said? 2.8 XG and lose 1-0. Because it is looking mighty close to being the case. Ah, dear. Into the box he goes. Is that what it said? Oh, let me guess. 2-0 maybe. I'm waiting for 2-0 now. Great block. What a block. Ah, dear. Well, we're not winning the game. We're not getting a draw. However good their keeper is, he ain't as good as our keeper, let's be honest. Who is their goalkeeper, actually? Now they're going to waste time as well. I can't believe we're actually going to lose this game. I can believe it because we had the red card, but we've played well. Like, we've absolutely battered them since getting the red card. Oh, nice. Right, Romero on the break. And Van Dam has at least got the ball. And we are going to get a highlight out of this at least, but he's got to hold this up, and there's just no support there. Romero weirdly hasn't made the runs I was hoping for. Whoa. Right, now he's moving forward. Oh, really? That was the highlight. Nothing was the highlight. To be fair, we can't really expect to win that one. We did only have 22 shots, 12 on target. Yeah. Goalkeeper man of the match, as is always the case. Concede their first shot on target. Usual sort of stuff. He's a good keeper, to be fair. Good one-on-ones, good reflexes, good area reach. Not as good as ours, but he's a solid keeper. In fact, he's Uruguayan international goalkeeper. He's a bit more than solid. He's very good. Standard. Yeah. I mean, we can't expect to win every game, but it is just like, it would be nice if we could just like sometimes have it going up. Just sometimes it would be cool if we could have it go in our favour. Just occasionally. That would be lovely. Well, that was shit. Oh, well, we move. We better win the rest of them now. Luckily,
Oh, this isn't where I parked
the
my
only
car.
other like really tough game for me that we've got left is Liverpool away. And I would have kind of gone into that expecting us like, oh, we could maybe grab a defeat there and it wouldn't matter so much. But now that we've got this one, we almost have to kind of go there and win. The Dove, thank you very much for the follow. That is still very disappointing, though. Because what it also does is it's cost us coefficient points now. That's a game we should have won. Really had no reason not to win it. I don't know why Brandon Silva, of all people, is getting red carded. What's his aggression? I'm curious now. 11. Yes. To be fair, he does have a competitive streak, which means he has high dirtiness. So, in theory, that does actually track. But why he do that 7 minutes into a game we're massively favourite to win, I don't know. Okay. Oh, bets on 3. 3 what? 2 tackling isn't great. Yeah, but it's because he's a winger, to be fair, right? I didn't claim a referee conspiracy. I love that when you appeal a ban, it says that you're claiming a conspiracy. Oh, 3. Yeah, on the aggressiveness, yeah. Nah, it's fairly high. It's not fairly high. His aggressiveness is not that high. It's kind of mid, but it's that dirtiness, which is clearly the thing. I've never had a ban overturned. No. I don't think. Not that I remember, anyway. This is FM, exactly. So, next up, hopefully we can bail ourselves out here. Kishvada at home against Stade Rennais. That's a tough one for them, but you never know. And then Haladash at home to Dinamo Zagreb. Not easy games, but I feel like they should still be doing something there. Ferencváros away at Utrecht. That's tough for them. That's the toughest game they have. And Újpest are away at Aberdeen. Watch all 4 of them lose. Did not have grounds. I mean, to be fair, we didn't. It was an absolutely shocking tackle. He really did let the intrusive thoughts win, yeah. Right. Ooh, Lazio under 18. Ooh, okay. Ooh, okay. Some cool names here. For a start. Elea Grillo, but also this guy. Leonardo Di Pasquale. Love that. Yeah, I wasn't speeding. There's a speed camera conspiracy. They're out to get me. Just because you're paranoid, chat, doesn't mean they're not out to get you. Said Luba Mihov in his press conference. Okay, please, 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 please. 1-1 there is fine. 0-0 there. Disappointment? A little bit. But could have been worse. They lost this game last season, so we'll take that. This one is a bit more concerning. 2-0 win, beautiful scenes. 3-0 win, beautiful scenes. Újpest and Ferencváros looking tasty. 3-0 win at Aberdeen and a 2-0 win for Ferencváros away at Utrecht. That was the toughest game that both of them will have to play, was Utrecht away. And they've got through it with a win. So they both win their opening matches. As for the Europa League, Kishvara is sitting 4th, Haladash is sitting 7th. I reckon they're both good enough to challenge for top 8. That is nice. As for the coefficients, it's just annoying that we've let them down this time. Where are we on the year? 5.7. We're very nearly tracking for the highest points on the entire year at the moment. That's how well we're doing. As things stand, we're still off the pace of the others at the moment, but we've got more to come. Like, we get 0.4 for every win. There's a good chance that we could be sat in a monumentally good position after the group stages, provided we play our cards right. My biggest concern was, what a name. Credence Zavarucha, who's Brazilian. I was not expecting Brazilian out of this. Credence. And in fairness, if he was ever, say, swimming off the coast of Florida and got into a bit of trouble and had to be sort of resuscitated by a lifeguard, we would have a true Credence Clearwater revival. So, we move. How long do you think we're going to get? You knew where this was going. I kind of sort of telegraphed it a little bit. Sort of opened up my body to slot it in the bottom corner and the keeper knew where it was going. Sincere Flamingo is a bloody amazing name. You love to see it. Tenuous. Tenuous is my favourite type. You should see some of the lines I've got set up for the Angolan video. There's a tenuous connection in there, like nobody's business. I think we can get second in the coefficients. I see a bad joke rising. Exactly. The keeper knew where I was going, fanned it out, opened my body. Keeper still couldn't get there. Such was the precision of the shot. Like a laser blast into the bottom corner. Or whatever. Milan. Oh, go on. Mattia Manor is a fun name. Don't mind a bit of that. Sorted. Thank you for your son, and I won't. Wow, Jory picked up a win. Pamal Fervar. They're a bit of a basket case of a club, honestly. It's bizarre. Right, yeah, he's acknowledged it. I bet he bloody has. But so far, so good, because we've got now Vashash, which we'll see him obviously get international break in a minute. 311 million in the bank. We're doing all right. We are doing okay. Didn't Leeds United just get bought for less than that? By, is it the 49ers group that's buying these? I don't know if it's actually gone through yet. I heard it was like 200 and something million. But take that with a pinch of salt, because it's just what I saw on TikTok. Who did I sell? Most of the money came from Tex-Mex, Giddy, and Terra Nova. Oh, Stephen Solis has made a big money move to Sharjah for £5 million. Okay, there. Isn't official. Ah, fair one. I guess, I mean, hey, if you're going to buy a team, doing it after they're relegated is probably going to get you a decent price cut on that one, right? Running Building Nation in a save like that. Hang on, sorry. Any downside to running Build a Nation in a save like that? I'm not sure I understand the question. When you say a downside, what would you mean as, like, what would be an example of a downside? Oh, hi, Roma. Hot damn. Paolo Petrini, Lorenzo Marcini, Gabriele Foresta. Oh, Foresta. Yes. I bet he's got big hair. Fuck's sake. There's transfer offers. Maybe. But it's like, okay, this is often the one thing that I get about it. And I understand that. And it's like, okay, fair enough. Totally get it. Which would you prefer? Transfer offers occasionally for your players from a club that's a bit less expected, or the game to run really fast and you to have access to loads of regions? It's a balancing act. It really is a case of which would you prefer to have, really. We still get plenty of offers for our players. We've had no trouble selling players. I sold £200 million worth this window alone. What I would say is I'm working on a system that might allow us to get the best of both worlds, potentially. Which is using view-only leagues in combination with it, where we keep the speed and might get a bit more transfer activity, but I haven't had a chance really yet to test that. But that's something I'm definitely looking into, because that could be the final, like, piece of the puzzle to really take that to the next level. Oh yeah, believe me, you will not stop getting big offers from the big clubs. The only reason we've got less offers lately is because now we're one of them, so they feel like, weirdly, the offers we get from the other clubs are actually lower now than they were 5 years ago, which is weird. I was getting close to like 200 million. Hannibal Tanner intensifies. Yes, I go by Matty Cyrus now. A bit of that. Nope. Stop doing that. We talked about this, guys. There's no need for it. I love how we've got so many red things on the statistics. What's this? Unset your players. Yeah, true. It does feel like that, and it does work. We've got to remember that we can play silver in the next,
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire
like,
contracted syphilis
resting
2
game.
blocks from
Nathan Bushell, thank you very much for the follow. Good thing to follow. The thing that it really does is it just allows you to get lots of players. It allows you to find lots of regions and do lots of scouting. And if you're like me and enjoy that part of the game more than anything else, really, then it's really good to have. But I am going to do some tests. Oh, there you go. Zivkovic did score, but they did lose. And yet we're still third in the league. Bro is up to 15 goals in the league, though, so it's going to take some time to catch him. 89 Phil? 89 PHL. Thank you very much for the follow. Larn. Oh, we've gone from the highs of Lazio to the lows of Larn. It's not great. All notable leagues. Well, that's what I'm thinking might work. Quantify, potentially. That combined with the database setup we currently use might be the key. But I'm going to do some tests where I'll run like a 5-year sim on both and see what the transfer activity is like between the teams. What I want to be seeing is like, so for example, just, no, Brighton's probably a bad example, actually. I want Brentford. Team that we've not seen in Europe as far as I know in this save. I don't think, anyway. But you'll see how bland their transfer activity, generally speaking, is. Occasionally it's fine, but look, it's mostly freeze, right? I want to see far more activity here from them. It's a bit better here, but yeah, we'll be tracking that sort of stuff. Performance difference. No, like I said, I haven't had a chance to do anything like this yet. Sakurito, thank you for the follow. Because it's a lot of simming that is required. It just takes a long time to do. And the simming time at the moment is being used for other things. So like I was doing the control test for the Angola sim yesterday, and I'm also going to do the one for the citizenship, which is going to take a little while. Chelsea, yes. So you can see the difference, hopefully, with someone like Chelsea, right? So it's not actually too stark, but you can see that there's a lot more outs as well. There's always like money moving around between the teams. There's often stuff happening. You can see that it's, and that's just like transfers in cash and stuff. Doesn't show the release players and stuff. There's definitely a difference. I'd have to take like averages of certain clubs to try and figure it out. But yeah, I'm sure there's a way that we can come up with a scientific way of testing if there's a difference. I'll have to see though. He can buy himself flowers. Can't think I've ever. I think I bought Pog flowers like a decade ago, maybe. We were actually talking about this, about how like, I was like, would you like it if I bought you flowers? And she's just like, no, because they just died. Buy me pizza instead. And that's why she's the perfect woman. But for other ECL teams, true. Yes, so I wonder if they then had access to the lower teams, they would then be making more transfers as well, potentially. Because they've got more teams to pick from. So I suspect that it could work on both levels. But it will take me some time to test it, obviously, because it's just a long sim. I don't really have time for that at the moment because I've got so many videos I'm working on currently. I want to try and get I've wanted to try and, last month I put like I think it was 3 videos out on the main channel. This month I'm looking for 8. Pizza dies faster than flowers. Yeah, but it's delicious. What attributes do you focus on your assistant manager? I don't. I mean, my assistant manager Sty is free, so he's a character from the game. I just want good attributes. Like, I want to have the best attributes they possibly can. Like sentimental values, yeah. I mean, he's solid, but he's up. You know, he's a model professional. His thighs free. I'm not looking for anything specific from him. I'm just looking for him to exist and be beautiful, and he's doing a wonderful job of it. Right. Okay, this guy here at Fast Average Lean is kind of interesting. Only 16, admittedly. Bacon roast broker. Oh, now I'm interested. Flower-shaped pizza. Nah, it's just too fancy. Just give me a normal pizza, mate. I don't need any of this fancy nonsense. I said to Pog, hey, it's our anniversary next month. What do you fancy doing? And I was like, looking at things, I was like, we could go, you know, do cinema and Pizza Hut. And I was thinking to myself, now that's not romantic enough. And I said to her, I was like, is that cool or are you looking for something more romantic? And she's like, have you met me? I'm like, yes. Perfect woman. I'm telling you. Can demolish a kebab like nobody's business. Wait, it's not let me sort it. There we go. Andy, God, PSG are stacked with the youngsters, aren't they? He's a bit out of our price range compared to the others. Sort of, but not really. Rubinacci. He's wanted by Inter. Okay. Fickle. Not sure about him. Good player. But low aerial reach. One-on-ones are okay. Reflexes are okay. We've got a lot of goalkeepers right now. I just find that those chocolate pizzas are a little bit sickly, for want of a better word. Get rid of Mike for the moment. He'll be back. Erotic body painting is a good shout. Is that ever a good shout? Yeetius, thank you for the follow. Cheesy bites kind of... Oh, don't even get me started on cheesy bites. It's the one thing I miss. And it's what I think about them sometimes. Like, cheesy bites are just a different breed of sexiness. Fabio Costa, I think he's one of the recruitment-focused guys, potentially. But, I don't know, for 11 million, I'd be looking for a little bit more. You're not very good. You are okay. Another guy from PSG. Oh, he's kind of cheap, but he's also 22. A lot of caps already. I don't know. Garlic bread. Oh, I normally get the normal garlic bread, but now you've maybe convinced me. The fact they do cheesy bites just hit different. Back in the day when I used to go visit Pog when she lived in Birmingham, I would order a Pizza Hut to my car outside her house, and then I would have it on the passenger seat when I was driving back down south, and I would just get through an entire like 12-inch, I think it was 13-inch at the time actually, cheesy bited pizza on the way back down from Birmingham. It was just masterful scenes. Good times. I do be liking pizza. I realize that some people, it's like, I love pizza and it's part of my personality. I'm like, I don't give a fuck if it's part of my personality. I really do just be liking pizza. It's also great for when you're just in a big group of people. For the most part, you can get away with it, right? Pizza. Well, you know, it's open to interpretation, Adam, right? I actually did see that. Yes, I follow him on TikTok, so I think I saw it through there. I've never done that. Did it to the car, though. Play for Eshtegalt. Ooh, okay. Maybe he's a spy, Thomas. You never know. Is he called Redacted by any chance? Marchini's... Actually, we're already scouting him. passion fruits. I don't think I've ever had passion fruits before, honestly. I've had passion fruit flavoured things. Asus Gosha, thank you for the follow. Spaghetti junction with the wrong Italian dish in it. Can I tempt you with the cheesy bite? Yes. I've only ever been pulled over once in my entire driving career. Thank you very much. Redacto Patronum. Let's have a look at this guy. Zdenek Vatcha. Or Vatsa. Get a Gonzalo report, eh? ICX, thank you for the 29 months. How the devil are you on this rather sweaty and moist Thursday? Passion fruit's a real thing? Yeah, man. It's not just a nickname for your balls. You got your driving test next week. Ooh. Are you feeling prepared, Flo? I thought it was just yesterday that I passed my driving test. It wasn't. Pizza Hut Domino's. Pizza Hut every time. Mainly because the Domino's around here is dog shit. The last time Pog and I ordered from the Domino's that's near here, it came 3 hours late. That's right, 3 hours late. The box was wet. The pizza was cold. It actually looked like it had been dropped in a lake. It was disgusting. And they refused to refund it. So, fuck Domino's. Specifically our local Domino's. The one near Viking's okay. We've had Domino's there and it's always delicious and lovely. But, nah. Fuck Domino's Pizza. My local specific franchise in particular. Leapnos was taken. Thank you very much for the 9 months. It's a Twitch Babby. It's going good, Banksy, actually. We got fucked by Porto, which was good. But we're still plugging away. Less than an hour. Yeah, no. Normally they're usually still quite slow even before that, but this was particularly bad. It was almost always cold as well, and it was quite expensive still, even though with the vouchers and stuff. The place that Pog and I order now from that you will always know as Dutty, because that's what I call it. We get between us. So I have, obviously, I have a big old 12-inch margarita pizza, and it's fucking spectacular. But we also get a 12-inch garlic pizza bread as well. We get large chips. We get Pog has a kebab, like a big kebab as well. I don't know the specifics of it. She's more the kebabist than I am. She usually gets mozzarella sticks and whatnot. It comes to like 28 quid, which, honestly, when you consider the prices of takeaway food these days, is actually bloody spectacular. All the other restaurants around here, that same thing would cost us like 45. It's outrageous. And it's good quality too. And it's run by nice peoples, which I like as well. I want to support, like, good companies. How do you feel that? Because, Blaster Benfica, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a fat fuck. At least he's happy now. Take the girl out of Brum. Exactly, she does love a kebab. Sometimes she'll have a pizza as well, but it's mostly kebabs for the Pog. Like, it's what it is. Honestly, no, what it really is that I just really enjoy it. It's like, I allow myself one... Bear in mind, I've still been having this on a weekly basis whilst losing 30 pounds this year. So, point being, you don't have to deprive yourself of all the things you like to lose weight. You just have to mitigate in other areas, and that's what I've been doing, right? I just eat pretty well for the rest of the week. Just for the most... I say that as someone who's literally demolished a pizza last night as well, but I also ran 10k yesterday morning in the heat, so it's all good. Food is very nice, but it's all about if you count the calories. Just start literally, not even like noticeably changing your diet, just literally count the calories in the food you're currently eating, and then you'll see how much could be saved in certain weird areas. Don't drink your calories, for example. Really easy to do that. Genuine athlete. Yeah. Portion control, yeah, exactly. I throw in exercise on top of that, which allows me to have a little snack every now and then on top of things, so that's good. Oh, probably not going to miss them. Wait, miss who? You run. Well, I mean, you're not obviously running. Oh, yes. But find the thing that works for you, right? For me, at one point, that was playing FIFA on an exercise bike. Now that thing is running, and that's the thing I enjoy the most. This guy's ridiculous. Flex this. Oh, God. Penis. So I have, obviously, I have a big old penis. So I have, obviously, I have a big old penis. It's still playing. It is still playing. There we go. Iced coffee. Yeah, that's the thing. Pog was off work for like a week, and I had a lot of iced coffee during that period. It's bad. Yep, cut it into smaller slices. Sorted. The thing is, right, chicken is really good for that. One, because it's high in protein, and two, because it's extremely satiating. But the other thing as well, particularly if we're talking outside of like meat stuff, is potatoes, because potatoes score extremely high on the satiety index, which means basically that they are extremely filling versus the calorie amount that they have in them. So anything with some kind of potato will actually fill you up really, really well. Resets are lower. So the level we're playing at the moment is like high Champions League level. So we were in the Champions League final last season. Generally speaking, should be getting to the latter stages each time, really. Can you say that 3 times? Satiety index? Absolutely not. It's a bit like earlier when I was trying to say the Slough town ground. Chips, I mean, chips less so, but things like potato wedges, you can actually do quite a lot with potato wedges. And have them be extremely filling, basically. So that helps. Yeah, Arbor Park. Yeah, that's the charity game that I'm playing in next month. It is Berlin Bohemian. In what way am I dressed like a... What does that even look like? I think I'm dressed fairly normally. Like, I'm just a man wearing a blue t-shirt and white shorts. Panini for a week. Oh, that sounds delicious. Boil and mash and stick them in the stew. You can do whatever you want, River. But that is definitely things that you can do. Shit will still be hungry. That's another thing, right? It's finding the right things, right? I know it's fucking difficult. Like, trust me, I'm someone that struggled with weight my entire life. But I feel like now I'm really finding the things that allow me to actually be, better. And I haven't found it too difficult either. But I wasn't... Like, I could lose more weight if I want. I could just eat a little bit less and do more exercise, which I currently am. But I don't want to lose it all too quickly because I don't want to get, like, really lose skin and shit like that. And I know that, obviously, that can happen if you lose it too fast. If you're about the game, I don't think it's public yet, Lee, but I am taking part. That's all you need to know, damn it. But, like, Tom, I know that Tom and Clates are coming. I think RDF's... I don't know if RDF's playing, but he's definitely coming down. But, yeah, I'm sure that more details will be announced a bit closer to the date. But it's a charity game for the Mind Mental Health charity. So, totally on board for that. Genku, thank you for the follow.
They are building it.
Yeah, Hood as well. Tony Jameson, Rich, which would be awesome. Oh, definitely Ventum. Like, I've lost 32 pounds since the start of the year. So, the calendar year, if you like. So, when I look at my old thumbnails... Oh, no, not Elshik, please. Really? He's fucking... I don't know if it'll be live streamed or not. It's definitely being filmed. I'll have to ask Callum, because it's Callum that's... yeah, Gavin's going as well, yeah. Let me have a look in the Discord server. So, like, Ali, Car, Hood, Limo, Breezy, Salty, Tom, myself, Zim, Clates, Henry, Kev, as in United City Kev, McKins, obviously Wolfie, Root, FM Trek. It's gonna be fun. YouTube. Ah, okay, cool. If it could be live streamed, that would be fucking sick. But obviously having people down on the day would be awesome. Just to be cool to meet people, right? Ooh, okay. Jan Bjarne Rena Hovland. It's got a lovely lilt to it. With exams. What I would say is, I used to tell myself as soon as I was done with X, I'd start Y, and I found that the best approach is to actually surprise yourself and just start randomly doing it on like a Thursday in the middle of the month, because then your brain sort of doesn't, just assumes that it's part of your routine. It's a weird psychological trick that I've used. Is my play? I don't know. He's not currently involved as far as I'm aware. I know, I could buy a full pizza with that, Reaver. But yeah, it'll be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. Stay home right back. Oh, no. Come on. I've got that endurance athleticism now, Chatto. I'm ready. I mean, obviously other people will massively have it. I mean, like, Tom is built like an Adonis, so I suspect no matter where he goes, he'll look good doing it. Box was, I'm more of a right back. But I can play in midfield if I need, if I'm required. Damn, some really good players on this list now. Most of which I'm just going to keep sending around again, honestly. I think most of the good guys are actually 48 million for an Anderlecht player. Christ. Barrett Beaton. Actually, wait. I think he's a worthwhile signing. I like what I see about him. Still young. Defensive right mid and a 3 at the back. I don't know who's managing them. Be a short Sushek. How tall do you think I am? Well, how short do you think I am? Do I have the vibes of a short man? Because you'd be right. Boom. Not so. I mean, fair play. You've kind of got me there. Actually, how tall is Sushek? I imagine he's taller than me. Like Qatari Taker at United, I don't really have any thoughts on it. Like, I'm not sure what thought I could have other than if it happens, that's a thing that's happened. If it doesn't happen, it's not happened. Like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't particularly care about it, I suppose. It was, oh, good, another petro state. Like whatever, really, right? You get a petro state. You get a petro state. Not super ass. Oh, 6'4", yeah, obviously he's way taller than me. I'm like 5'11". Which is above average height, damn it. Boom. Oh, we're talking about, it's a charity match that's taking place next month. Charity resign Harrison Dunk. Are they? Oh, that's awesome. I like that for them. Got an American hedge fund. Ah, no, what we've got, actually, what we've got is an American car parts manufacturer. That's where Shahid Khan made his money. Yeah, but they won't, will they? I mean, it's only going to get worse, isn't it? But, you know, whatever. Lazy Stalas, thank you very much for the follow. This is why I've kind of just become sort of jaded when it comes to football and don't particularly care about it at the really highest level these days. And Malipnos with the gifted sub to Matty the Boy. Thank you very much, Malipnos. That's super nice of you, man. Wow, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, well, that's quite a lot of money he wants, actually. I think it's because he's actually quite good, and he seems to know that he's quite good, and I'm aware of that, but I'm going like 18 there.
Do you know if there's a train coming?
I've retired celebrity chef. What's a crab pizza? Crab pizza?
They are building it now.
Never had it myself. Never really eaten crab, honestly. Clayton will be happy to hear that. Sam Jacksoni, thank you very much for the follow. That'll be fine, right? Yeah, cool, lovely. Moving on. You know, fuck, what? How dare you? When does he turn 19? December. Might as well have him on loan back then because it's not going to be able to join us anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I like Fulham being in the top flight. It's nice and all, and it's nice being able to have easier access to watch games, which is good. But I don't know. I just get kind of jaded, particularly at the top level with things like the Champions League a lot of the time, right? I just feel like we're getting less and less upsettery in football nowadays. Like this year, the biggest exciting things in a lot of the leagues was that an underdog nearly did something for the most part, and I feel like that was actually still an anomaly. And next year we're going to go right back to the other nonsense again. So like, I don't know. I'm not sure how long that can continue before people just stop genuinely watching it after a point. Like the heyday of the Premier League for me, but that was mostly just because that's when I started watching it properly. Would have been like the early noughties. Was Lens and Union Berlin, but they didn't do anything, did they? They didn't win. They kind of ran them close. Except they didn't even do that really. It's sort of like, yeah, it's like, but will that happen next season? Probably not, because they'll probably just get all their players pillaged, as is often the case. It's like, how much do I give a shit about that? Was even like, Dawson, yeah, Dortmund didn't win it. Arsenal didn't win it. Yeah. The biggest exciting things that really happened was that other teams nearly won the league titles this season. It's like, at some point, that's going to become particularly tedious, and it's kind of already here, I suspect. Let's see, Nordset. Particularly now with there being 7 European places, essentially, in the Premier League, for the most part, and then 7 super clubs, basically. So it's, unless one of them has an absolute shitter, which obviously will happen occasionally, you're basically excluding the rest of the Premier League from those European places. Napoli won it as an underdog. They did, but, like, Juventus with the points deduction, obviously they wouldn't have won it either way, but Napoli also reached the semi-finals of the Champions League this year, so clearly they were still an underdog, but that's probably the most interesting thing this season. It's a good year, yeah, but it's great. I mean, it's better than other years, but like City won the title again. It's like, when are they next going to not win the title? That's the problem. Like, who is actually going to challenge them anytime soon? Arsenal did brilliantly this year to even come as close as they did, but are they going to be able to be as close next year? I just don't know. With the right signings, maybe, but then, yeah. Back in my favourite era of the Premier League was probably sort of 2005-2006 kind of time, really. I mean, like, our Chelsea are not going to be as bad this year as they were last year. There's simply no way that's possible. Now, will they be that good? I don't know, but yeah. I suppose I didn't watch it. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Like, I'm giving an opinion. Like, could win it next year. I just don't think you will, honestly, because not with the way that City are at the moment, especially since Christmas. I just don't see anyone coming close to them at the moment without massive changes to. Unless obviously they come up with an investigation and be like, oh yeah, by the way, all those breaches, you're getting sent to the National League. Fair enough, then things will be different. But oh, okay. Wow, he won it over Sem. To be fair, he scored 31 goals, so I don't blame him there. Yeah, particularly with Arsenal having European games to contend with as well now, which is awesome, right? I'm not saying there hasn't been good things this. I think good things can happen in a season without it being a good season. I suppose, right? Romano's Twitter. Why, what's that tapping merchant said now? I can't think of anything I want to do less. Why? Which Fulham player is he linking with the move away today? And another goal for Zikovic to do with Tosin. Okay. Would it not be better to just tell me what he said rather than tell me to look at his Twitter? So what's going on with Tosin? It's like they expected. Yeah, exactly. It feels like there's less. No deal will leave. That's odd behaviour. This summer. Okay. Weird behaviour. Sure, why not? Alright, whatever then. Get fucked, I guess, right? Strange. Considering he's literally been starting in a Premier League side that finished in the top half. Now, unfortunately, he will be extremely sought after because he's still young and he's still got a lot of room to grow. And he's also going to be a homegrown player for someone, which obviously is really important when it comes to that. That's a little bit disappointing. Considering he's exploring good options. Literally, yeah. It's not even managed to stay up. We were never in any danger of going down at any point. I think the lowest Fulham have been in the Premier League this season is 13th. It's odd. Maybe he's got something else lined up, which means obviously we'll have to sell him this summer. It just seems strange to me. That's bad. But also, it's Fabrizio Romano, and I don't trust anything that man says until I see it reported by the club themselves, frankly. But he's probably right on this one, honestly. Disappointing. Which means we're going to have to sign 2 centre-backs this summer then, because we were already going to be on the lookout for 1. And the thing is, the reason he came to Fulham in the first place is because he couldn't get a game at Manchester City. And I don't think he's exactly covered himself in glory this season. Like, he's been decent for us this year, but not like, oh my god, he's amazing this year. That is free. I'd absolutely take him. In a heartbeat. Without, although, actually, no, I absolutely would. Second season non-stop. Oh, I can't wait for that. To be fair, we did overperform this season on pretty much every metric. West Ham or Villa. I mean, that just was the fucking point. It's just such a weird transfer. Well, obviously, there's European football with that, but it's like... maybe. Honestly, I think if I was him, I'd have just stayed for another season and just left on a free. I know that the club clearly have been made aware of that and obviously aren't allowing that to happen, which makes sense, obviously. We're going to want our pound. Particularly as we got him a quite a good deal in the first place. Right. Where is the... it's Revenge Vesda in 3 days. That's kind of fun. Who the hell is Tibor Merker? Sure. Oh, I can start Brandon Silva, actually. He's going to be suspended, isn't he? That'll push us over the edge here against Molfehevar, presumably, right? I haven't really even seen us linked with that many people, which is a little bit concerned, right? The one player I've seen with us linked with more recently is Wimmer of Wolfsburg, which is an interesting one. But one thing we do need to do as well is get Willian tied down to another season, because I know he's 35 or whatever. Who cares? Willian was outrageous last season. I can't believe how he rolled back the years last year. He was so goddamn good. Like, unplayable at times. Man is just having the loveliest of times. Sem Van Dam with a late winner for us there as Chapirchi was sent off. Does get us back into the battle. We're still, even if we win the game in hand, we still won't go top here. Yeah, Wimmer's the one I've been linked with. I've seen us linked with, and I would be very interested in that. To the point where I'm like, is that likely to happen? Is he more likely to just move somewhere else, honestly? The elephant in the room is leaving. What, you mean Polinia? I have heard links of him with Barcelona, which is the one I would believe the most. And it would make the most sense for him in terms of like where he would actually be tempted to go. I have heard that they may be looking... But that, again, it's just nonsense, isn't it? Until I see some concrete links as like a replacement for Busquets. But I don't know. Obviously, I don't want him to, but like the whole thing where he was linked with West Ham, it's like... The reason I think that would be a stupid move is just because I think he's better than that. He's far too good for Fulham, but he's also much better than West Ham, who, albeit, are going to be in Europe this year, but did finish lower than us last season. It's hard to know. They have a very good squad, though. See him at Liverpool, to be honest. I absolutely don't see him at Liverpool. I don't see him leaving Fulham for a Premier League side. I actually see him leaving to someone like Barca or a Bayern or someone like that. Barca get linked with everyone every season as well, which is precisely the point. West Ham, hey, that's what Harv told me. What can I say? I don't honestly, like I've been saying this entire time, I just don't think he's going to leave this summer. Certainly. Vesely went to Valencia, so we can remove him from that as well. I tried to force their hand a little bit, but it wasn't working. Although, weirdly, I did actually manage to get... they actually bid on Diop as well, but I took him on a trial, and he did come. Porto? Imagine if he went to Porto. Oh, that'd be a sting for the sporting fans. West Ham are in the Europa League this season, because obviously they won the Conference League. 1 million would be a good deal. I mean, it's a good deal for them. Fucking great deal for them. 11-0 there for Uipesh, with Grabowska scoring a shitload of goals. What the top scorer in the cup is right now? Oddly, none of them guys. Oh, it's the Saged guy. That's why he's got so many goals. Smashed them in the cup. I mean... Chat. Just to clarify, this isn't a... Oh, no, it's a nickname! The fuck? Oh... It must have been a player that we found years ago and nicknamed him. His name is Milo Bumbak. Oh, I thought his name was actually Milo Bumbag, but no, that is a nickname. That's from like years ago. Like at least 15 seasons ago. Honestly, that could have been 10, 12 seasons ago that I nicknamed him that. God damn it. And I bet at the time I said this, oh, he's going to come for a scout report in a few years and I'm going to be super excited and then disappointed. It's like the Toby Harvery all over again. God damn it. I must admit, when I first saw that name, I was like, oh, okay. That feels like something I would call it. Same with Hairy Arse. Maybe. Yeah, actually, in 10 years, Hairy Arse is going to be the same thing, isn't it? We're going to find Roger knocking up about in like some Norwegian team. Polini would be a good signing for Chelsea. I mean, I don't think anyone is a good signing for Chelsea. Not for Chelsea so much for the player themselves, other than a lot of money. But there's no way Polini is going to Chelsea. Honestly, like I said, I just don't think he leaves. It would cost an insane amount for him to leave because he has a 5-year contract. As in, 5 years left on the contract too. Polini would be a good signing for anyone. It's just a question of whether he'd want to be there, right? But I feel like, weirdly, despite all the sort of basket case around Chelsea, they still have had no trouble convincing players to join them throughout that as well. Yeah, Chelsea don't need more players. Chelsea need to make the ones they've got work for a little bit first, potentially. They have so many players already. Man wouldn't even get a locker. Money. Like, everyone always says that about every transfer, but then if that was the case, then no club would ever be able to hold on to any player ever. And if that was the case, Declan Rice would have left West Ham years ago, right? It's just, yeah. Tattoo all these memes on your body like in Memento. Hey, Cabronia. Dirty double over Cardiff. Hell yes. Lovely to see for you, my friends. Rip Cardiff fans there. How's it going, Cabronia? It is weird that, because I've heard that, who is it? Is it Ziyech or is it the other one? The other one. No, it's not Ziyech, the Dutch dude. Fuck. Why can't I remember his name? Why can't I not remember Chelsea's name? Chelsea's name. Not Pulisic, not Madueke. Striker, tall dude. Plays up front for Chelsea a lot, but isn't really a striker. Not Sterling, not Madueke. Why are we struggling with this? Fofana, not Fofana, not Ziyech. Kai Havertz, thank you, yes, Kai Havertz. We got there at the end. I'd seen that Kai Havertz was linked with PSG. Is he German? He's German! And this chat is why I don't talk about football. It's just, if you don't say anything, you can't be wrong, right? It's always my motto. Now, someone's going to get thrown into the bear pit a little bit here for us today. And I don't really want it to be Mikhail. I'd rather it, I think, be Milovanovic. I think he's going to get a chance today. 60 million, God. Yes, Arda Güler. Because hasn't he got some weird release clause that when he'd played like X amount of minutes or something, it went to like 17.5 million, which is still a lot of money, but good player. So I'm told. I have been told on a few occasions that he is in fact a good player. But whether he can do it, chat, can he do it on a cold, windy night in Stoke? That's the question. Or in Luton now. That's going to be the new Stoke, isn't it? Till I signed on again. Do you know I didn't? Werner going back to Chelsea. Wait, is that? I thought that was a permanent deal when he moved to Leipzig again. That's a really interesting... it's a really interesting release clause. That'd be something to be... Actually, no, don't give FM ideas, because then that'll end up in the game. But I'm a bigger fan of Ferris Bueller. Yeah, true. Oh. Lukaku going to play for Chelsea. I mean, he's going to have to, because Inter aren't taking him back, are they? From what I've heard. I mean, honestly, from what I've seen in the Champions League final, was probably City's best defender. Oh, that was earlier. I think that was Mlipnos, Matt, that gave you the free sub there. Right, we've got to get our heads down, actually, and get some more games done. Yeah, it's a lot of investment. And obviously, big fees on, like, small, on players like that are still somewhat unknown and untested in many ways. Yeah, they kind of go both ways, really, don't they? And it's... Someone's going to have to take that punt. The question is who? Lukaku at Forest, the new centre-back. I honestly thought you were going to say, oh yeah, if you give it a 1 year, give it a game time. But honestly, he wouldn't get in place of Awani, would he? He's done fantastically for Forest this year, though. What a signing he was. Yeah, obviously Inter want him, but like they just... Because I was listening to On the Continent earlier when I was out on the run, and they were talking about the fact that, you know, Inter, because they're owned by... it's Suning own Inter, don't they? And these, like, all these restrictions on outside investment from the Chinese government, meaning that they can't actually spend as much money as they might like. All up with Chelsea. Yeah, you're right. Why not, eh? Just throw him on the fire pit with the rest of them. Oh. Okay, this should be a win. There really should be no doubt about this. Not the question. Yeah. That's a good move for someone like Sheldon. I really like that kind of move. I always feel like the best way for these players to structure their careers is to start staggering the steps up through the career, like what Haaland did, rather than just going straight from, you know, I don't know, just as an example, Slovan Bratislava and signing for Real Madrid, etc. It feels like stepping it up slower is just way better. Our results so far, so we beat Man United 2-1, and then we lost 1-0 at home against Porto. We got a red card in the 7th minute, and then battered them for the rest of the match and didn't score. Odegaard. Well, yeah, Odegaard has obviously managed to massively recover his career, but you do wonder if he'd done things slightly differently, if the trajectory would be going slightly differently, but he's still doing well. Slugsy, thank you very much for the 28 months, my friends. How's it going? Big signings. We've actually signed, well, they haven't actually joined us yet, but we've signed 3 guys out of PSG's youth academy, which has been the biggest thing. And they all have fantastic names. Arta, Etienne, and I've forgotten the other 2. Edu Fuba, who's American, and a guy whose surname is Manier, and I can't remember what his first name is, but regardless, yeah, 3 guys out of the PSG Youth Academy for quite a lot of money, but they won't join us till January. But all of them will be homegrown, and all of them are stonkingly good, like outrageously good. Goes ankle broken by Odegaard. Ah, hate him, useless. Can we like score a goal maybe? Oh my lord. Yeah, we're doing the reverse PSG now. We've actually realised that we finally got the financial clout to finally poach youth players from PSG. So we've taken 3 in this summer. Admittedly, it is going to cost us £48 million in initial fees, rising to 84 million. But you know what? I figured if we're going to spend 80 million on anyone, let it be PSG's youth talent. Oh no! Holy shit! Defenders missed a header and it wasn't punished. What game are we even playing anymore? I reckon you're probably up there, usual suspect. At the very least, you're in the top, like... Oh, dear. Oh, he's offside. Damn it, Bob. Can we, like, maybe score a goal here? Since this is now nearly 5 XG in the Champions League in a row without us scoring a goal. And it would be ace if we could actually, like, do that. The underperformance this year has been actually astonishing so far. Milovanovic is struggling a little bit. I might be Karpanu for the second half. We're just losing, like, Serbia here as well. Yeah, City have got Kane. He's called Kane Full of Love. He actually genned at... I think he actually came through at Chelsea, but he spent most of the best part of his career playing for Bayern Munich. He's a face in the game, so he might actually be in your save as well. But now he's playing for City. We tried to sign him on a free, but he chose City. Can't imagine why. I can think of 300,000 reasons why. It's a new Netflix documentary. It's a habit that I will never drop, basically, with the old gestures, I suspect. Ingram, Dala, he's through, squares it in, and Bobby! No, he's that offside as well. Nope, it's not. We've got it. Finally, we take the lead, and Bobbins scores again. Oh. Yeah, that was a terrible start to the season, account user. Luckily, we haven't had that repeat itself lately, but Champions League has gone a bit like that. Oh, Bobby is just the man. I love the turnaround in his career with this club. He kind of goes through fits and starts, but he's been so consistent for like the last year and a half now that he's become undroppable. The runs he makes, Bobby's... Oh, he's going to be unselfish this time. Try and win a pen, maybe? Back for Dala. He's going to ping this, isn't he? Oh, so close. Oh, on the chest from Milovanovic. Nice. We're still going to underperform, and I think now that we're actually in front, I am going to switch Milovanovic off. I gave him a chance to start. We'll get Carpenu in for a little bit. Sogos, I like to give Romero more chance, and I might actually get Castillo off and try out Bakary Diop. See what he's like in a Champions League game. Give him a little run. See if he can use some of that wisdom that he's generated in his years at Paris Saint-Germain. Another player we got from Paris Saint-Germain, actually. We really are pillaging PSG. And I'm here for it. Oh, go on. Instant assist. Oh, look at the... Yes, okay, he's overdoing it a little bit here, but if he provides an assist off the end of it, I'll take it. Carpenter, what a finish! Bakary Diop, after literally 2 minutes of coming off the bench, provides a gorgeous assist, and Stefan Carpenu, that is a lovely goal. He's definitely maturing now into the player that we want him to be. Diop definitely overdid this here, though. Like, sitting down 2 different Juventus defenders. But this is a lovely pick out. And look at this for a little finish. Bang! Scissor kick. Gorgeous. Right, we'll take that. A few more goals if we could, though. I want to try and run up the scoreline a bit in the second half here. Oh, God. Keepers come out. Ruin a nation with France. Pretty much, yeah. Plus, France are currently sitting in second, so the less, chance PSG have of success in the coming seasons. And bear in mind, we're probably going to end up selling one of these guys back to PSG at some point. Hopefully while we're still paying them for him. That's actually kind of my dream now, is that we get to do that at some point. What a pass again. Carpenu's in. Can he turn provider this time? Drops it back. Oh, the football. The football! Lovely. It's 3. Emmanuel Dala now with his first goal of the season. That was lovely. Pretty much, we have decided to become PSG. Given Normandy and launched attack. Is it the scrum? Maybe so. Look at this from Ingram. Little pop back. God, I love him. He might be my favourite. He might be one of my favourite players in this save at the moment. Old Singram. Because he'll just do it again. And now it's 4-0. It was 0-0 at half time, and now it's 4-0 11 minutes into the second half. And now Diop's provided a second assist of the match coming off the bench. And Patrice has scored.
Why won't you let me help you, Patrice?
You'll love to see it. We're doing well, Sebeka, because, well, other than the ignominy of losing to Porto at home, now we are starting to clap the cheeks now. Playing some lovely football. Starting to finally get the XG back up again a little bit. Oh. Plus, one of these guys, some of these French dudes, they're not quite ready for first team football with us yet. A couple of them. So they'll probably go out on loan and start to... I need to get them to someone like Uipesh because they've lost 2 absolute monsters, including 1 to PSG in this window. Bobby Tree, where's the run? Go on, Velasquez. Find that pass. He's found Bobby Tree again. It's in. I don't know if that's offside. Nope. 5-0. Bobby Tree with another goal. Who's having Holland or Mbappe? Who would you choose? Haaland. Out of the 2 currently, because... Like, Mbappe is clearly a world-class in the top players in the world right now. But I feel like there's slightly more to Haaland's game in certain areas. I don't know. I'd happy with both. I'd happy with either of them, honestly. And I'd like to see what Mbappe could do playing outside of the French league. I think, if he does move to Real next summer, that'll be really interesting to see what he can do playing in La Liga. And obviously in Europe for Real Madrid. They are very much the new Messi Ronaldo, yeah, for sure. Wonder who's going to be the Neymar of this generation, then. Yeah, I feel like it's interesting. They were talking about this on OTC this morning as well, about how sometimes, being able to stand up for yourself a little bit is sometimes considered being a problem. And I feel like there is definitely an element of Vinny, I suppose, yeah. Actually, yeah, that would make a lot of sense if it is Vinny, yeah. Oh, go on, Ingram. Squares it again. Bobby Tree! Not quite. Oh, no, he probably would, but we want to see it, Everything's hypothetical until you see it. Bobby Tree, and he now has scored. What a second half. Yeah, Real Madrid's midfield, though, is scary. And not only what it's like now, it's what it's going to be with fucking Camavinga, Tchouaméni, and Bellingham. That's filthy. Particularly as they're all very young as well. Oh. And Valverde, yeah, fucking hell. That's terrifying, isn't it? And speaking of terrifying, we nearly scored another one there. Yeah, and remember, Endrick exists too. Like, I think Real Madrid, I mean, yeah. That's the thing. They've still got people like Modric and Kroos around. Although I believe Modric is potentially could be moving to Saudi Arabia. I've heard little bits about that. I've actually really enjoyed how good Vinny's become. Not that he wasn't ever good, but I feel like he was one of those players that when they come over, you feel like, oh, were they going to actually be able to do things? Kind of like with Rodrigo. Not that he's a bad player either, but Vinny has really become everything, you know, you kind of hoped he would be. As now Diop nearly scores another one. Oh, to the extent. Okay, it was probably just an outdated podcast. I like that. I've always liked Luka Modric. Oh, surely not. Holy chat, we've scored 7 goals in the second half here. What on earth is going on here? Oh. Yeah, he can, yeah. He has the potential to go further, and it's awesome. Bobby's trying to do it again. Look at this. Look at the cheek of scooping it over the goalkeeper. Sports psychology. Interesting. So when I think of like sports psychology, one of the stories I always go back to is weirdly from NHL, which was Nate McKinnon of the Avs, who really had struggled for a little while. And then he got involved with a sports psychologist, and it absolutely changed his way of thinking, and he became absolutely prolific since then. Hey, Dan. Weird, like, segue, I realise, into specifically Nate McKinnon, but that's what I always think of when it comes to that. I love how they did actually have one little period of dominance here. Don't know where that was, but, well, we do. It was there, but I don't remember seeing it. So what did Bobby get? 4 goals for Bob. We're great. Apart from the Porto defeat, things are looking good for us. How are you, mate? Was it Sidney Crosby's? Ah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. The NHL draft has... Oh, no, it's still... Who do you reckon gets Bedard? Is it Blackhawks? I've got the number 1 pick this year. God. Yeah, they had like one little... I can't believe it was 0-0. Blackhawks getting Bedard is like scary. Because it reminds me of the Blackhawks of... Not Blackhawks of old, but the Blackhawks of not even that long ago with like Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves. Terrifying. If Bedard is as good as people think he's going to be. Hoisted them by their own Bedard. Good. Like it. Oh, no. Yeah, mental is... It's a huge part of life, not just in sport, in any kind of professional thing. The mentality is super important. Even in like my own job, I try to maintain a better mental position than I have in the past. I try to think of like a pendulum where sometimes things are going right and sometimes things are going wrong, but usually it's swinging between the two. So I try to enjoy it when it's going right and then remember that it was good when it's bad. Right now, definitely on the upswing of that pendulum right now and very much enjoying things. But I know that at some point there's going to be a downward time. And that's fine. That happens. But you have to remember the good stuff while you're there, knowing that it will swing back up again. That's the way I look at things. Well, because obviously the Blackhawks were involved in that. I don't know the specifics of it. I know there was some pretty shady shit going on. Every time I see that now, I think, wasn't this the guy that used to play for? Yeah, it's our dude, the guy that the guy that I signed from the Lithuanian I picked up from Slovan Bratislava. It's what you have to have, Robert, I think. Otherwise, you just struggle, right? It's the way... I think if I didn't have that attitude, I never would have come back to doing YouTube. Toasters off. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Dan. That's actually how we weirdly got onto this topic, is that surprising, honestly. Which now, of course, means we're going to have to sign 2 centre-backs. Like, what do you think of it, Dan? How did I host the Lazio? Wow, that's tough. Kishvara away FC Cluj. Okay, that should be winnable. Although it's away, so you never know. We've got Uepa Peshon, Dinamo Tbilisi, must win, and must win. So these 2 are both must wins. We need points today, lads. Come on. Keep the pressure on. Get the points going. Oh. Yeah. I am last year. I mean, this is chat. Remember this particular stream during the Stanley Cup Finals last year. Obviously, I stayed up ridiculously late to watch the Avs win their first Stanley Cup in 20 years nearly, which is great. But I was streaming the next morning and I was up to like 5 o'clock. So I streamed and then I had to drive to Birmingham that afternoon too to pick Pog up. That was a fun day. Yeah, I feel like I like Tosin as a player, but I do prefer Diop. But I feel like that might be because he's just more developed as a player, because I think he is older than Tosin. Tosin does make some strange decisions sometimes. But now, of course, we're going to have to get 2 new centre-backs, because we need someone the long-term replacement to Ream, and we just need more depth there too, which is frustrating. But maybe we can use the money we get for Tosin and funnel that in there. This is Paul Alvarez. Okay. Malang Sarr. Oh. I could be tempted. Historically bad. Yeah, well, I mean... Oh, God, yeah, that season... No, that was bad times. It's incredible how well they've turned it around, though. I think, Kale McCarr might have had something to do with that a little bit. It does help when you get someone like Kale McCarr. I don't know who won it this year, honestly. I genuinely... Once we got knocked out by the Kraken, I was like, oh. Guess I'm not going for 2 for 2 here. So, Kishvara lose... They lost to FC... They lost to Cluj. Haladash beat Lazio 3-0. Big up Haladash. They are genuinely massive. But that is a disgrace. How are you losing to them? Oh, good. Phil Kessler. Good for him. Right, come on. This one's will hopefully be 2 wins. And 3-0. And 3-1. You know what? That's not too bad. Technically, we'll take their points. If we're going to lose to anyone, I'm glad it's them. So that's 4 wins and a loss, which is good. That's 1.6 points. Which takes us to 7.3 after 3 match days, chatto. That's the kind of year we're on. Now we're starting to make inroads into Italy, Germany, and Spain in this season. 7.3 after 3 match days. Come on! It's been good, Schuber. We beat Man United, and we just humped Crvena Zvezda 7-0, with all the goals being in the second half. But we lost 1-0 at home to Porto, where we had 3 XG. 4th place this year. Technically, 4th and... They're very close to each other. Like, we're on for a massive season this year. We just beat them, right? Did I say lost? I meant we beat them. I can see how you'd be confused, given that I said the opposite. But, like, get with the program, Jesus. Oh, did I just say that we lost 7-0 to Crvena Zvezda? Okay, yeah, that I could see said humped. Oh, we did. We humped them 7-0, right? But that's why I was confused. That's what happened. We did beat them 7-0. So I thought I might have said that we'd lost there. Don't know your points. I mean, hey, if we... Fuck, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Hadn't considered that. Although I suspect that's most likely to happen anyway, Briggs. The season we're on, I can see us getting 20-odd points. You said you lost 1... Yeah, we did. We lost 1-0 to Porto at home. Sorry, I was just... Thomas said that I... When you said that, I thought he was implying that I'd said that we'd lost to Crvena Zvezda. Oh. Right. Question myself for a minute there, chatter. Eduardo Bove. 16 in the league already. Is... God. Could he have chosen a more odd way to spell Eduardo? So he's... Oh, it's... Oh, yes. Sorry, yes. One of the free transfers that I was looking at is 37-year-old here. 20 former Italian international, former Newcastle and Wolves and Roma and Sassuolo player here. So I've had on a free. I'm like, oh, yeah, no, it's just, yeah. Massive buys, yes. So massive sales, more like. So Tex-Mex, Terra Nova, Giddy, all gone. 190 million. 188 million. Not many big buys yet. Well, sorry, no, there have been big buys, but they won't join us till January. We've also spent 50 million on 3 guys from PSG's youth team. One of whom we'll be paying for 9 years. Where's Regan Booty now? He's in our staff. He's he is an under-19 coach here. The guys that developed well into the team. Yes. Well, not on purpose, but they have had to. So Giddy didn't want to go back to Budapest, which was frustrating. It's because they didn't get into Europe. Oh, sorry, they didn't get into the Champions League specifically. So he went to PSG for 60 million, and then Mihail didn't want to go back either. So now he's here permanently. Bobby's just scored another 5 goals. Oh, that was still not top. Bobby has actually given Harris a run for his money with 11 goals this season in the league alone. And how many has he got in all comps now? 19. Bobby's got 19 goals this season already. He got 42 last year, and it's only October. Wow. Josh Miller's quote on Tom Kenny. No, I didn't. Although I saw Tom Kenny got married the last couple of days, which was really cute. Particularly as I said this to Pog yesterday. She thought it was adorable. I disappeared for a little while, and I got distracted because I was looking through all the different Instagram posts trying to see which Fulham players were at Tom Kenny's wedding and which former Fulham players were at the wedding. Because I'm a sado. Oh, thank God for that. That could have been worse. I know, Silver and Castillo are still here. Castillo, we didn't get a single bid for. Which means, actually, I need to try and see if I can get him a new deal now. Please, 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 please. Oh, for God's sake. Basically, I can't offer him a new contract because of this shit. But no one's bid on him. Yeah. So we might be losing Castillo for free unless I can find somewhere to... Yeah. The plan was to try and sell him, but nobody bid on him. Despite all the interest that was allegedly in him. So he won't sign a new contract because of all the interest shown in him, yet no one has bid on him. Unless we sell now while we're in October. No, I tried it. There was no bids for him. It was very annoying. Sell him in January. Well, we can't sell him in January because if we sell him in January, he'll just sign a new he'll just sign on a free transfer in January because he's able to do so. So you can't sell him in January. Well, you can sometimes get away with it, but most of the time, by the time that happens, he just joins another club for free. So it's really irritating. Everton's FFP here. And what's the likelihood of that actually generating anything other than, oh, it's fine. Take 30 for works for his leaving at the end of the season on a free. Oh, well, you take any money on a player that you know is going to be leaving on a free. That's what we were trying to do with Castillo this window. But, yeah. Well, the AI being smart, totally there. But the annoying thing is that at no point did the interest drop on him, so I was able to offer him a new contract. The only chance we've got is if somehow between now and December, the interest is dropped in him, and I'm able to then get him on a new contract. But other than that, I suspect we might end up losing him, which would be a real shame, considering we've been pretty good at not having players leave like that for most of this save now. I've been fairly impressed with our ability to let that happen. Taxi swing loans with a new save. Interesting. So would there actually be any consequences, is my question, I suppose. So we got Haladash actually up next. And I was concerned that we'd end up getting Haladash right before a game in the Champions League. We'd have to rotate and lose even more ground. I think we might have to do it like maybe after each Champions League game or after each match we play, do a wanted check, yeah. I do love that the punishment for financial irregularities a lot of the time is a fine. It's like, that'll help. That'll do it. Sligo Rovers. It's weird seeing all these team names from before. We're paid until 2035. Holy shit, that's mad. Oh, hang on. I remember that story. I think they talked about him on Crime in Sport a couple of months ago. Either that or someone in chat mentioned it. It could be either of those two things, honestly. Right, so we'll go full strength against Haladash because we do need to win this game to get back in business because we're still 4 points off the top at the moment. Yeah, we're not top of the league because Haladash are genuinely massive. Farrell Costanza yet again letting us down. Some of the SPF is to go out. Yeah, I forgot to put my SPF moisturizer on before I went out today, which is why my nose is a little bit red. Yeah, I think points deductions are, to me, points deductions are far more will stop, well, not stop, but are far more of an actual punishment for things than financial stuff a lot of the time. Although it does depend on the situation, because sometimes it feels like clubs, just the fans of clubs and the sporting side, get massively punished for the actions of an owner that has almost got nothing to do with them. Not saying that's the case here, but I find that sometimes that is a bit ridiculous when that happens too. There's a fine line. Right, Bobbins again. Cool. Hopefully go clap these guys, but that is a very strong front line. In fact, it's a very strong team in general. With both Ramiro and Ben Salah in their team, their width is ridiculous. We could lose this like on pure sporting merit at this rate. I think being at home is going to help. They do it a lot to the lower league teams. I mean, remember Luton's points deduction that they got when they were in the National? It was like 30 points or some shit. So that was in League 2, wasn't it? I've said that. We'll beat them 5-0 now. 3-1. Okay, Ingram, Bobby Tree again, and Castillo with the goal. And Valdo scores. Was that Bobby Veneers? That's probably what I was referring to, or rather what was being referred to that I then forgot the name of, yeah. So that gives us a bit more... Yeah, there we go. We're actually now officially top of the league. That's better. Get back in your box, Haladash. End up paying a fine instead. Yeah, exactly. It's like, imagine if, you know, all this situation with Man City and whatever's going on with that, when it eventually finally comes to fruition what they're actually doing with that, imagine if it's just like a fine. It'd be like, oh, okay. I'm sure they'll struggle to find the money for that. Better than Bobby Tree. I mean, in the league, he's killing it, but he's not better than Bobby Tree. Not even close. But in the league, he is definitely putting up some great numbers, and in Europe as well. Actually, these two might be worth a little look at, just because they've got really quite nice current ability and they're still fairly young. Because I just really want to sign some good Romanian players again. $1.1 million. All from his contract. That's amazing. Bro is living the life. Yeah, his stats are genuinely better this season. In fact, let's have a look at his actual stats. So we can see if that's even true. He's got 18 in 17. Bobby has 20 in 9. Who's really better? Or technically 10. So, oh, Celtic. Okay. Oh my god. Hi, Dylan fucking... What? Who the fuck is Dylan Chambers? Sorry? Oh, I'm excited about this. Wanted by Chelsea. Fuck that. In you come. Oh, that's a lot of money. The problem is that he can't play on the right. Came through at Troyes. Will be cheaper than the start. Oh, is that because they don't want him to go because of, you know, the not prepared to sell mid-season? Right, okay, yeah, in that case, we don't sign him now. The problem is, what if he goes in January? No, we can't sign him now. Oh, we came through Man City. Oh, was that a loan to Troyes? Oh, of course, they're part of the City group, aren't they? I think. We'll shortlist him, which I've already done. Hang on, let me just remove him from the shortlist and then add him back to the shortlist again. I think our best bet with him is to wait. Yeah, I just don't think we can afford that kind of money, but he will be cheaper another time. Note. Oh, yes. Good shout. Create a note. Right. When do we want the note to be? I tell you what, I'll actually set several. I'll do more than one note. Because I'm going to do one for January. Like, just in the middle of January, randomly. Here. And then, oh, can I edit the note? You can. Oh, that's a nice feature. And then every month after that. Wait, oh, does that now? No, that's good, yeah. So hopefully that will, wow. That's mad that he's just at Celtic. How much did they pay? You don't often see players of this kind of quality just randomly knocking about in Scotland. 13 million they paid. Okay, so he's not going to go back to City. The other thing we could potentially do is, and this is an idea, what if we fobbed Castillo to Chelsea to get them to drop their interest in him and then pick him up in January? Not in January, but like pick him up after that. Potentially. We could fob Castillo after them because he's 4 years younger than him. Wow, 6-0 for Ferencváros. The old Tex-Mex-Aru, exactly. Another drop points for Haller. That's not so big now, are you? Offer Castillo to Celtic in exchange. Ooh. That's a fascinating idea. That might be even more 7,000 IQ. I don't think it would work, but you just never know with FM, right? Would he go to Celtic? Well, that's the issue, yes. But it's worth a look, right? There's no harm in checking. So we want... it's in additional fees, isn't it? Player to exchange. Okay. What the hell order is this in? Is this first name? What the fuck order is this in? Oh no, it is actually in first name order, isn't it? It's just, it looks like it wasn't for some reason. Right, okay. What's Castillo's value right now? Okay. Let me just try. Just try that. Hey, Alex, things are okay. We've just found this guy at Celtic who we're kind of intrigued by, which is what we're sort of getting into right now. Although things are going well in Europe for us as well. Oh, hello, Liam Cooper. There's also Scott McGregor, Jake McCluskey, also Enrico Adorni. Let's see about that. And then Liam Cooper there, who's a goalkeeper, which is a little bit annoying, actually, that Wasted your 5-star potential on a goalkeeper, damn it. I'll be curious to see what they say about that. I kind of just want to balance it out versus the value that he is to them at the moment. Because bear in mind, Castillo's value isn't really that, because he's going to be free in the summer at this rate. Imagine if we somehow got Castillo to go to Celtic. Frosh, thank you very much for the gifted subs to Questionable Penguin, Holbrook, and Resilient Winter. You love to see it. Also, really nice to see those 3 people in particular getting those subs as well, which is really nice. Just Celtic. No, we're scouting them all. Misclick. Wait, that wasn't... Wait, that... What was the misclick? Wait, what happened? What were you trying to do? Did you... Oh, I thought you accidentally gifted subs. Then I was like, oh shit, how do I refund that? Right, to Bretson here, this is rotation. And... Middle through the middle. Nah, we'll do Sem. I feel like he has no choice. We have to play Sem in these games. We really are a bit light in those positions, actually. Might have to take a look into another... Oh, no, we've got guys coming in now, haven't we? Right, that'll be fine. Could see us dropping points here, too. Who's getting a... Oh, it's Sandar Pleven. I swear. I love that he wants the number 9. It's bold. It's brave. I'll give him that. Awesome, Frosh. Super happy with you, man. I'm glad that that's sort of out of the way. I know how nice it is when you've got that thing you're a little bit worried about, and then the relief of it being over. That's, I'm trying to think when the last time I had something like that specifically. Honestly, the last time I was a little bit worried about that was when I was doing the collaboration with Tom. Not because Tom's big and scary, although he is very big. It was more just a case of like, when you're collaborating with someone, you want to be as professional as possible, want everything to be running very smoothly. So I was, being that I'm a bit of a neurotic person, and I want to make sure everything's really well organised, I was very nervous about it, you know. Nunez with a brace, good stuff. And Wilson gets himself a goal. Nice. Gardner, isn't it? Oh, that would be even better. Or, think about it like this. What about Smith Smythe? The Stadium tab of competitions. Oh yeah, I'm sure you can, but I don't know how that would be any faster than the way we currently do it. Particularly, as I'm guessing, you can't access their youth teams from it, which would be the real killer. But let's have a look. So, say, for example, I don't know, Norway. We'll have a look at their top flight. So, Elite Syrian stadiums. Oh. Yeah, so this is the key thing. You can only do their first team squads from this screen. The reason I use the national team teams... Sorry, the reason I use the national team squads to do it is because when you right-click on the teams from here, you get access to their under-19 squads from it as well. That's why it's so key to use that screen. Because as far as I know, that's the only screen where that's possible. What have Rangers got? Solid team, actually, but they've not got... They do, however, have Zach Black, and notably their Connor Lithgow as well. But Zach Black. Love that. It's so good. The Legend of the Rent was way past due, chat. Also, Bobby McCluckey. That works on so many levels too. 100, not bad. Honestly, Nikarev, I would say absolutely not worth it for upgrading. Unless it's on a super cheap deal. I would say very unlikely. Your best bet is to wait to FM24, where there's more like... FM23 is a bit like FM22.1, really. I don't think we are, honestly, Danny, but that's fine. Luke Combs, hey, it's fine. Bro's a hell of a singer. I don't know what he's got on there, but he's got that singing ability. But yeah, that's the reason. But no, nice. Some good names in there as well, actually. I like Bobby McCluckey. Big fan of that. But yeah, honestly, if you're on the fence about getting FM23 at this point and you've got FM22, you're not going to be missing out on much. I would say just wait till FM24. Well, the reason I do it from the national teams is because you can't tell from the youth team comps, even then, if there's actually going to be players in those teams, whereas from the national teams, you actually can. Oh, sorry, I just realised you asked me whether it was released. It's usually... Now, so the way it works is that they often do like an open beta. So it's like 2 weeks before the full game is released. You can have like, if you pre-order it, you get like access to the beta. And that's usually late October. Sometimes it's as late as late November. We've had it in the year, but last couple of years, it's been like late October for the beta. Best new gen name in the save. Ooh, Boycock is a pretty funny one as far as names go. Obviously, we've got Cock Ringling here as well. But I think he's probably up there as far as best names go. Earl Grey as well, a guy we signed. Cock Wriggling has to be, yeah, I would say. Theo O'Neill. Lindsay DeZiel. I quite like that name. Broque Durant. God, these names are great. Mark Hurd. Diddy, though. Wonderboy Malloy is pretty good. J-Lo, also very solid. Oh, speaking of J-Lo, this was reminding me. I'm glad you mentioned this. Right? I found out a couple of days ago that Pog works with someone, unironically, whose name is Jennifer Lopez. That is her actual name. She's Spanish, obviously. But, I say obviously. Not entirely obvious, but still. Yeah. Oh, and Peter Andre, that was another good name, true. Oh, Hallberg's massively worse than we thought. A bend over. Not as far as I know. Certainly not one we've come across, ironically. I have no idea how we're going to get through these three. Oh, they've said no. Let me try 20. I'm just curious, because he'd be worth 20. I think at the end of the day, we're probably going to have to get him, like, in the... I kind of want to see what I'd have to offer for them to even consider this. Oh, a buyout fee. Who we got? It's... Oh, wow. Cheers, Pushgas. Thanks, lads. So we've still got plenty of money floating around. It'll be okay. Monthly loan stats. Who's the top scorer on loans? It's still Harris. Would have to win it. Bloody hell, he's good, isn't he? Voluted Python. Thank you very much for the 2 months. That's very, very nice of you, my friend. Just a fun name to say. Round of second Bundesliga. Yes, now you're seeing it. This is the thing. You're following the path, Nikarev. It's the path. It's the... You start with the Premier League team because you know the league. You know, like, the players and stuff. And that's a good way of doing it, trust me. And then you start going, actually, this game has got a bit more potential than that. Let me just see how far I can go. And that's when the real fun begins, trust me. Give it 6 months and you'll be saying, hey, this save is fine, but why am I not managing the Luxembourgish 3rd division? That's where the real fun can be had. Last player when sorted alphabetically. I don't know if you can do... Yeah, you must be able to do that. We'll just sort by player name, right? Since luckily Saz has provided that for us. Right. Just get rid of all of these. Clear that. So that should give us 100,000 players. Okay. What are these names? Is this a nickname? Nope, it's not a nickname. Someone else have a word with the Dutch, right? They are just messing up my alphabets here. It's the fact that there's a gap between it. Is what's throwing me off. It's Soren, like, fair enough, normal name. But it's the fact... Oh, it's just... Oh, so it would normally say Het, but it's just been shortened on his name in particular. Right, okay. So let's see. What Zs we got? Ah. Oh, there is a double... There's some double Zs. You've got some double Zs here. Enjoy your double Zs. You've got Stephen Zaziwa. I reckon this is a made-up surname solely so that he would be last to do all the presentations in class. Just, they never get round to him when they're doing the reading assignments. Go on, Chukwuemeka. Oh, okay, weird. Loan from Getafe. Interesting that they've got that agreement. It's like maybe bring some of your own players through, eh? Stop stealing everyone else's. What recommendations have I got now, then, eh? Oh, wow. As if there's not better... Like, come on. We know for a fact that there's going to be way better players than this in South America. It's kind of mad. No, some people... The Luxembourgeoisie? That's them. Milan Pulpit's just scored for Milan as well. Right, let's get the show on the road. Now we can bomb through these fixtures. The infamous Zizwa family. Indeed. Rejected. I mean, what are they... I assume it's because they just don't believe that Castillo will talk to them. But that is funny that they're like, no, don't give us the world-class footballer. We just want the money. It's like when they ask you what you want for Christmas and you just don't know. So you're just like, can I just have the money? Okay, that's funny as fuck, though. But 46 million is what they want. Which we will not be paying. Not in this window, anyway. Which means we could probably get him for about 25 when he's not in the middle of the season. And... with installments, we can... Yeah. They know Castillo isn't going anywhere, exactly. So away at Atletico. Not a team we face all that much. And when we do, we normally play quite well. So, Poppy Tree, Castillo, Silva, Ingram. Is Yamin injured or suspended? I guess he must be, which means I'm actually okay with Sarsonadas playing there. And, wow, they've actually put the correct team in for once. That is a surprise. We turn up for the books. I mean, it'll have a lot of Luton saves, Nikarev. Whether they'll be interesting or not is a very different matter. Hi, Rob McDonnell and Sam Cresswell. That well-known of Atletico strikers are English. McDonald is from Palace, who I nearly signed at one point, actually. And then Sam Cresswell, who is from Rangers. Actually came through looks like Arsenal. No, it looks like he came through at Preston, actually. Any more strange ones in here? Oh, we got Marley in goal. No caps. Marley and me at the back there. Right, okay, we move. Ben Son. I don't think so, but then who knows, right? Not Jamaican. Oh, imagine if he was. That would be a really fun combination to have, actually. Okay. Now the games that really can't. We've got so many more points on the up for grabs. Every match day we have, there's the potential for 2 points to be gained. So at the end of stream today, we could potentially, which we won't, obviously, because we're not going to win all of our games, or all of us are going to win, but we could technically get another 6 coefficient points and actually finish stream today sitting on 13.7 or something. And that's with still matches to be played after Christmas. Like, blue sky here, there's still potentially another 8.5 points up for grabs for all the Hungarian sides in the group stages still, which is utterly insane. And then obviously they'd still be into the knockouts and all that kind of jazz on top of it too. But we're still going to do our part. Yeah, it's just Atletico playing like Atletico. It's actually very true to type, I suppose. But don't worry, Bobby Tree is still going to score against them today. It feels inevitable. He is genuinely an inevitability. He's not going to be top scorer in the Champions League this year like he was last year, most likely. Although Sam Cresswell's through, and it's... Oh, that's weak as fuck. How's the bonus qualifying? Not really well, as we found out last year. You only get a bonus in the Conference League if you win it. Debrecen came second last year. Didn't concede a single goal, and they got 0 bonus points for winning it, for that, whereas Roma won it and they got a bonus point. In the Champions League, I think you get more, and I don't know about the Europa League. It was hard to prove. But that's frustrating, the fact that we're already losing here. Steve Marley and Ben Mee had overlapped. I mean, Steve Marley, he was very expensive at the time. What are we doing here? Yeah, it's one of those... I think we should still be in a good spot to turn this around. I mean, Atletico are decent, but they're not usually a team that we get rep-rolled by, as we, generally speaking, have higher rep. But if we were to lose here as well, that would concern me slightly. Because we've still got to go to Anfield as well. And we're really limiting the number of chances we're going to have to score goals here. I think we're missing Yamin a little bit. Wow, we are playing trash. Oh my lord, what is going on in this game? Right, clearance time. Right, let's go. Breakaway. Come on, Sam. Right, Silva's up. We've got Bobby through the middle. Oh. Actually, it's not entirely wasted if Dala can find the right pass. Or someone can find the right pass. Bobby is so good at linking the play up, though. The little ways where he drops in and then just spins in behind. I think that's what makes him so efficient in this team. Now he's in behind. Bobby Tree finishes it. 21st goal of the season for Big Bob. He could have 25 odd goals by Christmas at this rate. He is potentially going to sort of bother the 50-goal season type of marks if he carries on like this. He is a bit Kane-like, actually. He always drops into midfield, and it makes him really hard to track. He drops in, plays the pass, and then he just spins in behind, and he's really hard to track the runs of, and he's lethal when he gets into these positions. It reminds me a lot of Josef Ehring back in the day. He does a lot of the same kind of runs. And I think that's why he's absolutely lethal in this team, and will hopefully continue to be so for the foreseeable future. De Orleans Ibraganza. That's lovely. Beat with double figures? Probably not. I think the weakest team we played against was Crvena Zvezda, and that was 7-0 admittedly away from home. We do have to play Shakhtar, but that's at home, and Shakhtar are a lot better than Rosenborg. I don't know who the real weak link in the Champions League are this season. Let's have a look. It probably is either them or Malmö, honestly, as far as the weakest sides in the tournament go. Although Sporting right down there as well, surprisingly. We seem to have come back into this a little bit now. Also, fair play to Nice, bothering the top 8 a little bit. He's a world-class cupboard. You can fit all sorts in him. Here we go again. Just need that right pass. Oh, Sogos. Right, go on. Find that delivery. Oh, look at the pass. Andrea Sogos. Mate. He is legitimate. Bobby's Polish. He has some excellent assist making. He was underrated assister last year. He got 9 assists in all comps last year. And this year, he's just got this wonderful ability to just put these world-class crosses. Look at that finish. And a great header from Sam Ingram. Mulder, they're not a team we've seen particularly. Yeah, Ingram has been a player that obviously was planned to be one of the flip guys. But, nah. Ingram is very much staying for the foreseeable future. He's far too good in this team. Hello, Pog. How's it going? How are you on this fine day? The fact that we've turned this around, this would be the second time in the Champions League this season that we've turned around a deficit as well, which would be really good. Hey, welcome in. Simply generic name, great name. How's it going? Welcome to this. Oh, God, please no. Yeah, ooh, Darla with a huge tackle. And, oh, fuck's sake. Nah, Sorgos was never really a flip. He was too young to be a flip. He was a player I brought in on a free transfer with that sort of in mind, but also because he was much younger, I just figured he'd be an excellent player. Okay, that's disappointing. Can we, like, not do this again? Please. We need the coefficient. Castillo's actually looking a bit weak. I might make the change again. I think Carpenu, though. Oh, actually, hang on. Silva's playing well. I think I might go Diop again. I really liked what I saw out of him. Oh, Christ. We're doing LMS as an RPM. No, we'll do that. It's not ideal, but we've got no choice. He'll at least be able to do the tackling part of the role. I liked what Diop did in the second half against Red Star. He really, well, kind of ran the show, honestly. Riley Huds, thank you for the follow. Other stuff going wrong. Ah, well, that sucks. Hopefully you're okay. Yeah, both of the English strikers have scored against us, as to be expected. Oh, Bobby's got it. He's not going to be able to go through and score, though, I don't think. He's going to have to turn provider here, and he's got options as well. I don't know if that's the best decision. Pulling it all the way back. What a ball in. What a ball. Oh, Ingram's missed it, though. Chops, thank you for the follow. Right, big changes coming up for Atletico. We really should be winning this game. Actually, it's been quite an even game. They've put up a good show. I just don't want to lose it. Not after the defeat to Porto. We can't afford any more Champions League defeats, really. Particularly not with Liverpool away to come. Oh, right. Right, I'll slip him in. There he is. Right, come on, Bobby. This is your moment. Finish it. Oh, no. Come on. He's not offside. He definitely didn't look offside to me. It's literally counted the XG. Like, he definitely wasn't offside. Ah, okay. Yeah, we're just not getting the rub of the grip. I mean, we were still the better side here, but shit happens, right? Defensively, just let a few mistakes come in. We were missing Yamin here. That's a really disappointing first 4 matches. 7 points is not great. I'd have stomached this result, actually. This would have been like, oh, well, it is what it is. If it wasn't for that shitter against Porto, that is the one that's really irked me. The fact that we lost it so appallingly. We've just not been able to finish our chances enough in the Champions League. Jonathan Germany. Please be German. Actually, that's way better. Jonathan Germany, who's from Martinique. Love that. Why did he show up there is my next question, but still. Yeah, Porto were doing well, but they didn't exactly play well again. Like, obviously, if we got that red card and Porto played really well, right? Then it's like, okay, it is what it is. But they didn't, did they? They got that one chance, and then we just couldn't score to save our lives, as is often the case for us. Go on, like, it sounds like a pub, doesn't it? Right, okay. Looks like Thursday's going to have to be the killer this year. We need these Thursday matches to work out for us. Right, who we got? Haladash away at Apoel. That really, given what we've seen from them, should be a win, but you just never know. And Kishvada away at Maccabi Haifa. I expect wins, really, from both of them. Ferencváros away at Norrköping. Not easy. You never know. Újpest away at Spartak Trnava. I expect wins. I want to see some wins. I want 3 out of 4 wins. Like, minimum here. Ongoing focus update. Yeah, so you found 2 guys that I already knew about, and then 3 guys that are kind of average at best. Well done, lads. And that's why I don't use recruitment focuses. Wow, Parzan not really doing the business this time around. Come on, pray for me. Pray for Hungary. We need a big day of fixtures. 1-1 draw with a red card. Rubbish. Kishvada win 3-0. Haladash have dropped more points in a weird match. Although, actually, they've both kind of done it. They're both on the bubble. Haladash sitting 6th, looking good. Kishvada sitting 10th, looking good. They're both definitely going to qualify for the next round. Both looking very comfortable for top 16. It's fine. That's good. That's fine. The question is, Ferencváros 3-2. Get in. 1-1 between Újpest and Spartak Trnava. Disappointment, but Ferencváros top of the leaderboard so far. Újpest sitting 3rd. It's not the end of the world. I would have expected a little bit more, but they're still getting points. And that's the key thing, is that the points are being run up here. So we were at 7 point something last time. What are we at now? 8.7 already. And also, Italy, not really cutting it this year. So we're probably going to start gaining on Italy quite quickly. Yeah, we're getting there. We're only 2 points behind them. Less than 2 behind Germany. Spain are having a good start to the year. So we're right back in the battle now. No losses, yeah. That's the other thing. Just getting through it, keeping those points coming. I think the most I'm trying to think what the most we've ever had at the end of a group stage is, and I can't honestly remember. I think it was actually one of the 7-team seasons, simply because we actually had a really good group stage. Because there is technically more points available when you've got those 7 teams. It's just that the dilution... It doesn't actually dilute it enough to the point where if those 7 teams do really well, you'll still gain more than if you'd had 6 teams. I think. So, like, when we've got these 5 teams in it, we need them to do really, really well to make the most of the points we've got. Okay. So now we've got Budapest at home, international break, and then we move. So Liverpool away next in the Champions League, I think, is the next one up as well, which is going to be terrifying. I think I might even go for Fortress, given what we know about the Champions League final. Surely Valier isn't still there now. He must be like 36 by now. Please don't be too bad. Okay, it's fine. Right, what are the 2 games? So it's, yeah, Liverpool away and Braga away. I want like 4 points. Would be suitable. I mean, I'd rather have 6 because we're going to kind of need it. I don't know if we're actually going to get top 8 this year, which might not be the end of the world. Oh, we found the new Mitrovic. 6 foot. 8 aggression. Doubt. It's not the Mitrovic I know. Bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. Cool. It actually has got quite... It's got subtly hot here. Temperamental, though. True, which will help with the Mitroviciness. Why would we do that? Yeah, we'll swap those 2 back over. Is Yamin hurt? I guess he must be. Oh, no, he's been put in at centre-back for some reason. We will not be doing that. Although it seems like we are still a bit light in centre-back again now, which is a little bit concerning. Probably because we keep playing them out of position. And not playing the people that should be playing. How many assists? Soccer's got 4 assists this year already. Or it's unrealistic, yeah. This is a good-looking team, but they definitely don't look anywhere near as threatening as they would have done with Mihail and Giddy in their team. Part of me was actually debating whether I should sell Giddy or not. I think 60 million might have been a little bit low because he's a very good player. We could have really done with him as an extra midfielder this year for when someone like Yamin is missing. But 60 million is 60 million, I suppose. Then again, we paid 20 million for him in the first place, so it's actually only 40 million pounds worth of profit on your boy. 3-0. Bobby Tree scores again. A brace for Castillo, though. That's nice to see. Haladash sticking with us at least. But no goal for Harris. Bobby's catching him. He's only 3 behind now. Velasquez. Yeah, I mean, Velasquez hasn't done that for a while. To his credit, man has kept it in his boots most recently. Of course, I have now jinxed it, and he will now get a red card against Liverpool for a random 2-footed lunge. It does seem like an inevitability at this point. Wait, did we lose a game lately that I didn't know about? Oh, that's weird. It said like 5-match unbeaten, or was it like... Extended that one of... Oh, straight wins, not unbeaten. Right, I thought they said straight... was unbeaten games. I was like, we're unbeaten a bit longer than that. But I don't think we've actually lost a game in the league since we started solely using this tactic in the league and not flipping things around all the time. That consistency really does seem to have helped us. Yes, keeper rod. That was extremely fun. I think I've still got that up here, actually, don't I? It's in here somewhere. Classic Rauschenborg. I do like that, though. Yeah, it's got to be 30-odd plus. Right, I want a friendly in there just to keep the legs going. Keep us fresh. Where's Fott? I haven't seen a lot of Fott lately. I'm a bit concerned about the Fotties. I haven't been able to do any friendlies with them. Yes, a nice little revenge tackle is exactly what's due at this point. Right, okay. Boateng can't be beaten. Well, that's good news. 10 clean sheets. Damn. Haladash don't be conceding many goals either, do they? In fact, now that I'm... 11 goals this season is pretty solid. Though Farish Farish as well, with just the 8 goals conceded. They look like such a complete team these days. They genuinely got sick of us. International team tactic. Oh, God. I mean, that would just depend heavily on which international team it is, right? And I wouldn't know because I don't do international management. Yeah, I don't know how you manage that, James. I think, honestly, if we stick with this same tactic and generally speaking can kind of keep the... If we can dodge having to play the weakened side against one of the better sides like a Haladash, we should be okay. Rujan Berok, maybe? Nah. I'm very intrigued, though, by that guy from Celtic. It's not every day you see a random player that's that good just knocking about a club like Celtic. Like, 5-star player. Not 5-star potential, 5-star current ability. Well, nearly 5. It was like 4.5, wasn't it? We probably should be scouting him, too. Slovan Bratislava. Ooh, Zoltan. Hey, we like a Zoltan around these parts. Maybe he'll be decent. He's 20, though, so this is... Oh, yeah, it was their first team. Oh, well. Start of Halash. A lot of them. Wow, recruitment focus update. What have we got this time? Ah, it's just those same two blokes. Fantastic. Yeah, the Halash team has got...
Cooper, do not hate me.
Well, these are all the loanees. So, loan. And then obviously a lot of the bench is loan. They've actually got 2 goalkeepers from us, which I don't really need. DRFC 11 Devon. Thank you very much for the follow. What's Tuchel up to these days? Oh, he's Man City boss. Of course he is. They're MTK2, and that's exactly how we like it. It's the dream when it works out this way. I think the only team that has even come close to being as good as this like this was Dundalk last year in the Treaty United save. They had so many players. Sligo, I think, at one point, but they maybe didn't have the success. Like, Dundalk had some mad success. I think, still to this day, they're the only team other than ourselves to reach a Champions League semi-final in one of these saves. And then they got beaten by Benfica of all bloody people, which was very frustrating because they should have won. They got mugged off on aggregate. And Valiant. Hang on, he's 28. Why did I think he was in his 30s? I have no idea why I thought he was in his 30s. Also, is Baumeister still exploring his options? Oh, I can't offer him a contract yet, but I probably would like to. Is he on the shortlist? Yes, he is. Okay, cool. We'll see from him in January. Ingram, though, number 3. Finally, we get a player on it. And, of course, it's the one guy. I love that. Look, Tex-Mex moves to Manchester United. Suddenly, he's on the list. It doesn't care about the quality of the player, does it? It really doesn't. It's whether they've played for one of the big clubs. Because Ingram's only on here because he played for Liverpool before us. Tex-Mex is on here now that he plays for Manchester United, but he wouldn't have been last year. Is Velasquez on there? Edgardo Fernandez, another one of our former guys. Nakanishi, another one of our former guys. 26. Oh, yeah, there he is, yeah. Velasquez is probably, yeah, the one that could push through a little bit. Giddy, I love that. Giddy, of all fucking people, is on there as well. Higher than Velasquez because he plays for PSG. They really need to look at that or just remove it from the game. Like, it either needs to make sense or it just needs to not exist. It is so dumb. Especially because they play for a big club. It's done on reputation, literally, isn't it? Which is not how you should judge a best player competition. At least it doesn't do that for the next gen. Although the next gen is a bit sussy as well, because it seems to use it more on like how often they're playing. Or, I wonder if it's just because they get really high CA because of all the game time they're getting, and as a result, it actually picks it based on CA. It's Jaka Panic. Suppress bidding contest. Yeah, literally. Then again, the Ballon d'Or in FM is also a bit buggy, I found. A bit of extra money there too. Yeah, if rep scaled correctly, it would probably work a lot better, right? But then, that'd be a nice thing if they announced that. Rep scales correctly. A lot of that stuff, to be generic, needs an overhaul, and I just feel it's unlikely, sadly. I really, really hope that this year there is a load of effort put into, like, making the existing things work better. And it's not all just, like, marketing fluff for new features that are not going to be particularly interesting to anyone who actually plays the game. I really hope that there's some stuff there for the players that exist already. That's all I ask. Mura, maybe? Oh, no. Definitely not. Popularity contest as well. Yes, but they are a little bit more... They still at least have some kind of basis in reality, right? No, the Ballon d'Or doesn't work right either. Matthijs Tel has won the Ballon d'Or twice in a row for Real Madrid. He's 35 years old, I think. And he's had okay seasons, but we've had players that have had better seasons than him, like comfortably, and have achieved more in that time, and not even in the running for it, which is just a little bit annoying. And the only player we've ever had, bear in mind, we are 18 years into this save now, have won 2 Champions Leagues, and we've only ever had 2 players in the Team of the Year. The FIFA Team of the Year. Oh, not again. Right, okay, now that you've said that, can we extend your contract? No. Really irritating. Is there a feature that a game that generally plays as well as 23 would make up for that? Hang on, I'm not sure I understand. Who was it? It was we had Sam Ingram a couple of seasons ago, but that was right after he joined from Liverpool. So again, it was because he was at Liverpool, and I think Castillo got in it one year. I think. Maybe. Actually, now I might be remembering that wrong. We'll have a look, actually. Yeah, you still get the sponsorships. Our sponsorships have been better, but most of our sponsorships have been carried by the fact that... you might wonder why I'm doing this. I'm just setting it around again so we can deal with it later. It's because of the stadium sponsorship. If we didn't have that, our sponsorship would still be pretty naff in the grand scheme of things. So it was World Awards... Team of the Year. Right, yeah. So Sam Ingram was in it in 2038. None of them. Bear in mind, though, Palmeiras goalkeeper. A goalkeeper from the Brazilian team was in there, but not our actual goalkeeper. Or any of the European ones, which was just bizarre to me. I think Castillo got in it 1 year. Yep, there you go. Castillo got in it that year, and I think that's the year we won the Champions League in 2034. As far as I'm aware, that's the only time that one of our players has been in the Team of the Year. Yeah, it must be back to here. So, yeah. Bear in mind, we've won 2 Champions Leagues. Also, I suspect it might be, Bill. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things we could make better with that, potentially. Ooh. FM just killed all of our frames there. So if FM24 was as buggy and had a lot of the same problems as FM23, but had a shiny new feature that would make it up. Absolutely not. No, that's the exact opposite of what I was saying. I was saying that I want the game to not have... I'd much rather they fix the things that exist and not have the bugs than some big spanking new feature that's not really there. Like, shiny feature, great, but if the other stuff works, right? That's the key thing. Yes, I don't know. Just all this talk about dynamics, right? And it feels like a lot of the things that should be dynamic claim to be that aren't, and then a lot of things just move randomly. Yeah, a shiny feature that's like useful, and obviously I realise that it's difficult to find things that people want to use all the time, but like things like, hey, my manager can have a ring on. Who cares? Like, genuinely, why? And I admit, I realise that's probably not something that will take a lot of dev time anyway, but the fact that it was even promoted, like, no one cares. Like, literally no one cares about that. I mean, improving the graphics is a massive undertaking when you think about it, because the game is running on its own engine. They would either have to build a new engine from scratch or port the game to a different game engine. I just don't know if that's something that you're ever going to see, really, because of the sheer undertaking required. But like, just an overhaul of like the way that transfer AI works. There's just stat tracking in general. I still don't understand why on the player's career stats I can't see, it only shows league stats and you have to go all the way down here and look in between this stuff. Why are there not columns that can be added to this to show other statistics? It just little stuff. Oh, Hubicek. Right, cool. To the dev list with you. Even things like that would be lovely. And I like features that add to the story of saves, which is why I talk about the flavor events thing, because I feel like it would allow saves to be more playable in the long term. And not that I have any issue with that anyway, but I feel like it would be much better to create stories and characters doing it, because it would do so much of it with like those sort of flavor style events, you know? Yeah, I think that there was more, but like, obviously I've been in this sort of space for a little while now, and this is the most backlash I've ever seen in a single year, for sure. Well, yeah, I've seen that, Usual Suspects, and that is definitely interesting. I'll agree. Sometimes, well, yeah, I mean, obviously these things take a long time. Like, just as an example of another game, like with Rocket League, they've been talking about moving that to Unreal Engine 5 for like 2 years now. And I know that stuff takes a long time, so maybe that is just something that's massively going on in the background that's been on the low, you know? Was doing a sophisticated drastic overhaul, would you be in the know? No. Well, okay, the situation would be quite like this. It would be a case of probably not, but even if I was, part of that would probably mean I wouldn't be able to say that I was or wasn't in the first place. Do you know? So it's sort of a catch-22. Almost Kafka trap there. Should we get more like... Actually, that stuff exists in the game in little tiny minor ways, so why can't we have more of that? Just that they've clearly proven that it can be put in the game. I would love just a little bit more of stuff like that. It would be so cool. Set piece builder, yeah. What was that issue we had with the set piece builder the other day where it completely glitched out on us? We have a sleeper agent in foot. No. Mike is very, very, very professional. When I saw Mike in March when we went out like for dinner and stuff in Cambridge with him and Chloe. He told me nothing, and I didn't want him to, and I didn't want to ask him anything either because he's a professional and he's good at his job, you know? Yeah, Gilbert having a great season so far, right? It's for mobile. Oh, that's concerning. Yes, it was the throwing because we couldn't move the taker from the throwing because we had no... That's what it was. We conceded a goal in the Champions League because for some reason the game had decided that we only had one player back from a throw-in, even though we got it set to have 3 players back, and we were trying to figure out why that happened. Set piece staff. I reckon we'd get set piece staff before we get any new set pieces, honestly. All my views. Yeah, but it's just like, why is that not in the career stats page? Because you can't see over multiple seasons, right? Skins for your manager. Now you can dress up like a clown or a prisoner. Wait, chat. You've got manager emotes. Imagine that. You score a goal and your manager's just on the touchline dabbing. You'll have a new set of interactions so you can do shouts and then you can do emotes next to it. It'll be like, hey, it's designed for online play. It'd be great in Showdown, in fairness. Doing the gritty, yes. Big head mode. All of the above. Don't get me. Sometimes I regret saying things out loud just because I wonder if just putting that into the universe means that somehow someone might go, TX chop. Exactly, Bill. Yeah, that was the problem with it. Yeah, running up the touchline. Yes, knee sliding down the touchline. And 2001 style cards for a shitty goal celebration as a chipmunk announcer. Yeah, I mean, I just sort of set up some set pieces at the start of a save and then just kind of leave it. Wait, hang on. When is the next game? Is it Liverpool? Oh, fuck. Okay, I very nearly just started our full-strength squad against Vashash with Liverpool in a few days. That's actually fine. They're learning. They're definitely learning. But no Valia. Oh, but no Valia, Matt says, pointing at the Vashash team. If they had Valia, I'd be very surprised. In and out possession. Yes, that would be interesting. I agree, Argyle. I think it's the way that games... It feels like the game is incapable of making you play super badly sometimes to the point where you'll... Instead of, say, a team outplays you and you just lose, you'll play just as well as you normally do, except you'll miss every chance possible and they'll score their one chance, and that's how you lose the game. And I really would feel like there's something there. It was Carpenter with a hat-trick, by the way. Fair play. Don't know why Romero took the pen in there, but that's a brilliant result. And Carpenter is genuinely now... He's one of the lads. He is definitely in this team. Yeah, Schweder in goal. Where's Oliveira? It might be because Oliveira doesn't count as a youth prospect anymore. So normally when I do youth prospects, it puts him in, but it might be that because Schweder's younger. Dynamic weather. I want a thunderstorm, damn it. I'll see you later, Alex. Headbutt him as he walks off. I'd be totally on board with that. That'd be amazing. Average took goes every 10 years. Sorry. No, honestly, I'd love something like that because I would just feel like Hadrian and I could break the shit out of it. And it'd be perfect. Now, admittedly, the graphics look worse on my game just because I obviously have to have the in-match graphics turned down anyway. Otherwise, we'd have all the horribleness in stream. But, God, it'd be nice when I get a proper graphics card set up and actually we can turn the graphics back up again. Because at least that way when we concede a horrible 90th minute goal off their first shot in the game, it'll look bloody delicious. Oh my days. Yeah, these are the kind of results. But obviously, these games happen in real life. They do happen, obviously. But it's the frequencies, I think, that are just so odd. And also, how rarely it happens the other way is actually, if anything, more of the issue. In some respects. Oh, Oliveira is still... Multiple clothing options. Well, they've already got quite a few options. But do you mean like your manager can now... I don't know. I don't know what options you could even have at this point, but... Oh, wait. What the hell? Oh. There's too many there. God damn it. You know we're saving a lot of players when I can't even do the whole thing at once. Also, why can't I do that? Inside this menu, why am I not allowed to click Get Scout Report on more than 50 players? Inside this menu specifically. I can understand why in other menus they don't want to make it too easy to spam. But why in this menu of my scouting inbox can I not just say do all? Why is there not a do anything? Like, I can select all, but the actions can't be carried out on all the players. Maddening. That's the thing. My issue has never been with the fact that the XGs don't match up, because in real life it doesn't most of the time. It's over a long time period that often the XGs line up. That's the whole point of XG. However, what I find annoying in FM is the fact that how rarely you ever FM other teams. It always happens to you. I think the ratio is probably 10 to 1, most likely. Starting to believe it's not possible. Hey, if it's not possible, Saz, it's not possible. You've done an amazing job so far anyway. What? Actually, I'm trying to think. What? Honestly, chat. What would be the most underwhelming and annoying, but realistic still, headline feature for next year's game? I'm telling you what it would be. This would be it. Medical meetings. That would be the one. I can't think of anything that I would be more like, that makes sense, but also, oh my god. Premier League license, as if. Because, do you know what I mean? Medical meetings feels like something that could actually be put in. And therefore, it's the one that scares me the most, honestly. That scares me more than anything else, is medical meetings. Yay! A Surinamese dude. Warner Graves. Which is a slightly terrifying name. You have to attend training sessions. Oh, God. Mandatory press conferences. They do absolutely fuck all, yeah. Set-piece creator overhaul. But surely set-piece creator overhaul would be a good thing, right? To me, that would be a fantastic thing. I'm not sure why that would be underwhelming. There are issues with this functionality. Yeah, they add extend all loans, but then you're not allowed more than 3 loans. Set piece. Actually, yeah, that's the sort of thing I would expect, yeah. Right. Let's see. Castilla. No. Oh, no, hang on. We're doing. Yes, that's what I wanted. Cheers, FM. That'll do. Well, the loan rules have technically sort of started being brought in already, which is why we're a little bit worried. Wait. They've got to stop doing this to me. Just let me put Andrea in, damn it. Manager time. Yeah. Doubly annoying. I don't think they can get away with it. The reason I always use medical meetings as an example of the most sort of realistic and actually believable new feature that you would be most underwhelmed by is just because I think that they've been using a lot of there's been a lot of meetings added to the game. Bear in mind, how many of us skip them? Because I don't do recruitment meetings, I don't do staff meetings, I don't do cooking, I don't do cleaning, I don't do kids. Sorry, I suddenly became Nanny McPhee there, or Mary Poppins. But it's those types of things that, for me, don't add anything to the game. They are just fluff. For the most part, I don't see what they are adding, what that actually adds to the experience of the game. I swear that was Mary Poppins. Was it Mary Poppins? The meetings, well, not only do the meetings not do anything, but you can get by without using them in any way. There is no like advantage or disadvantage to not doing them. Vast majority of not to be shown again. Exactly, yeah. Most what I say is it's true, and that's the problem. No, there's no set piece coaches at the moment. I nearly instant result of this game. Yeah, no, meetings, in their abstract, they are fine and make sense. It's just that the implementation doesn't do anything. Also, one thing that has really annoyed me this year in general is, with the set pieces, what we call getting second phased. Ever since I saw Viking Dan point this out, or sorry, Big Meaty, it's that they clearly treat the second phase of a set piece as if they're still in the set piece. So the players maintain their positions as if they're about to take a set, the set piece is about to come in, meaning that the attacking team has a massive advantage because they'll just run down the wing and all the players will stay in the middle of the box, even though it's like, yeah, very, very irritating. Just create your own social media. You get cancelled within FM. It's that's the biggest thing I've noticed about the set pieces for me. Straight to the defender. This is free for all. Yes, and as we noticed with that goal we conceded in the Champions League last season, where we have 3 players set to stay back, and we had 1 guy back, and we conceded a goal from it for no reason. Even if it had delegated that the guy that was set to stay back if needed was to somehow take it, we still should have had 2 guys back, which we didn't. It's very bizarre. Oh, fuck you. Hey, look, it's Football Manager rep roll check. I love how as we were talking about the things we hate about it, it went, you know what? Let's do this again against Liverpool. Bear in mind, this is for a breakdown of a set piece as well. That was a quick rep check. Ah, dear. It's always teams like Liverpool, isn't it? Oh, my lord. Second ball from a set piece as well. And then the mistake as well, just to make sure that you get the goal. This will go top bins in a minute, I suspect. Oh, nearly. Yeah, they're checking the rep faster than VAR these days. We'll have to see how the game pans out. Obviously, it's only 1-0. Things have gone worse before, but it's not ideal. Yeah, F and be like, hey, I heard you. I heard you like bullshit. Now, obviously, we could say, oh, it was the first shot of the game. And obviously it was, but it was like 2 minutes into the match, so of course it would be. What's funny is that it's still their only shot on target. Until they score their second shot on target. Which won't be that because that's offside. Oh, no, no, they wouldn't, because basically every time we talk about FM and like, wouldn't it be cool if it had this feature that isn't directly to do with management? The response you will get basically is it is not owner manager, it's not physio manager, it's not, you know, backroom physio lubricant specialist manager, and as a result that will never be in the game. And I can actually understand that logic, to be fair. We have to go a bit more aggressive. As much as it's probably going to make us weaker, we really have little choice. Unless we can get a counter-attack from a set piece, perhaps. Hey, look. I don't think that's the highlight. I think there's more to come from this. Now, that doesn't mean it's good, but there is definitely more to come here. Oh, now they've got a mistake. Go on, Bobby. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know you could buy an island in FIFA Manager. Those are the days. Now, in fairness, we're not even playing that well in this game. It would just be nice if the goal wasn't that. Really? A kit man you can employ to a boost for? Yes. But then he leaves and joins West Ham and he becomes your big nemesis. They should make a show about that. Because we've not played well here. In fact, I think I'm going to go early on the subbies today. Because why is the DM further up than... Thank you, FM. Cheers. I didn't even click it. It's just like, you know what? Fine, I got you, bro. Carpenu, I want to... Actually, I might switch both, honestly. Go for Diop and Carpenu. I've liked what they've done lately. Oh, my God. Do we do Joe Ogley? Dala's been poor. Maybe LMS on and then Montiel right back. I still trust Bobby at the moment, but we're getting that... we're getting towards me no longer trusting him. Still been a very even game, which we're losing, of course. A lot of yellow cards. I'm expecting a Velasquez red is kind of what we're missing from this match. That's what's really necessary. Different roles within the club. Oh, for sure. But point being that you wouldn't be there. Oh, no. Right, no, we've still got the ball. Right. We did like a yeeted ball over the top for Bobby, and there it is. But they're actually very good defenders, in fairness, so they would be tracking those runs. Although, keep it in it. Yes, come on. How has he still got the ball at his feet there? Are you seeing this? That's twice in the same passage of play. Our players have doubled up on the Are you witnessing this? Like, that was twice in the same passage of play. Two of our players took the ball off them, and they still came out with it. And then we can see the penalty straight off of it. It's Liverpool. The same happened last year. Absolute dog shit. It didn't even look like a pen. Wow. Oh, no, it is I'm saying that, but it's the fact that it's always against the same teams that they say it. It's the way the goals are conceded when you play these teams. Absolutely scandalous. Right. We'll get a goal back. We'll get a late goal back. Not there, obviously. We will probably get a late one back now. Now that there's no risk of us like taking anything from the game, we will probably get a late goal. Yeah, I do love that this is perfectly demonstrated all the things we were discussing. That is kind of interesting. Yeah, once I start standing up, you know it's over. Good save. That's the thing. Just pass through it. They're clearly a massively good side. They're Liverpool, right? So they should just be able to pass through us if they're going to score these goals sometimes. But it's always the same types of goals that are conceded. So what we had today, we had the bullshit penalty and we had the ridiculous goalkeeping error. I'm trying to remember the last time Liverpool scored a goal against us. Actually, to be fair, they got one in the Champions League final. The Champions League final was actually the most normal game we've had against one of these big sides for a while now, in fairness. So, yeah, 2-0 defeat. Like, they were the better side on the night in terms of those things. But, like, when you look at both of their goals, where most of the XG came from, it's like, what can you do about that? World-class players will just always shit the bed. We're in real danger. We're not getting top 8. There is absolutely zero chance we're getting top 8 this year. Because we've only got 7 points. We're fucking 17th, chat. Monthly training setups don't do anything. There's definitely if you mean like from player development standpoint, then they absolutely do, because we've seen like the responses that we've had after moving over to RDF systems, and they definitely do work. Hey, Car, don't 2-foot me. I would never, unless you let me score a goal like that. In that case, I might have a chance, because it can't go any worse. I also get a little bit sick of complaining about it. I get sick of myself because I feel like, couldn't it be cool if we could just enjoy the game for a little bit? Wouldn't that be awesome? Because I don't want to be complaining too much as a creator, because I feel like that's not what you want to listen to either, you know? Which is why I do try to temper it a lot of the time as much as I can, but sometimes it can just be like, really? So, Halidash away at Shamrock Rovers. Kajvala hosts Leeds. You never know, right? We need these guys to step it up for us. Ferencváros. God, give me 3 wins out of 4. It's just... I mean, we still... yeah, I feel like... Much like last season. Also, holy, what a youth intake for Fortuna Sittard there. Is that 2? Oh no, it was a Mexican and an Italian. And 2 Moroccans. Lovely. Very eclectic bunch. We had some bad luck towards the start of the Champions League last season, and we ended up reaching the final. So maybe this year, it'll be the same thing. What is versus what the game claims? I haven't actually, no, but I have heard some stuff about him, which I would like to probably have a look at some point. But it's just time in it. You know, J301, thank you very much for the follow. And Kajvala lose. What the hell were Lazio playing at? Kajvala get a red card. They lose 2-0. Presumably Halash though, right? They must have won, right? 1-0 went 1-0. Jesus, Wardy, thank you for the follow. So poor from Kajvala that they got a red card. Kind of sucks. Chris Smith, our former player, scored against them. That sucks. 3 red cards for Lazio there. Still only lost 2-1. Give us something good here at least. Ferencváros 1-0 and Újpest 2-0. Okay, good. Conference League is looking good. Ferencváros are 4 for 4. Újpest are... Wow, look at that. 1st and 3rd in the Conference League. That's more like it. Any extra bonus points we can get at this point. Europa League, Halidash sitting 5th. Kajvala down in 16th, but I think they've still got plenty more to give. Not the end of the world. Coefficient-wise, on the year, we're now at 9.9. You'll notice that England have taken a massive step up on us lately. Italy's still trailing. In fact, have we started to catch Italy now? Damn, we're getting really, really close. Well, actually, are we? Feels like we're not, but 9.9 at this stage is a fantastic set of results, particularly as we've still got 1 more game today and then 2 more on Sunday. So plenty more chances for us, which we really have to sort out. We kind of need to just go win out here because we've got Braga away, followed by Shakhtar and Valencia at home. We need 3 points, like we need maximum points out of that, which would still, I think, only get us 16, which isn't going to be enough for top 8 by any chance. No way. It's going to be our worst season in the Champions League groups for a while. I think Ferencváros have got every chance. In fact, I don't think there was a single game that we looked at of theirs that went, hey, they're going to be struggling there. Oh, conference results. Yeah, so Ferencváros won, Újpest won. They both won. Ferencváros are top, Újpest second. Ferencváros's final 2 fixtures are Aberdeen at home and Dinamo Tbilisi away. So 28th place and 30th place. They've actually got no excuse for not winning out. The only thing that could hamper them potentially, and the bonus points they would get for winning the Conference League, is if maybe goal difference catches up on them. Because that's how Debrecen lost it last time. They really have no excuse for not going 6 for 6, yeah. I'd be disappointed if they don't. But, I don't know. Yeah, watch them lose 1-0 twice now, yeah. To be fair, the other Hungarian sides are actually doing very well. They have 2 in the top 8. 2 of the top 3 in the Conference League, which is a rarity for us. To have Halidash doing so well in the Europa, like, I'm so glad they're in the Europa this year and not in the Champions League. The amount of points they're generating for us is just so much better this way. I'm very disappointed. We didn't, to be fair to us, to be fair in the last game, we didn't play very well against Liverpool. So, I'm not, like, particularly bothered about the result of the match so much as the way it yet again came about. Like, we didn't really have that many opportunities in that game. Not that I saw anyway. I'm trying to think of a single chance we even had in that match, honestly. Just wasn't our day. And that's fine. That happens. But just have them maybe like play a nice little pass, put a cross in, get a good header or something. Just something that doesn't look like that. Any stronger to be better? Oh, we can make them... Well, I mean, yes, technically. There's always the potential to make them better, but it's a question of how. We've got the best 5 in Europe, basically. Although Kishvada are sort of doing everything they can to shed that skin at the moment. Bobby's only one behind him now. He is having a masterful year. I mean, what is that in all comps for Bob now? 25. Some of those records we've had across multiple saves might actually be under threat this season from Bobby. If he carries on playing the way he is. Like, he got 42. Oh. Has innocuous hip injury suffered after an ordinary movement against Girmont. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Don't you love innocuous hip injuries after a normal movement? Good. That's what we needed today. Star midfielder. Now we haven't got Tex-Mex to replace him either. Ephraim's never not playing the hits, it seems. That means Nunez, I think, is going to be playing a lot more football. Although Carpenu could also slot in there too. He's got old man hips, yeah. Oh, in fairness, if we were going to lose him, I'd rather it be in November, because it means he'll most likely be back by the knockouts. So, if we were going to lose Sam Ingram to a hip injury for 3 months at any point this season, this was the time to do it. Because I think like we can get through the rest of the groups without him, without too much of a problem. Bobby gets his goal bonus, and he bloody well deserves it. Go on, Gent. Give us a... No. Man can dream, right? Man can dream. Back soon, Liverpool. Yep. They'll be back soon. When will they be back? Eventually. Yeah, I think, depending on which one we're in, like, what if we have to play an extra round, which I think is almost guaranteed that we'll be... Then again, good for the coefficient, right? We're going positive vibes today, chat. After all the negativity there, we're going positive vibes. This is my plan. We will finish outside the top 8. As a result, it will allow us to... Damn, he's actually still really good. Okay. Also, who the fuck is him? Tim Atale. Or Tim Atale. Leeds have got some really good players in this save. Not that we can afford him. He's 100 million. But, damn. Any young'uns? Probably Carpenu is the one that I would end up putting in there for the moment. I can't think of anyone else who's more likely to step up than him. However, it does have the downside of us potentially... It means we'll get a much tougher draw in the knockouts once we get through that round, which I feel like we will. That's where the problem lies. We'll end up playing against Liverpool again, most likely, right? And then get knocked out by them. Timotei, don't quite know. It's fine. What's all these... Surely he's not hurt as well. Oh my lord. The injuries are not hitting us in the right place today, are they? The right place would be on someone else's legs. Lecoy is done professional. Cool. Means you're going to the loan farm in Jan. Be nice. I feel like he's one of those players that will develop a little bit and be worth like 10 million just because he's Spanish. Tough. Choose automatically. No, because think about it. If you go through automatically, you are guaranteed to play one of the teams that finished below the top 8. Whereas if we finish outside of the top 8, we are guaranteed to play one of the teams that are in the top 8. I think it's 122 in the loan farm right now. Oops. I didn't mean to actually offer him out. As if who's going to bid on him now? So it will be a tough draw no matter what, obviously. And you've got to beat the best to be the best. So there is that factor. But as we've already shown, we're incapable of doing that when we actually play against any of those sides with a higher rep than us. Sadly. When is the game against? It's not that far away, is it? 1 week. So this is full strength side. Bobby Tree Castillo. Oh, Enriquez. Oh, I hadn't thought about Enriquez. I kind of want to play Carpenu still instead. Because he can play there, and I want to give him more football. And I think it's an excuse. Oh, that's a low one, Nigel. That is lower than it's been for a while. I think at its peak, it was 165. So much so that the game actually broke and told us it was negative numbers. I do that so many times. Where I'll go back and forth to that page to make sure we've set opposition instructions. Even though I'm like, we'll probably still win even without them. Are injuries caused by a lack of managerial presence in the medical meeting? These are the big questions, and I'm glad you're asking them, because is it just me derelicting my duties, perhaps? Well, if there's medical meetings next year, you can guarantee I'll be skipping them. Bobby Tree with another goal. Carpen who scores. Nice. I feel justified putting him in the team now. As Halalash lose again. Yeah, they're going to be comfortably second again this season, but they're not going to be catching us, I don't suspect. And now Bobby somehow is now top scorer. That's a good time of it so far. How are we doing on the XGs? +7. Solid. God, we're actually only just about making ground there. 6 XG conceded is very good. This system... Oh, that's why he didn't do so much, because he got an injury in the game. Of course. Bobby's, what, 26 goals now. There's still more to come. We've got Haladash, then Braga, and I think there's some more games after that, but I think there's only maybe one game. Oh, there's usually like a cup match right before Christmas as well that you never normally see because it's normally one I do off stream. And today's no different. Oh, is that another clause? It is. We're definitely going to need that money to... Oh, it's the same guy. Wait, did I not... Oh, it was... yeah, sometimes you have to click that twice. And it... In fact, is it still not working? Sometimes you have to hit it twice. I think the capacity is 28,000. I did actually ask the board over the summer when we got all that extra money to expand the stadium, and they basically just said that we didn't feel it was necessary. Bear in mind, we are, as far as I'm aware, selling out basically every single home game. Actually, not quite. For the most part, we sell out most games, though. But they don't want to expand the stadium or anything. That would be silly. Hey, Tomb. For Braga 31st, they're not exactly covering themselves in glory, but do expect them to still score against us. Particularly without... maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Maybe this is going to be the making of Stefan Carpenu. This is going to be what firmly plants him into the first team squad, and will give us an option that maybe, you know, if Sam Ingram is under a huge bid in the summer, perhaps, maybe we could look to Carpenu instead. Particularly with the guys joining us from PSG in January. We're going to have that new fresh blood coming through. And hopefully they're not all going to be like 3-star potential when they join us. That would be gutting. But particularly the amount of money we spent. But I really don't think they will be. With a million like, oh, probably, yeah. Like, we'll go on a random like season where we just lose loads of money, and then the board will be like, you know what, I think now is the time for a new stadium. Workshops to load new players. Like I always say when people ask me this, the only tips I can give are the ones that are in that the loans video, basically. So if you've already done that, then I don't know what's going on, because clearly it can be done. And it's the biggest problem most people have is that they didn't start the loan farm soon enough, and they're trying to give players that are too good to clubs that don't have the quality there. And the moment you're in that position, you're basically screwed. What is Fresh Blood doing? Players know the quality of the clubs they're moving to. Players are trying to loan are too good. Well, if the players are too good, then that means that you haven't been doing it correctly, because the point being, like, the reason that it works when we do this is because the players get better as the clubs get better. So as the club gets better, you can offer them slightly better players each time, and then they have better players, so they take better players. And I don't know. We've not had any issues with getting players out on loan in this save, and I suspect that's just because we started really early, started getting as many loans out as possible, and the clubs got better with the players. The other good thing is as well, when you give them young players with high potential, as the players get better, like the reason Haladash have been able to take so many great loans from us is because they've got people like Zivkovic now and Ben Salah and Ramirez, who are like 4- and 5-star players in their squad, and our squad as well, which means that we can pretty much loan them anyone because their squad is so good. Pretty much every player would want to go there at this point, and that's the sort of situation you have to get into. It just takes time. So you don't want them to be coming back starting in season 10. Yeah, I mean, like, season 10. If you're in season 14 and you started in season 10, then I don't know what loan farm you could really have at that point, honestly. Because, yeah. And if the players are already too good at that point, then you've got... I don't really see any way around it at that point. I don't see you being ever able to get them out on loan. Oh, actually, are we playing Haladash right now before the Braga game? Right, this is what I was worried about. Because I think we'd probably lose this. Fruta, Ogli, Mihaila, Riba, Lekue. Wow. We have a lot of players that I just forget and have never heard of. And that's fine. I do feel a bit for Oliveira in a way. But not enough to actually play him. Of course. Hector Minute. Wasn't he the guy that scored for Haladash in the final a little while ago? Worst players on loan. Yeah, no, you absolutely could, yes. That's why I don't just sign the 5-star players. I will sign players specifically for the loan farm. So I find 4-star players in other teams, and I'll sign them with no intention of ever playing for me, solely so that they go in the loan farm. Yeah, think about it like this. There you go, we lost. And rightly so. You need to find players that are good enough for them and will make them better, but not so good that they will make that they won't want to go. That's really what it comes down to. Like, half of our shopping a lot of the time is just finding players for the loan farm. So for a guy like this, if he actually still had 5-star, 4-star potential, and he was cheap enough, I'd whack him in. He's never going to play for us in a billion years, but loan farm, definitely. I didn't actually get a scout report on him, did I? I just clicked on his name and then went off of him. Oh, I could just do that. Yeah. It's a tough process, which is why you have to start super early. Even if it's just like loaning random youth players that you've got to other teams in your league, because obviously every team sort of does that to a certain extent. Just start like a normal sort of, not even a loan farm, just normal loans, and then kind of go from there. I think it also helps when you bring in players having that thing on their promises where they like want to go out for a loan. That I think does definitely help a little bit. So like would expect it to be loaned out. That I think is definitely useful. Your rep is the first of the quarterfinals of the conference. Any tips for that? Well, the only way you're going to gain rep is by winning things. So just keep signing young players and keep trying to win things. You need to be able to win something in order to gain rep. We didn't get worldwide rep until we won the Champions League. That was the only thing that really pushed us over. Like, we were still gaining rep in the meantime, though. Ah, fuck. I just don't remember how much exactly we gained, but we definitely were still gaining rep during that period. It just wasn't anywhere near as much. But the moment we won the Champions League, we just basically got instant worldwide rep, and there. That's why there's a random Brazilian side who've got worldwide rep in this game, because they won the Club World Cup, and apparently the game fancies that a lot. It's D-rated? Yes. 2 stars. No one's. I mean, surely it's not no one that wants to sign from you, right? If you're 2.5-star rep and you're getting to the knockouts of the Europa League, then surely there's plenty of nations that you can sign players from. But the problem is with Wales, you've got the Brexit stuff and the work permits, though I think it's going to be hard to sign players to be. Are we serious? In general, it's going to be much harder for you to like hoard players in the way that are needed for a loan farm with Wales in the first place as well, which might be part of the issue potentially. Slavia Prague. Oh, go on. Oh, go on. Dusan Cherny. Yes, please. Rather than for championship clubs. I think there's something weird about the way that FM has the balancing set up for like UK-based teams in general, outside of England, that is. But yeah, I mean, the work permit stuff, it means you are going to... This is the problem with Wales and the work permits thing, is because there's loads of players that probably would sign for you from like much smaller nations in Africa and some of the smaller South American nations and like Eastern Europe and stuff like that a lot of the time. Problem being, although less in Eastern Europe, is that they can't get work permits. Whereas in most other leagues, you'd have no problem. You'd be able to get these guys and hoover them up easily. But, of course, it's not going to be so easy. 50th to 35th is still good progress, right? Wales starts so low. Braga away, yes. We're ready. Did okay there, which is good. Oh, Raul scored. Nice. Both left for La Liga. Yeah, I mean, did you get any good money from them? The one benefit of obviously when you start low is that you get to make a lot of progress quite quickly, and you can make huge ground with relatively small things. Oh, okay. No, I don't like that. I'd still think that Bobby has to play through the middle, and then we'll play Carp here and behind. Particularly as it's Braga, although, you know, weirder things have happened. And now with Dala injured, Montielli's going to have to play right back here, isn't he? Yes. Cool. So what have they got? Oh, they got Nico... Oh, no. I thought it was Nico Serrano for a second there. This should be a winnable game. I mean, there really shouldn't be any excuse for losing to Braga, but then with the way the Champions League has gone this season, who knows, right? What do you reckon is going to happen in this game, chat? Like, is it going to be early red card? Random goal? No, actually, no. I think it's not going to be that. I think it's going to be a relatively comfortable, like, 4-0 victory. I actually think we're going to find this remarkably easy. But then I've said that before. Feels like the game's just going to give us a little bit of respite, and we'll end up with a nice little cushy little 4-0 victory. Nice and easy. Oh, no. Yes, come on, Gacic. But it would be nice if we could get a couple of goals early. That was the issue with the game against Red Star, is that it took us till the second half to score. Admittedly, once we scored, it completely floodgated them, but still. I want to see us get a bit of goal difference up here. Not that it matters all that much in the Champions League, but still. Get FM. No, not again. Surely, there's far too... We've had too many FMings today already. We're good for most teams. Yes, exactly. Oh, good. Great save. That is a worldie of a save from Gacic because that deflected like crazy. But hilarious mistake there again. Like, we're playing Braga, lads. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. They're 31st in the Champions League. Don't know if they've even won a game yet. Oh, Silva getting back. Like that. But Braga have started the better. Because of course they have. This is where Bobby has to be on it. I think we're going to miss Ingram as well. Like, he is a massive feature of this team these days. Oh, it's a great header. Come on, Patrice. Where's the button? I don't even care.
Nobody asked you here, Patrice!
Except me. I've asked you here, and you've come up with an absolute banger. You know what? We'll take a set-piece goal. We needed something to give us an early lead here, and Patrice has come up with an absolute banger of a header. Wow, he was just a bit unmarked there. Every game except for the final of the season, we're one away at the champions. So, it was all building up to that. A Hulk Yoga. I will do the Hulk Yoga after the... Ah, fuck it, we'll do it now. Whatever. Everyone asked you here, Patrice. Ooh, my blue shirt has got slightly purple. And I'm okay with that. It's nice. It's nice and purple. If they did one in this colour, I'd be tempted to buy it, honestly. It's quite a nice colour. At times I have needed to calm down today anyway, so this is pretty timely, honestly. Gone. Oh, this is Rasheen. Even cheaper, in fact. I got a few stuff coming through the other day. Had to get some bits to go with all my new garbs. Unfortunately, these are already feeling a little bit big, which is disappointing. I think maybe they are just slightly bigger than the other sizes. Their sizes are a little bit dodge. Okay, 1-0 up in 20 minutes is good, but I want to see us, you know, actually start playing through them rather than just getting a random lucky... Oh, my lord, the passing. Right, come on. There we go. That's a great pass. He's going to shoot, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he has hit the crossbar. It's a decent effort, but like, it would have been nice if he just tried to control that a little bit more. Depends on everyone's internet. I've just accidentally encouraged the players when they were 1-0 up. I've killed it. Custom motion. That would be kind of cool, actually. I just don't know if I've got the patience or the time to do that. Does anyone... This would be one for the OGs. Back during the lockdown, the original OG streams, Pog was doing like custom tie-dye shirts, and I was just wearing like tie-dye for like 2 months straight.
Chatto,
Mr. Hazy.
Matto, I have returned lol.
Thank you very much for the 11 months. How the devil are you? I nearly hit the Patrice button. Oh, fuck.
Did you do anything right, Patrice?
I thought I'd switch the page. I saw it. I went, oh, I'll just press the button to change page, and then, yeah, I didn't. That's good. Oh, dear. But yeah, how are you, Hazy? We're 2-0 up now. This is better. It's a lovely pass from Montiel, of all people. Just fires it through. Castillo, probably one of his last goals for us at this rate. Ooh, I'm sure there were a few Hulk Yogas on the tie-dye, right? Must have been. Cheeky! Thank you for the follow. Okay, so I said 4-0, and we're looking good. I'm pretty good, man. I'm pretty good. Today could have gone better with some of the fixtures, but other than that, we're all right. Newport County away and a lovely... Ooh, I really wouldn't mind getting an old retro Inter shirt. Back with the Pirelli sponsorship. I used to love their old Pirelli shirts. It's just iconic to me as a kid. Montiel's just doing bits. We're not even playing that well. We've scored our only 2 shots on target in this game. It's worth pointing out. Ronaldo. Oh. My mum once made me a Michael Owen shirt, which was really awesome. Because when I was a kid, I just loved Michael Owen. I didn't know what he would... I didn't know how boring of a human he'd turn out to be, obviously. Oh, for fuck's sake. FM's like, remember me? Like, what is going on here? His favourite... Just... What is that? It's trying its best. Fucking Jesus. What should be 2-2 now? Why didn't he just come and collect that? He was literally the favourite for that pass. My God. I swear to God, if it doesn't... There we go. Lordy Lord. Duasters, thank you for the follow. Hang on. We had the ball when I looked over to my left, and now we don't have the ball. We're going to give away a penalty in a minute, aren't we? Oh, that was dangerous from LMS. He was desperately trying to give away a penalty. Silva just... I love that. He stops to let the player catch up and win the ball. Always good. Right. Let's try again. Only 2-1 away at Braga is actually craze. Oh, yeah. So this was the podcast I was on yesterday, chat. Welcome aboard. How's it going? It was fun recording. Oh, the amount of back sweat I had after that talk, Jay, was insane. I didn't realise it because I was leaning forward in the chair. When I got up, it was like a river, like Niagara of back sweat. Yeah, I mean, here we go, Bobby Tree. Oh, he's offside, is he? He apparently is offside. Okay. It's odd. Must have just been returning from an offside position there. Looks fairly onside to me. This is where it's like actually blatantly is offside by miles. Bloody hell. I mean... Okay. I've seen them give an onside with that exact same thing, but that's fine. Rivers of living waters. The only type we deal with are these parts. I'm just concerned with a 1-goal lead in this game. I just don't trust FM to allow us to get away with a 1-goal lead. Why are you... Actually, that could work. It hasn't, but it could have. Good save again. What is going on? Yeah, I was wearing a jumper yesterday. I don't know why. It's because I was doing loads of admin stuff yesterday and I didn't have to record, so I can have like all the doors and windows open and just kind of... And the fan pointed at me the entire time. Oh, Velasquez going top bins. Nope, missed it. So I figured I'd be able to get away with it. And for the most part, I did, except for during that brief period. But the moment the podcast finished, I just took the jumper off and went, Pog! So Van Dam's going to come in for a bit. Carp's done okay. But I feel like we'll try Wilson for a little wee bit there too. Oh. Yeah, well, we just basically... The plan was, Ventum, we would just loan to anyone who wanted the players. We weren't really concerned about which division they were in, but as long as they wanted the players and we're going to give them reasonable game time, we were more than happy to make the deal, basically. Braga have actually done a bloody good job here. Like, they've actually played quite well. Hopefully we'll still win, but they're putting up a good fight. Weirdly. Like, they shouldn't be, but they are. No, that's his name. His name is Sen Van Dam. Otherwise, I'd call him Zorro. God Harold has not made an appearance. Mostly just dealing with FM, really, Tommy. It's been one of those days when it's been playing the hits. Although it feels like there's rarely a stream nowadays when I come along and say it wasn't playing the hits. And that makes me sad, you know? How has that not gone in? Exactly. I just needed a bigger swan pass. Pog fetched my vest, which is exactly what happened, actually. I did immediately put a vest on. Yeah, no, I've watched it. Third season was a bit for me, but like it had its moments. Plus, it looks like they're... I don't know. I have a theory. I feel like they're going to try and bring it back without Jason Sudeikis. We are still the better side here, but they've given it a good go, and I rate them for that. I'll rate them a lot less if we were to concede a goal. Oh, look at Velasquez. The nimbleness. They've left quite a lot of players forward here. As Alexis Shaman drills it over the crossbar. Okay. Just get out with the result. Make out like bandits in the night. How they bring it back? I mean, then, I don't know. Because they'll just run it into the ground, really. A spin-off, yeah, I think it would obviously have to be a spin-off, but they know that it's such a big IP now that they almost have no choice. Well, they do have a choice, obviously, but from their own perspective, they'd be silly not to, I suppose. Probably for Roy, yeah. Oh, I'm fine with that. I could do with any more Roy Kent in my life would be perfect. Right, okay, we got the win, albeit somewhat, not fortuitously, but actually still in the battle for top 8. As long as we get, like, 9th to 16th, it is what it is. £2.4 million. Cool. Diamond Dog spin-off, yes. Oh, yeah, no, I agree, by the way. I think they were already sort of scraping a little bit some of the storylines in the last series, and I would be concerned that it would potentially ruin its legacy a little bit if the spin-off was bad as well. Right, okay, Thursday, final actions. Yeah, I appreciate when it shows know when to finish themselves. Finish themselves. Halalash away at Sevilla. That's probably not going to be generating many points for us. And Kishvara away at Konyaspor. Oh, God. It's always got in Konyaspor, and they will lose that. Right. Ferencváros at home to Aberdeen. Now, remember, they should be winning these. They scrubs it. Oh, God, no. That would be the worst thing ever. Come on, just give me 2 wins from the 4 matches. Maybe 2 wins and a draw or something. Kishvara lose. Halalash lose. Right, cool. Good start. Ferencváros win. Újpest win. Okay, so at least these two are both absolutely killing it. Ferencváros top the Conference League and have... In fact, yeah, the only team that can overtake them is Spurs. Well, actually, it's not true. Yeah, they could still have more. But, like, point being, both of our teams are the top 2 in the Conference League. It's not gone so well, though, for... Kishvara down to 23rd now. A good start has kind of evaporated a little bit. Halalash maintain their spot in the top 7. Okay. But we still finish today on 11.1 with more games to play after Christmas, which is not bad going, honestly. I think we're in a good spot. we're making good progress. Remember, we're getting rid of a 13.9 season as well. So that's the other thing that's key. Yeah, Bill Lawrence is part of it, isn't he? Yeah. First qualifying round. Wouldn't that mean they'd never got through? Oh, come on. All right, whatever. We could honestly put a broom with a face on it in charge of the youth intakes. This is actually ridiculous now. Half a star. Best head of youth development in the world. Best facilities. Best everything we could possibly have. Yeah. Why do we even bother doing youth intakes anymore, eh? Ooh. That's cheered me up a little bit, though. Clouder Braga. Cloudy with a chance of holy fuck. Okay, broken collarbone. So Claude Abega here. Do be looking good. Bit expensive. Not with the money we've spent today. Cloudy with a chance of holy fuck. Yes. We've already spent 50 million player. We've still got 70 million left in the bank. Like, we did sign 3 players from PSG. But I'd be tempted if he was good enough. Top level, you think? Shit. Yeah, but like, we've still seen good players come through Hungarian sides, just not ours. I think we're just getting absolutely fucked on it a little bit, right? It is what it is. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It'd just be nice to have one solid looking youth intake at some point in this save. Would be awesome. Maurice, yes. This is Maurice Manier. I mean, tell me that this isn't a worthwhile signing. 16 heading, 12 marking, 15 tackling, good on both feet. Resolute personality, phenomenal mentals, great physicals. Not the tallest, but still okay. That extra half star as well. Maurice Manier, what a guy. So yeah, he's 20 million. We've also got Edu Fuba, who's an American international. Like, just absolutely brilliant on the passing and whatnot. And lastly was the guy I'd actually signed up before, which is Arta Etienne. Yeah, driven personality is great. Driven, resolute, obviously model citizen, model professional, all those ones. The ones I really like, though, are driven and resolute. Because you don't find many model professionals and whatnot. Whereas you do see a reasonable amount of driven and resolute. Luke Daly. I'm afraid not. Sadly, no. He's not in the database. He's probably just because we are 17 seasons in. Oh, sorry, 18 now. Is Fuba growing? Yes! Man's going to be a legend in no time, chatto. Trust me on this one. So, Champions League could have gone a lot better. We all agree. But quality and reinforcements are arriving in January. Castillo will almost certainly be gone by the next time you see him. So we have to say goodbye to Castillo, which is a shame. I think that goal against Braga, that's literally going to be his last goal for the club, most likely, unless he scores in one of these 2 games here. It's a shame, but there's not really a lot we can do about it. Unless he randomly has decided to... No. I'll try it, just in case. No. Fucking nonsense. But there you go. So Shakhtar and Valencia, after Christmas, those are must-wins. Lots more points up for grabs. Things are looking good for us, in spite of the fact that the Champions League has been a little bit shaky. And that's a shame, because I don't think like we've actually played that badly. I think the only game we played kind of badly was the Liverpool one, and even then, the way the goals were conceded were just hilarious. So I'm still feeling pretty confident about it. We've got our chances. I think we've got to take them. Right, let us see. Oh, I know who we're going to raid. We're going to raid Wolfie. It's nice to see Wolfie back streaming. I haven't had a raid Wolfie in ages. Wait, I've spelled it wrong. Always got to watch out for that 3. Graphics card has just told me it wants to update as well. So, yes, I'll be back on Sunnut, where we will be doing Champions League knockouts and all sorts of other good stuff. We'll probably get the youth intake in there too, because that's going to be great fun. Actually, we might not. Depends, because we might have an extra round of Champions League to play, potentially. I'll keep you up to date on what happened in the Conference League in the Discord, because there's still one more match day for those guys as well. Enjoy the rest of your week, my friends. I will see you at the weekend. It's going to be a bloody old lovely time. Hold your gun. Capybara. Let's go say hi to Wolfie. Bye-bye.